Thanks for being here. If you're here, thanks. Intense complex. Aha, yes. But walls more so. Um, we'll see. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about. Or maybe I don't know. It depends. Depends. We'll see what we'll be able to discuss. If you're thinking what I'm thinking, then maybe you're talking about the thing I'm thinking about, then yeah, it's gonna be dicey for the campaign. It's gonna be super dicey. Why people are late? What? Why are all the white people late? That's interesting. Only one person here. That's unfortunately. Fortunate. Why are all the white people late? Weird. Why are people usually on time? Feels like this is Thursday. All black everything. Or black people are always late. Alright, we got one other. That showed up. So anyway, we're gonna be doing the Reverie roundtable. In just a moment. It'll be great. Hopefully. We'll see. But as assumes panel shows up. What to do? This is not usually a thing that happens on Thursdays. Sorry, on Mondays. Thursdays it happens all the goddamn time. So that's shocking. Second. Okay. Okay. All right, never mind. All right, so I was gonna read something, but never mind. Let's see. We got two people here, so we'll talk to them. But yeah, everyone's late.
And so I
Hey.
would like
Hey,
basically, hey, how you doing?
Hello.
So
so you guys know why everyone's late?
I don't know. Like, I don't speak for myself. I try to be on time. Lactoid's dropping the ball.
Yeah, you were on time. Usually the light-skinned folks are here immediately. You know, on Thursdays, black people they show up late. That's like endemic. But it's endemic. Yeah, like it's throwing me off. It's throwing me off. Usually at least half the panel is available.
No, it's I think us white skinned people are becoming complacent. Like, oh, whatever, show up like that.
Yeah, because let's blame the black people for this too. Because the black people have been so bad at this, white people thought they don't have to even try. Here comes Lactoid. Here comes Lactoid. 3 minutes in, right? Like it's all the FUBU he's wearing. That's why he's late.
You know what's funny is I just bought a bunch of FUBU like last week. I bought like 2 pairs of FUBU shoes and like
there
a
you
FUBU
go.
jacket.
And then you were late today.
I was late. I wasn't late. I was on time. I was here right at 7.
No, that was Corey. I was watching.
I was right at 7.
I was there even like I thought like I tried to time it a couple of minutes before the panel. I thought like I would just be like right on time. And, oh, there's gonna be at least one other person. I was like sitting there like just chilling like.
Yeah, I saw Corey in here and I was like, all right, I'm gonna set up my stream here, and then like I didn't even get that done. I was like started shenanigans.
It's further proof that Lactoid is no longer conservative because he's drifting into the more socialist, and that's why he's allowed to be late.
I mean, this is incredible. Lactoid being influenced by the streets, right? So
you were raised by the streets?
Yeah. I mean,
full of hard knocks?
Hell
yeah. Exactly.
Say it, Lactoid. Let's go.
Absolutely not.
But it is a special day for Lactoid. It's Canadian Thanksgiving. For
Columbus
Lactoid.
Day.
He was raised on
Today's Canadian Thanksgiving
on the mean cul-de-sacs of Toronto.
Canada.
So
Canada celebrates Thanksgiving today. It's a holiday.
That
That's
is,
why Detroit was late. He was out celebrating.
What does Canada Day involve?
What are you guys even thankful for?
You mean
Yeah.
Canada Day or Canadian
sorry,
Thanksgiving?
sorry, I think Canadian Thanksgiving. Yeah.
As far as I know, well, not that I've ever experienced an American one, but like, yeah, it's typically turkey, which I don't eat, obviously, or I'm just like the odd person out of my family. But it's usually a family gathering. We have whatever the turkey and a bunch of other stuff that I also don't eat.
I just picked up 2 pounds of turkey today. Cajun turkey, it's so good.
Turkey's fire, man.
Yeah, and then I
You
got
don't like
mesquite
turkey, or you're a
ham.
vegan, Corey? I can never keep track with people's diets.
I'm technically not vegan, but I'm largely vegan, or I'm an imperfect vegan. I eat a little bit of dairy, but I don't consume animal flesh. Let's put it that way.
Ethical reasons, or
Oh, hey,
Large-
before we go down the vegan route, Corey, what is basically the reason why you guys are doing this? Like, is it the same reason as American Thanksgiving? Like, pretending that Canadians liked the Native Americans and didn't, hunt
I
them
think
down?
so. I actually don't really know the history of like. I think I think it is essentially the same, but I don't know why the date is different.
Did they not teach you this?
no, Corey's a type of Canadian. He's a French Canadian. Okay? They're
See,
different.
actually,
They're
Ali,
different than
because
regular Canadians.
because I'm in Quebec, and in Quebec in high school, I get Quebec history, not
Yeah.
Canadian history.
There's
French
different brands.
Canadian
There's different
history,
brands
cause-
of Canadian. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's
It's
BC. There's British Canada. There's French Canada. Then there's the Letterkenny Canadians.
And passing Quebec, like, that's mandatory. As in, you cannot graduate high school without passing Quebec history.
And then you get to Toronto, and they're all just Indians.
So, okay, that's interesting. Latitude, what did they teach you about Canadian Thanksgiving?
They didn't teach me shit. Okay, I'm from America. I'm from the streets, and we didn't learn anything about Canadians.
The streets of Harlem, of course.
Some Harlem.
Not Harlem, but there were streets there.
There were streets. That he can assure you of. There were streets
How
around.
how upkept were these streets, Lacto? Were any potholes?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
the
yeah.
occasional pothole.
Here, and I mean this sincerely. I think I've said this before. I was technically in the country. I'm not part of a minority, but in my school, I was. So
I
Technically,
think you have mentioned that before.
Of Swedish people? Like
no, white people. White people are a minority.
Okay, all right. What did that teach you?
That I don't fucking know. There's human beings of all different colors and stripes. Isn't that pretty? Isn't that
no.
a
Did you
good
get treated
message?
differently because you were white? He wants to know your
Yeah,
struggle.
a bit, yeah, but it's not a big deal.
Mm. Did people follow you around in stores thinking you were going to steal stuff?
No, it never happened.
No, no. You ever been
No.
asked to condemn terrorism?
Maybe, but not in the context of like I'm just minding my own business and somebody approaches me and it's like, hey, do you condemn Hamas? No, that's never happened to me.
Based.
I've had somebody ask me if I was going to condemn white supremacy a few times.
Do you?
Oh,
I mean, sure.
Sure.
If they ask for it, I'll give it. I don't really mean it, but sure.
I really have to.
I mean,
I
I
will.
guess. Yeah, sure. What I guess.
If it makes you happy, sure. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, it affects me so much on a day-to-day basis, like.
I'm not doing anything particular today, so I guess today I'll condemn white supremacy.
Yeah, big problems in my life,
All right, so we're still waiting for half the panel.
On a separate note, totally unrelated, I'm just curious, has anybody seen that new Joker movie? Because it's like tanking and bombing like crazy.
Modi watched it like a couple days ago, and he said it was just the most god-awful thing that he's ever seen.
I think it's like projected to make like a $200 million loss. Like, it's just like really awful.
Yeah, I've heard, but I haven't watched it. I like this.
I didn't know it came out, so
Oh, that's a problem.
if that tells you anything.
But
Do you watch movies?
it's a musical, apparently. That's why it's bombing. It's a fucking musical.
No, I don't think that's.
And nobody-
That's not why it's bombing.
It is a musical, though.
It is
Yeah,
a
no,
musical.
it is, but I don't think that's the reason it's.
Yeah, apparently it's just like god fucking awful. Like it's like a courtroom film, and like the ending.
Bro, I'm not
is
gonna go
barely
watch
just-
a musical, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, courtroom musical, and the ending is just like atrocious. Apparently, it's maybe the worst ending ever. Is what somebody wrote.
There are many musicals that have done well. I mean, they've won Academy Awards and like, well,
Outside of
Yeah,
Greece,
don't hide the ball though, right? Like if you're gonna do a musical, tell me it's
Call it a
musical
musical.
before I go and see it. Yeah,
I mean,
know I
they
didn't see it,
advertised.
but
They advertised.
No, yeah, they did. It's just-
I've seen plenty of advertisements for it, and I have not seen one indicating that it's a musical.
Oh
Watch
no!
Did you watch the trailer?
No, I didn't watch the trailer. I'm
People
talking about
it's-
like ads, like I'm doing something else on some website. And then,
Whoa! Like, no, as far as I know, like no movie poster that like Moulin Rouge didn't say is a musical under it, or like Chicago didn't say is a musical under it, or Greatest Showman didn't say is a musical.
they should
Those are
have. Maybe
based
they would have
on
gotten better
musicals.
ratings. Also, happy Columbus Day, everybody.
You mean Canadian Thanksgiving?
He wants to
But
start
yeah.
a fight over Indigenous Peoples Day. I see the look on his fucking face. I know.
Look, I am not racist against the Spanish culture. I hear Spanish spoken, and I think it's fine. And if you like
And
Christopher
really-
Columbus, you think that too.
Hold on, and really
Spanish. Where does that come from?
Hold on, and
Yeah.
really, the Spanish are actually heroes. They saved many indigenous people from the evil Aztec Empire. I mean, it's really that simple. If
They
you were
did.
getting sacrificed at up to 80,000 people at a time and eaten, being turned into pozole, I think you would be real happy if somebody was saving you.
Haven't you seen Mel Gibson's
now the
Apocalypto?
cartel sacrifices them, and that's better.
Yeah, that's much better.
Our friend
At least you get high
Lactoid,
first.
he looks upon the visage of the original colonizer, right? The original
Saviors.
ethnic
Saviors is the word
cleanser,
you're looking for.
and he's like, "That's a hero that we should celebrate." I hear.
Yeah, well,
I see you, Lactoid.
Actually, you know why they have the what's that stereotype of the white savior? It's because the Spaniards actually were white saviors. They saved the other indigenous people from the Aztecs, who were literally turning them into pozole and eating them. But hey, this is true. This is true. There's archaeological digs. They show that they were.
I know
Human
Gibbs
zombie
frames
is
things.
what pozole-
Gibbs frames things in a kind of incendiary manner, but it absolutely is true that most of the army led by Cortez that defeated the Aztecs, like the vast majority of that army, was other Native American tribes that were sick of being enslaved, raped, and tortured by the Aztecs.
Who
A
gives a
pozole
fuck
is-
about the the Aztec Empire, right? Like,
Yeah, well,
like
because the
who-
Incas were also good guys
like-
too, right? The Incas, no, the Incas were also bad as fuck.
who the
I mean, we can
fuck-
go.
No one gives a fuck about these individual empires. When people are
Uh,
talking about Indigenous Peoples Day, they're not like, "Oh, we gotta defend the practices of the Inca or
That's
the
what's absolutely
Aztec
what they do.
Empire." No
That's
one gives
absolutely
a
what they
fuck
do.
about the these empires,
Oh,
right?
revisionist
Yeah,
history.
what do you mean
is what you're
revision? No one gives a fuck. They care about the ethnic
So-
cleansing. They care about the genocide.
saying. You're right. Like the
Sure.
Aztecs were
No,
doing.
go ahead.
The Aztecs
Feel
were doing.
free to knock over. Hey, I'm consistent on this, right? I don't support any genocidal regime. I don't support Israel. I don't support the Aztecs. Okay, so it doesn't matter which one of which era it is. I don't support them. So if you want to knock it over, right? If you want to knock over the Aztecs or knock over Israel, I'm going to be supportive of that, right? But like no one is talking about that when we're talking
How
about
about the Incas?
indigenous People's Day, right? Talking about the genocide, right? The people who are the victims of all those things,
Yeah, the victims were the Aztecs, though. They're
and
indigenous.
also everyone else
You know,
at the
the
hands.
What about
regular
the?
people.
I got
after the
another one. I got
Spanish took
another one.
over, and
How
then
about the
enslaved
Karanka?
them?
How about the Karankawas here in Texas? They were cannibals as well. Or the
I do want to ask one
or the
question though.
Comanches.
So you're right. Like Native, like the there's like a book, the myth of the noble savage. This idea of like, well, Native Americans, they were all just peaceful before. It's not true at all, for sure.
Mhm.
But one of the things that Kamala said during her anti-American speech, as she's running for an office of America, is interesting. It's a colonial nation, right?
Let's go.
It is a colonial nation, and if you swear allegiance to the Constitution, you are swearing allegiance to a colonial constitution.
You are.
Now, you are, yeah. And I think it's a good thing, Prime, but of course,
you
you're
do.
consistent.
You're
Perhaps
a,
you don't
you're a
think that.
colonizer.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Colonizer right here.
Well,
Yeah,
Go ahead.
The word you're looking
Somewhere
for is
down,
winner.
somewhere back, you
Winner.
could probably find somebody who was, but I personally am not. But Kamala said spreading disease. That was one of the allegations that she put against the colonists. So she talked about like I think the first two examples, I forget what they were, but it was like, stealing land, killing or whatever. It's like whatever. I guess those are like things that you could morally condemn. But then the third one was spreading disease, and this one I'm super skeptical of because like, is this something that we would before germ theory hold somebody morally accountable for? Like, there's this concept like, oh, these immigrants are coming in spreading disease. Well, these are people that had no conception of germ theory. And yes, the smallpox and no, not actually as much as you think, right? But then there's smallpox, et cetera, that spread rapidly throughout the Americas. It's true. The vast majority of Native Americans who died from smallpox, dysentery, et cetera, that was spread from the European colonists. Nobody's denying that. But there's a question of, is there like a moral weight to that when they didn't know that would happen and they didn't intentionally infect the Native American population with smallpox?
I mean,
Wait,
in
we didn't?
instances where
We did not.
it was
wait,
purposeful,
we have proof of
then
this?
it's condemnable.
We don't. So
Well,
a lot of
How
people.
do we know we didn't do this intentionally? Wait, hold up.
There's no evidence of it, right? So we didn't have germ theory. There is.
You didn't have
So-
germ theory, but if you're sick and you're near somebody who's sick, they get sick. I mean, you could think it's bad juju or like the spirits or whatever, but you don't need germ theory to know that.
Yeah,
As
well,
in-
sure. But like Europeans have been living with smallpox and diseases would spread amongst each other for a long time. And now they had miasma theory, this idea that bad air caused it. So like there was some tangential relations with germ theory, but like they had no idea that the Native Americans would have just gotten wiped out by smallpox, right? This was not known.
They had to have known they'd get sick, which would weaken them.
Why would they know?
They could wipe them
Well, hold on. They may have thought that like perhaps they could have like figured, well, we get sick, so maybe they're going to get sick too. But it was not well understood that like I have smallpox, therefore you're going to get in contact and you get smallpox. What they thought is that disease was spread through miasma, which is bad air. Entirely different theory.
Wait a minute, hold on. I think this is simple. Now, I'm not a historian, so I haven't done like a historical deep dive into this. But my understanding is like there's like the smallpox, blankets
That's the British.
were spread.
No, it's not even the British. So I can explain that.
Okay.
No, I can explain that. Yeah. So there is of all the allegations of intentionally spread disease, there's the only evidence that I've ever been able to find is there is a single letter from a commander. It was in the British military, and I forget which year it was. This was well after the Spanish conquering of Americas. And there was a British officer who suggested, well, so this would have been like around the time of germ theory, suggested, well, what if we put the smallpox on the blankets and give it to them? And it was a request, and there's no evidence that request was ever met, and there's no evidence that smallpox was ever spread amongst the tribe that officer was talking about. So there was one letter indicating a suggestion. That's the only thing I've ever been able to find. Otherwise, it just seems to be
dying, and then everyone dying from smallpox.
That's why.
No, everyone was dying well before then because people spread disease.
So that's why I couched my I couched that in that way, that like, oh, I'm not a historian, I haven't looked into this. So I'll leave that alone because I don't know. But like to answer your question more directly, because there's two things you're asking here. One, is it moral? Do the Europeans have moral culpability for unintentionally spreading smallpox?
Yeah.
Right. Or any other disease? I would say no. For that, no. They had no idea. Yeah. So I'll just leave that alone. However, two, that being said, there was an idea. The other thing you're asking is that well, did they know about how to intentionally spread disease? And I think that they did. I don't know if they actually, did that in the Americas, right? Again, I'm not a historian, so I don't have some sort of large bit of knowledge on this. But they used to, when they were sieging a town, they would throw dead bodies into those towns, right?
You're talking about the Khanates and Kaffa, yeah. So there is history of this happening. But we do actually have a relatively good transcription of Cortez's invasion, right? Because Cortez went back multiple times. And when he first went there, Montezuma thought he was a god because, they thought the Spaniards were gods because they showed up covered in shiny metal. They had all this weird, unique things. And they believed them to be these demigods.
Here.
Yeah, these demigods, right? And there is no evidence of them intentionally spreading disease or cows or whatever. But when Cortez left and came back with a bigger army, right? The Aztecs had been wiped out by smallpox by the time they got back. That's why it was so easy to destroy the empire, is because they had been ravaged. It seemed as though the Native Americans were incredibly vulnerable to smallpox, to where even minor exposure was enough to cause a widespread epidemic and wipe out a large percentage of the population.
So no, that's not what I was referring to though. I was talking about in Europe, right? Like sending bodies over walls, right? Like you're surrounding a
During the
town.
Right.
plague.
Oh, did
Yeah,
you
yeah.
understand? Then I don't know why that.
So no, no. So the reason why, because so what I assumed is you were connecting, well, like they are throwing dead bodies or spreading that kind of illness. But keep in mind, like the reason they thought that caused illness was because of miasma theory. So
Yeah.
dead bodies smell bad. If you smell in the bad smell, then you get sick. And so we're going to launch smelly dead cows over, and then you're going to smell that smell and get sick. That was the idea. Like, and night air. There's also like pseudoscientific shit. But with the Native American smallpox spreading, like there again, I haven't been able to find any historical evidence, and it seems like a lot of the epidemics, at least initially, the history that we do have, it doesn't seem to indicate that the Europeans intentionally spread this disease.
So
right? They didn't know the Native Americans were so
I
susceptible.
wasn't connecting those two things. What I was
Okay,
just saying
right.
that like the idea that they knew that they could they could spread disease. I'll go to you right after Gibbs. Like through this method, right? So it's
Sure,
not like
yeah.
Europeans had no idea how to do this. Now whether they actually did it within the Americas, I'll leave it up to historians to argue. But yeah.
Yeah, there's miasma theory, which is like there's a somewhat of a connection between bad smell and disease. Obviously, right? Rotting bodies spread disease. They also smell bad. That was the connection in the European mind at the time. But it's imperfect, and it doesn't account for epidemic spreads.
Gibbs.
Yeah, but you know what else we do have evidence of while Lactoid is on this tangent is the worldwide death rates due to lung cancer caused by tobacco and deaths via cocaine, both of which were purposefully introduced to Europeans by the Native Americans. So we want to talk about purposeful introduction.
Syphilis. The Native Americans.
Syphilis.
Yep.
On purpose. They knew syphilis was caused by by sexual contact, and
I
they
don't know
gave
that,
it to them.
but-
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just lying about that part. But the cocaine and tobacco, we do know that they gave to them purposely. Now, why they did this? Who knows? However, we know that they did it, and we know as of at least the most recent estimate in modern times, tobacco's killed 8 million people, and we don't know what how many killed in the ancient games.
Tobacco killed people like fully. We didn't know that
We
it was
had
that bad
guesses.
until like the 50s, bro.
Well, but hold on. As long as we're holding people responsible for things they don't know about, then it makes sense. We should probably hold them responsible.
I mean, and you have to know that if you railed a line or something back in the day and you suddenly got heart problem and died, that it might be related. You know, there's some kind of...
They didn't have... Hold on. They had coca leaves they were chewing on. They didn't have like
Did
rails of...
What
yes,
did
they didn't have cocaine. Yes, they don't have... They didn't have like the fucking cocaine
They
lines
had
that we have
crystal
today.
meth
Same,
too. Did you know that?
Same, but different.
Okay, so hold on. So this is some new information that I'm hearing. The tobacco I knew the Native Americans had. I didn't know who invented cocaine. Right? I don't know when that was invented.
It was the evil Incan Empire.
The Incas chewed on coca leaves.
The evil Incans, because they were also bad, terrible people.
So that's not cocaine, though. To be clear, that's not cocaine.
It's not cocaine.
No,
you are right. It's the plant that cocaine comes from, but it's very
you know what it was? It was population
no.
control. It was population control used by the Incan Empire to keep their masses subservient.
I don't know about that. Maybe I have no idea. But
no, it was used like coffee.
Hold on,
bro.
Guy. Come on.
Like a bunch
you know,
of sources.
Lactoid. I'm not being dishonest.
MK
here,
Ultra,
right?
but
you're right on this. It's totally different.
Unfortunately, we
than cocaine.
can't have sources for the Incan because they use not. They use
you're smiling your face. I'm not sure if you are.
You say MK
No, Gibbs is just going after you.
You're high right now.
I'm not high yet, but we're getting there. And I will say, listen, there's a reason why we don't have any records on the evil Incan Empire. It's because they use a knot system to pass messages along instead of writing. So they could have been doing MK Ultra the whole time. We don't know. That's why their peasants probably were chewing coca. I'm just saying. And
also,
coffee.
The idea of syphilis. Syphilis came from the Americas.
Yeah, so there are a few diseases. So when the Europeans came, there was a lot of diseases that wiped out the Native Americans, but there were a few diseases that were endemic to the Americas that the Europeans hadn't really gotten yet, and one of them was syphilis. There's probably a few other ones too, but syphilis was the most notable one. And then the one that just like was just devastating to the Native Americans was smallpox, right? I mean, that's what wiped out the majority of them. And then dysentery, and then a few other. Measles was a big deal as well.
You know what? We can all agree that it's great to live in the modern day with antibiotics.
Yeah, and not having to be worried about getting sacrificed and turned into Bazzoli. Big fan.
Arguably, Christopher Columbus.
Don't you follow Dionysus?
In line.
I mean,
that's
now
a good
personally,
point.
I would, if the apocalypse times comes, and you're not in the Gibbs group, you're going to be on the menu. I'm just saying,
I know you're mentally preparing for that.
we're ready. It's coming.
Right. But yeah, to be clear, yeah, like chewing, like the
Coca leaves.
yeah, the coca leaves, right? Like you can, like, true cocaine comes from that, but like cocaine is a concentrated version of this, right? Like it has very different effects than like the mind the numbing effects of like chewing on coca leaves, right? Or whatever like euphoria you get, right? We can understand there's a reason why like those drug companies, not drug companies, excuse me, cartels, same thing.
That good old Pfizer cocaine. Although at one time it was made by Bayer. Like you could buy cocaine on the shelf.
Yeah, they is a
was
reason
in
why they spend all that
Coca-Cola.
time and money like refining coca leaves into cocaine, right? Because they would just ship the leaves. They didn't have to put that effort in. They would just ship the leaves if they're the same thing. Clearly they're not the same thing, right? It's like the forest, right? A forest has wood. That's the same as a chair. Well, no, that's not how that works, right? There's a processing part.
If I cut a tree down and sit on the log, it's the same thing as a chair. What do you mean?
There you go.
It's
You've
more of a
nailed it.
bench.
You've
Not
nailed
that
it.
mobile though.
Yeah.
Well, you can roll a log. It's real mobile.
You know what?
But
If you're that strong, kudos.
yeah.
Beef. It's what's for dinner.
So let's talk about while we're waiting for again for a few more people to show up. Let's talk about the campaign. So guys, what are your thoughts on the campaign? Do you think Kamala is in trouble? Do you think the Harris campaign is in trouble? What's going on?
Well, according to the keys person, it's a lock. Kamala has the keys, according to Lichman, the historian, and but
I don't know
yeah,
what you're referring to. I'm sorry.
no, you
He's
haven't
a
heard of
hack.
him.
Yeah, you can listen to him. I don't like him.
14
But
keys
I
in
don't know if he's
one.
like I'm obviously not going to like say he has any sort of like scientifically rigorous, but like whatever, he's got some sort of process that.
No, he doesn't. He has a process that is identical to cutting that off a chicken and throwing it into a big circle and seeing where it ends up. And hey, it's been right the past 8 times, so it's going to be right the 9th time too. The polling shows that they are dead even. Trump historically overperforms the polls, and he is either ahead or almost exactly tied in the swing states that he needs to win the election. All the betting averages put him ahead. I think Polymarket has him up by a total of 10%. He's at 55.
50,
She's at 45.
55. Yeah.
Yeah, and then even
Yeah,
the other
but
even the other betting
betting
websites.
averages.
Yeah, but no, this matters, right? Because people are putting their money on this, and the prior
Right, but
there's
a lot
other
of people
betting
make
websites also have them
choices
ahead.
subconsciously due to what they want to happen.
Fake news.
So
That's we've already been on. This is a really interesting argument that you bring up here, and I've really pushed back on this on many panels now. That is actually an inherently bad gambler's tactic, and people that are betting on elections tend to be better bettors, at least as far as winning money wise, right? And when I say I want to push back on this. I'll give you an example of how like an MMA fight card betting system would work, right? You would go and bet 12 fights, and then you'd see one, you go, hey, this guy's the 8-1 underdog, and he should really be like a 3-1 underdog or 2-1, right? And you'd bet like $500 to win like I don't know 4,000 or however much, right?
I
And so
understand how that works.
yeah, so if
I'm
you're
just saying,
betting
like
on a
in
large
this
scale, why do you care
situation,
who
people,
wins? Yeah, if you care who
well,
wins, then you're a
people are
bad bettor.
more attached to who wins the presidential election than they are who wins a singular MMA fight. So
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, so even more so, right? Like, you would have to want to be unbiased if you're really betting on something that people care about. You're gonna want to read the room and go, "Hey, I really got to take myself out
if you're a
if I'm
good
gonna put
bettor.
money on this." Well, yeah, I mean, people that
A
bet on
lot of
elections
people
tend to be
fucking
better
suck.
bettors. Well, the statistics say that people that bet on elections are better bettors.
Well, yeah, better than other ones, but still obviously the human.
Either some of
element.
us are giga chads, some are afraid to put money on stuff.
Some of us don't have money to put down on
Look,
stuff right now.
Well, I mean, with Biden's inflation, how can we? But I
Well,
just
Yeah,
want to point out,
exactly.
I
And it
just want
continues
to.
for these
with the
policies,
2 weeks
Biden's
I wasn't
global
working for the
inflation
fake
up.
hurricanes.
Biden's
or whatever
inflation
the fuck it
Canada.
was.
which might have been caused by. I'm just kidding.
So it is.
Mm.
Look, she can win. Just to be clear, I don't think it's a lock. I think the polls are incredibly close, and it is possible that she wins. I do think that Trump is ahead right now in terms of like how we're just measuring it. You know, if I had to bet today, I'm betting that he wins the election.
Also, Polymarket declared Vance the winner for the record.
So
it's official.
The way I see it as an observer of this is I see a lot of pro-Trumpers being out in the streets, right? A lot of MAGA in the streets. They're vocal, they're loud. I can see them. I can see a lot of never-Trumpers, right? I can see never-Trumpers in the street, and then those seem to be the biggest push for Kamala that I'm seeing. But then I don't see too many people who are like pro-Kamala. Like
a lot of them. I feel like
the discussion I'm seeing every single time about Kamala is, hey, do we like her, guys?
She's not.
And
Trump.
then the way it's working is, like the pro-Trump guys are like they're in it.
Oh, yeah,
the never Trump people are also in it, so they're gonna vote for Kamala. But they're not. It's not that they're pro-Kamala. They're just against Trump. And then I don't see a pro-Kamala crowd. I don't see them anywhere. I see a lot of infighting. I see amongst, like, you know, especially right now we have the Palestine thing. There was a huge divide going on between like young progressive like black people and then like the pro-Palestine divide. On like there was
most of those people aren't regular voters. Like honestly, the studies showed that most of those people are not people who go out and vote. So I mean, they are activists, but not necessarily consistent voters. So I mean, if there's infighting,
but if all the people that are vocalizing their opinions are not pro, I don't see anyone who's like happily pro Kamala. Name like who?
What do you mean, like name individuals? Like
no, I mean not individuals, but where are the groups? Where are the trolls?
Harry Sisson. He is in favor of anything that anybody
like where
puts up.
Where are the hats? Where are the where's anything that's like pro Kamala? Where's the
you know what else? Doing a lot of that stuff in the villages. I mean, more local
in Michigan.
Organizations.
In Michigan, all of Dearborn and the surrounding Detroit metro area in Michigan was receiving literal pamphlets and flyers delivered to their houses. How like Kamala's like so pro-Israel, that's the pro-Israel party. This is like there's billboards being taken up. I see no pro-Kamala anything.
Well, I think you could say the same thing in 2020. Like, it wasn't the whole talking point is like Biden's like hiding in his basement, and you know he's just like not out.
Nobody's got like Biden signs, and nobody's riding for Biden.
And he got the most votes of any president in history. Like,
allegedly, right?
Yeah, you're high, Gibbs. So
Gibbs is great.
No, I mean, you know what else though? Just to add to what Aaliyah said is like I'm seeing a lot of people that I know that are real. Like, remember, I'm not really a huge Trump guy. I guess I'm riding for Trump or whatever now. But like, I see people I know that hate Trump, right? But then like today, someone sent me the clip from the Trump team that they put out today, and Trump and whoever's on his team are goddamn savages, and they're fucking hilarious. And this was the clip today, was Bill Clinton saying, and I quote, "If we had vetted the people, that Lincoln Riley would still be alive. If we had vetted all these millions of people coming through and forced her through, she would still be alive." And then as soon as he finishes saying that, the clip goes, "Brought to you by whatever super PAC paid for by Donald Trump." And I'm like, and like
they do that a lot.
Yeah, and my lefty friends have been sending me this all day. They're like, I don't really have a response for this. And I'm like, now these are the normies, but like, I'm like, that's hilarious. It's because like they're savage, and Trump is cool. Like, how awesome is it to see these like memes where he's like, "Oh yeah, I got shot for my country," and he's like, "Fight!" Like he's just like a savage.
Riley,
I don't know.
who's that again?
Somebody was killed by
say her name, Price. Say her name.
Fucking people are killed by citizens every day.
Sorry, which
she
one?
was the one.
I don't really think that's too much of a talking point.
She was essayed and murdered by.
That's great. That happens
a
lot.
I actually don't know who she is, so I want to hear her.
She was a young woman in Georgia that was, I believe it was Georgia. She was essayed and then murdered by a person that had been convicted of murder in another country.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And they had been let in specifically by somebody on like by the Biden admin. So
wait. I didn't. Wait. This person had been convicted of murder. This person had been convicted of murder of a different country, and they knew this when they let this guy in.
I don't know if they knew this or not, allegedly, but the Biden administration allowed them in, and we find out they're for murder in like I don't know what country.
Well, if they didn't know by that logic, I mean.
Well, that's why they wanted the Lincoln Riley bill to like people arrest people and see if they had charges in other countries if they had their look, and then shot that down.
Problem with that kind of thing, I just think this focus on one instance is kind of.
What about? I mean, I can give you lots of instances if you want me to start listing local news reports from our area. I mean, how many murders and assaults And like, do you need before it's an issue for you?
Ollie.
How many murders and assaults happen in your area that are specifically done by illegal
I mean,
immigrants
last week
compared to
we had last
non-immigrants?
week we had 60 members of Tren de Agua arrested at a apartment complex after they tried to burglarize several homes. And then in Dallas the week before, we had a 67-year-old woman who was beaten, assayed, tied up, and then had a bunch of stuff stolen by 3 members of Tren de Agua in a suburb of Dallas last week. This is just last week. How many times is this okay for this to happen? Like, I get that. Yeah, you can argue citizens do this, but these people aren't even supposed to be here. They're literally here illegally. That's
Well,
kind of the
then
problem.
we probably need more. We probably need more judges to process.
Or
it
just the
because we
wall,
really
like
need
so that like they can come
Just
through
the
and then they can be
wall.
vetted.
No.
So I'm looking right here.
the
So
asylums. Okay.
well, this
I'm
is
not
this is the this is the controversy about it, like in Riley. This person, Jose Antonio Ibarra, entered the U.S. illegally in September of 2022, and between that time and the murder, he had been arrested in multiple various jurisdictions for various crimes, and they just kept letting him go afterwards, and then he killed her.
Yeah. Okay.
Isn't that an
Uh,
issue with like
that-
policing and not necessarily?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Well,
what
well,
kind of crimes, because this happens
uh,
with like sexual crimes all the time.
So it doesn't appear to be like the crimes that he'd been like.
When we say illegal immigrant, was he what? Was he asylum seeker? Did he just
No, he just
like
crossed the southern border.
at random?
Yeah.
Or are you sure it was that, or did he like overstay visa? Like
According to Wikipedia, it says the suspect is a 26-year-old Venezuelan, Jose Antonio Ibarra, who had entered the U.S. illegally in September of 2022, crossing the U.S. southern border with Mexico
What a coincidence!
near El Paso, Texas.
Let's go
according to Jeffrey
to
Clark.
Ali. Sorry, Ali, you want to jump in?
Well, not about this. If they want to keep going,
Okay.
and on
okay.
this topic, we're probably Corey.
But coincidentally, Venezuelan. After we've been talking about Venezuelan crime wave coming through the southern border of Texas. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, it's like we say these things, and everybody else goes, "Ha ha, y'all don't know what you're talking about." And it's like, well, you're not having to deal with this clearly.
Here's the thing, like a lot of the things that, we're suggesting here about people, committing crimes and stuff like that. I mean, crime obviously happens. Obviously, I think people should be vetted more, but I mean, there are already measures for that people are proposing that I have no problem with. So sure, I guess. I just don't think it's justification for
Even ICE, right?
mass
They are saying that
deportation.
13,000 people, undocumented people that they're not aware of, like that have crossed illegally, not asylum seekers. These are illegal. This is according to ICE. 13,000 of them have probably been convicted of homicide in other countries, and that's okay because hey, we don't need secure borders.
Wait.
So it was
How do they-
shoplifting, a
I've heard this
DUI.
before, and how did they know if they weren't asylum seekers, they just crossed the border illegally? How would they know their identity, let alone their criminal history? I'm confused as to how they figured. I'm not like saying you're lying. I'm just saying like what the fuck, how would you even know?
Well, that's NBC News reporting it. So I mean, NBC News would be lying. I mean, they're pretty leftist, so if they're saying it's probably way higher.
Well, that's great and all, but I'm asking how.
I don't know. I can post.
I'd assume it'd be the criminals that left. There's data of the ones who. Oh no, actually, yeah. I wouldn't know.
Well, hold on. Isn't this one of the criticisms that because they're illegal, we can't like determine?
I mean, I would say they
background?
probably have an estimate. They probably know the ratio. Like, oh, we've caught these people, right? We know they're known associates based off after they've done something, and then they can estimate. That'd be my guess. I mean, I'll post the story. I mean, it seems like that's what they're saying. They have like estimate ways to like estimate the
If
data.
that's the case, Lactoid, then we should probably vastly open up our legal routes so that people can legally cross the border, and we can have better documentation of them. I think
that would be one position,
both.
but frankly, sure, but frankly,
well,
I think
documentation was bad.
Oh, hold on. There's a number of so I don't know. My perspective is if like you just immigrate to a country and then you start committing crime. Now I agreed like these crimes, it was shoplifting, stuff like that. So it wasn't like major, but like if you just come into a country and start committing crimes, why should this person stay if we can deport them?
I don't know.
Felonies, sure.
No, I'm fine with that. I mean,
I'm
depends on
saying
the
if they're committing severity
of the crimes. I'm fine with like, especially within a few year like they're kind of on like probation almost a little bit, just slightly. Like if they commit like serious crimes and they get sent back, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, if it's they're committing a felony, then I'm okay.
Wait, why does it have to be a felony? Like, let's say somebody comes in like shoplifts 8 times in a row and it's all misdemeanors. Like, I still would want this person deported.
In most
I-
states,
Why-
Why do you want them deported?
Because this idea of like
hurting Americans, like
there's people who just like come in and then immediately start committing all these petty crimes. Like there doesn't seem they're not.
What about
good for
people that
society.
live here and just commit like petty crimes? Should they just be
Yeah,
jailed?
where do we deport them? We do
No,
jail
should we
them.
just jail them?
But hold on.
We should, yes,
Like
we should jail them.
indefinitely? No,
Actually,
hold on,
not
indefinitely?
indefinitely. Not
Here's the
indefinitely.
Why are you
problem-
kicking out
here's the
the other
problem-
people indefinitely?
No, hold on, Ollie. Here's the problem I have with your logic, right? Okay, this is the problem I
Yeah.
have, and I take umbrage with all the leftists that keep bringing this up. Is one, all
Why-
right? America's a country, right? Now whether we agree a country should exist or not, it's a whole different topic. I didn't know that Fabian was here, but I will say this: like, hey, we're a country. A country's duty first is to its citizens, right? So the citizens are being harmed by members of a populace that are not citizens, right? Hey, guess what? That's really bad. And we should put our citizens first in this scenario. Now, should we allow our citizens to go run free? No, they should pay for the crimes too. However, if we're going to have these other people just coming in and like harming American citizenry, because that's what shoplifting is, you're harming small business owners, yes, kick them out because they're not us. It's really that simple.
So yeah, the thing is like, you want me to take on the idea that the American government is supposed to care about its citizens in this like very specific situation where we have to kick the immigrants out because the immigrants are committing crimes that we don't like. But when our citizens are committing any of the crimes, we don't care about our citizens ever. And yeah, like the one, yeah,
Nobody
like, I don't
said that.
see the,
Nobody's saying
no,
that.
no,
That's a fake false equivalency.
No.
Reason
You're saying the
why a lot
government's
of
duty.
people-
The
Republicans are generally tough on
He
crime.
said the government's highest duty is to protect its citizens, and people that are attacking the citizens are non-citizens. We need to get them out of here, right? This is like for like high crime, like felony crime. But when it comes to things like shoplifting, when it comes to like breaking like the speeding limit, whatever it may be, I don't really think that's like a deport worthy.
Well,
I
can I ask you, Ollie?
We should be what?
Well, hold
You're
on.
gonna
Let me
ask
ask. Well, yeah, under your logic, why should we even deport an illegal immigrant who commits aggravated battery? Right? Because regular citizens commit aggravated battery, and we don't throw them in prison for life. Why even deport the ones who commit violent felonies?
Well, when you're doing violent felonies to people and you're like, I don't think you deserve to be around people if you're doing violent crimes. Yes.
Oh, so you're treating them differently than a citizen.
Me and you don't disagree. If you're committing violent crimes as a citizzen, you should be jailed 3 times and you can go to jail.
Yeah,
for,
jailed, but not deported. You were making the comparison before. You were saying, well, we don't deport you as citizens or jail them indefinitely for committing shoplifting. So you're trying to draw this this criticism of, well, we treat illegal immigrants differently than citizens. Of course we do, but you do as well for like violent felonies. We don't deport American citizens who commit violent felonies. Why should we deport illegal immigrants who commit violent felonies at all?
Well, because once again, they're showing that they don't want to be here and play by any rules. So for the vast majority of illegal immigrants, the crimes that they are breaking so happen to be that they're existing on land that we don't want them to be on. So their crime is just existing within the land. I don't think that's deportable. I think people that want to be here, that want to work, that actually will improve our society, our civilization, whatever it may be, however you want to see it, should have a fast track to becoming Americans.
Sure,
because
this is my argument.
Because they're coming in and benefiting us more than the people that actually do live here. So instead of sitting here and focusing all our time and efforts on like these illegals that are committing the crimes, right? We should focus in on making people citizens. And I can guarantee you that that if you make the people citizens, those citizens will be tougher on the illegal immigration than you, who is an American, because people who gain citizenship in this country typically dislike the people who are doing things illegally. That they typically have a newfound love and joy for this country. So if anything, if you want to,
we can keep them. We can keep them.
But you're not. That's what I'm saying. The whole focus is on kicking out people. We never focus on.
That's not my focus.
In.
That's not my focus. I know you started by saying we should keep people who want to work and have an idea of like working and being good. But people who come in and start shoplifting, these are not the people that are coming in to work and like make America a better place.
Shoplifting?
Yeah, but this is the other issue you're missing.
Doesn't matter.
This is the other issue.
Why wouldn't that matter? Of course it would matter.
Why would it matter? If they come into shoplift, they're not being productive citizens.
Hold on 1 second. If they came, that's such a ridiculous statement. If they came into shoplift, why the fuck would you like travel across the desert. Go,
No, I'm not saying crime.
cartels do- but the cartels do do that.
One second,
The cartels do do that.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
No,
that.
because we got to get these clip. But that language matters, right?
Yeah, but
I'm not
the
saying
black
that.
who likes to
rings
needle
owned
me on
by the
language all the
cartels.
time.
Can
Now,
I
when-
clarify?
Okay.
I know the hang up. I'm not saying that they like. I'm gonna cross the border to go steal from
Cartels
Walmart
do
because
this,
they have
okay.
nicer things. I'm not saying that. Okay.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that you're right. There'd be a hell of a lot of effort just to steal some, T-shirts from Walmart for sure.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, going along all these logic of, I asked why do we even deport the violent felons, and he said, well, no, because sure, those people should be deported because they don't deserve to be here. But the people who come in here wanting to work and they do work and they do have a good record and everything, we should deport them. And I'm somewhat on board with this argument. I'm not super hawkish on immigration. I think Gibbs is much more hawkish on immigration than I am.
Well, I'm a
But the ones
reformer too.
but the ones that come in and then commit crime, clearly they're not in the position, they're not here in America in a position to be a productive member of society if they're stealing.
Hold
Wait,
on.
hold on.
Hold on.
Here, no, hold on. There's a big hole in your whole argument here.
Wait,
There's a big hole.
they're
All right,
obviously in a position. They're obviously not in a position where they're coming in because they have to come here illegally. They're escaping whatever it may be they're escaping from, or they're coming here to work. There isn't a fast track way of getting it. People are waiting X amount of years. So by nature of them being here, they are already by nature of them being here, they're already criminal to you.
Not to me.
Well, I mean, not to you, but in the argument, they would just have to be. So they're already breaking a crime, right? In accordance to the law. So you're already saying that they're not.
But I care. Hold on, I care less about that. I don't care because it's a self-defining crime. Yes, they're here. Technically, that's a crime. Okay, I understand why that's weak. But what is strong? If they're stealing from people, that's actually a moral wrong. You're hurting people. You're coming to this country and then you just start hurting people. If you're just here, you're not hurting people. So I don't really care all that much about that crime.
One and two, I do think it depends on the context of what's being happened. I don't think stealing is always morally or just wrong.
It's hurting people. You're hurting people by stealing.
Before we get lost in that part, that's a conversation.
Can I say
let Katja and then we'll get Gibbs, all right?
So, all I was gonna say is honestly, I'd feel the best argument for cutting things off at misdemeanors and felonies. I'm totally fine with people with felonies or who could do a felony getting, deported and all that stuff. I just think with misdemeanors, it gets kind of really dicey because with a lot of misdemeanors, a lot of those, I'd say the best argument to make would be that the going through the process of deporting the person, unless we're on our fifth misdemeanor, the utility of going through the process to deport the person would be a bigger deal than just saying whatever and having them pay restitution or face the punishment for the misdemeanor here the same as everybody else.
I don't necessarily agree with that, and what I'm really concerned about is in that case having otherwise felonies be charged as misdemeanors. We already know the DAs play with the charges sometimes in order to accomplish certain political goals. But then also
what are we talking about here?
So assault. Let's say there would normally be a felonious assault. They find out this guy's an illegal immigrant. Well, we don't want to go through the trouble of deporting him, or it's going to look bad if we deport him. So we're going to charge it as a misdemeanor.
So we would have to have evidence that this is gonna this happens.
This happens. Yes, DAs will regularly downcharge.
Are we how often?
I don't know the exact rate. You can watch The Wire. It's very obvious from The Wire. It's a great show. They go into it in depth.
Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, so here I want to really take this back a little bit how we began this conversation, partially because the Dems here have done something, which is what we call bait and switch. That's what just happened, right? What y'all did was we talked about this issue, and y'all said, "Hey, what about all these asylum seekers?" All right, you know what? I probably am the most hawkish person here. However, I have always advocated for we need a better immigration policy. I think we need to have more people in, et cetera, if they want to work. However, if y'all remember the story and the NBC article that I posted in there, both these talk about what's the issue. We have 13,000 people probably that are in here that have got homicide convictions. And this other person that killed after SA and Leek and Riley, guess what? They entered here illegally because the border wasn't secure and they weren't asylum seekers. So even if we did everything y'all wanted, these people still would have died. Also, the same people with these Tren de Agua people. So y'all aren't really trying to solve the problem. Y'all just hate people that live along the border that have to deal with this.
We want more judges to process these things, and then obviously more Because
but-
if there's a
but-
way for people to get stuff processed
So-
or a better way for people to immigrate,
Why do you
legally,
hate
there will
Texas
be fewer-
ranchers? Why do you hate Texas ranchers? Because here's what happened. Just on my
because
ranch
they
alone,
can get- I don't know.
no,
like,
no,
what?
just on my ranch alone, in the last 3 months, we have had about $8,000 to $12,000 in lost revenue due to coyotes crossing through areas that we control and killing cattle to feed to their groups. This is a problem. We've installed drones. We've got cameras up that like make loud noises and shit now, and they see them to start talking to them. We have 24-hour surveillance all over all of our properties, and it's a problem. Now, I'm just one rancher. Imagine this being a statewide issue, and what are we supposed to do? We're just supposed to go here and go, oh, it's because we didn't give them asylum. No, these are people that are doing things illegal on our land, and y'all are just going to tell us to fuck ourselves.
Right. Do you think
That could be
they're
stopped by a wall, which
just
is
doing it that way, or like, you know, killing people's cattle for food, like just like for fun? And if there was a better way for them to do things, you know, safely and like different parts of it. Obviously, I think crossing areas should be established. And I mean, if you want to have more ice or you want to have,
I think they
like,
do it because
more
they can.
border
Why would
patrol,
you? Why would
whatever.
you want to do something like that you have to pay more money for when you can do it illegally for cheaper? I mean, isn't that the whole reason a lot of
Or
people
it'd
say
be cheaper
that they're
if it'd be
saviors?
documented. It'd be much
No,
cheaper
it
if
wouldn't.
doc-
It wouldn't in many
Yeah,
cases.
of course
It's
it
not.
would.
It's not the whole.
easy to
No, the
sneak
whole
onto
reason
somebody's
that
property
people
and
come.
kill their cattle
No,
and
the
just
whole
take away the
the whole reason that people don't become documented racists is because the monetary issue for a lot of people. So no, you're
No,
wrong.
it's literally the
Unequivocally,
opposite
you're
of that.
wrong.
It's
It's
literally the
literally
opposite
not.
of that.
It is not the opposite.
It's literally the
Money
opposite of
is
that. Hold on.
money is a
Okay.
barrier.
So-
Money is absolutely a barrier.
Okay,
And there's a
then if
reason
that's the case,
they come
then
here illegally.
if that's the case, then
on
we should
top of
lower,
that,
barrier,
you
but it's
still
not-
haven't
lower
offered
the
a
monetary
solution.
barrier.
Hold
And
on,
that's the
we
case, and then
approved the
that's
walls
another
work down
reason
here,
that we
and y'all
should
just don't like
we should
personal
expand
property.
our
Y'all just hate
documented
personal
avenues
property.
and lower the monetary barrier.
So,
If that's
why
the
do y'all
case,
hate people
then
that
that's
have?
more
Why do
reason
you hate
to make it
ranchers?
easier for people to get here? Hold
So
on.
we're supposed to
one
just
sec,
get
one sec, hold on.
fucked?
No,
Like-
that's the opposite of what I'm saying, Gibbs. Hold on, but let's get Corey, and I'll jump in, and you can finally understand what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I just have a question. Well, maybe to clarify it further. So, from what I understand of the Lake and Riley story, like, well, she got through in Texas, right? From what I understand, like, according to you, Gibbs, like, didn't like Trump. Why is this an issue in Texas then? Didn't Trump solve it?
I'll
Didn't he
tell
build
you
a
who
wall
solved it.
between?
I tell you who solved it.
Oh,
Greg
that's not
Abbott.
my question. That's not my question.
This is before Operation Lone Star.
Yeah, but wasn't Trump's whole thing was like he built a wall between Mexico and Texas? Didn't he do that?
I mean, it was started and it was shut down.
Oh,
By-
so he
by
didn't
the
finish
Dems,
it.
by the Dems. The Dems shut
Boy,
down.
oh, it's the Dem shit. But isn't like Trump the best deal maker with the biggest brain?
The biggest argument you can make here is that under Trump there was Remain in Mexico, which is that illegal immigrants, while waiting for their pending asylum cases, which you can just claim asylum, by the way, it is a absolutely abused system. And the way around this abuse system was, well, if you do that, you can do that, but you have to wait in Mexico while we review your case. Like, it's true. Under Trump, there was like record low levels of illegal immigration because of this, right? Because,
Mexico
well, fuck, what's the point?
Not a fan of that policy. Generally, if
They were
something
paid
involves
for it.
another country, we have to kind of work together with them for this. Like,
We
you
did.
can't just be like,
We paid them. We paid them to host the
That's
the
great.
As far
asylees.
as I know,
They-
the Harris campaign also did a similar Sorry, the
No.
Biden Harris campaign also
They
did
repealed it.
No, hold on. They have like those stopover nations that you, when you're traveling to, like, you have to like seek asylum in the first nation. These are
Mhm.
asylum nation. There's a term for this.
Oh, no, the EU did something like that, but Biden almost immediately upon getting elected eliminated Remain in Mexico. There's a whole like
It's not-
case, like
I'm not
there's a
talking
bunch of
about remaining-
litigation
I'm
about
not
it.
talking about remaining in Mexico. I'm talking about another policy, and I'm not talking about the EU. I know what the EU did, but I know in America we also
And they
did
tore
this.
down walls.
That like
They
you
tore
have.
down walls.
There's no comparable policy to Remain in Mexico that Biden did.
I'm not talking about. I don't know what you bring up remaining in Mexico. Like, there was a specific policy, where you had to go to certain countries that were established, to like apply for asylum there. Like, the first country you're passing. So you're going from the bottom of South America to the United States, right? If it's Colombia, and Colombia I don't think was one of them, but if you travel through Colombia, well, then you have to use Colombia. You have to apply for asylum in Colombia and stay there while you're being processed to move forward. But I mean, we can look into this. But I know we absolutely had this policy.
We should look
I
into it because
believe-
obviously it didn't work.
I believe well, good, because I want more people to come here. But and fuck this policy. I believe it would happen in the Biden under the Biden years, but I could be wrong about that. So I don't want to get too hard. But I know this policy fucking existed. But back to it. So to Gibbs, right? So I have two things. I want to say stuff to Gibbs and to Lactoid. To Gibbs, no, I don't want to leave ranchers to fend for themselves. And in fact, I think that would be a bad thing. I think that would lead to a lot of tragedies with ranchers trying to control their land or whatever, right? So what I would like to do is, rather than like building more barriers that forces crossers, right? Immigrants to try to get across on people's private lands, right? Forcing them to try to do that, or other dangerous methods of getting into the country. Let's vastly expand the documented lanes. If it's expensive to go through the documented system, which it's I think it's absolutely more expensive to be undocumented from actually knowing undocumented people and knowing their struggles. But okay, let's say that's the case. Then whatever those monetary issues, let's lower those barriers so that people will be encouraged to go through the documented route, and we'll have a place to actually do so. And the better documented we are, the better we'll be able to tell if they had committed some sort of invalidating crime, and then we can send them home. Like, sorry, you can't come here. That's the path forward. Then to our friend Lactoid, I'd like to ask about your deportation rhetoric, right? You were saying, so for misdemeanors, you would deport people, correct?
It depends on the kind of misdemeanor, but like stealing, yeah, I would.
Why now on the kind
What?
of misdemeanor?
Well, again, like my thought process of what I think should be legal and should be not, right? If they are like convicted of like possession of marijuana, I don't think there should be a crime anyway. I don't give a fuck, and I really don't care. They're not hurting anybody, right?
Okay.
And if somebody comes in here and they're not hurting somebody, they're just working.
Okay.
I don't really care to get rid of them. Like why are we spending money when they're just here working and maybe smoking a little bit of weed? I don't care. But if you have somebody who's like coming here and then it's like, oh, they're stealing from people, and now they're hurting people, and now I'm less sympathetic to their cause.
So all right. Well, I think there's a case there to be made for a person hurting others. I think we could just like hand them over to our justice system, and then that can deal with them. They're like some sort of repeat offender, right? Like they're constantly, stealing, doing misdemeanors, right? At some point in time, we say, okay, well, you gotta have a long jail sentence. That works for me. I don't know why you necessarily have to remove them for that, but I could probably give on that particular issue.
Okay.
But in any case, I want to push back on your idea that it doesn't matter why. Because of course it matters why, right? If we can find out why people are committing crimes and address that reason, then they might not commit the crimes anymore, right? So if so if the people are stealing food because they don't have food, well, if we give them food, then they won't steal food.
Right. This is why I was preempting this argument by saying it doesn't matter. What I mean by it doesn't matter is if they come in here and start stealing for fun, then they're the type of person I don't want in America anyway. And if they come in here and they steal because they're hungry, then they're not productive enough to work for their own food. So why are they here?
The kind of person I don't want in this country.
They're the kind of person that I don't want here in this country. People who can't
these people.
Ideally, we would, but there's no place to send them. So I don't know where.
Yeah. So hold on one second.
Undocumented immigrants for the immigrants.
I handle this. So when you come in here undocumented, you have less access to any resources. Everything is tougher for an undocumented citizen. So if you're saying that, well, these people aren't in a good position to be productive, I would agree, right? Like I've assisted an undocumented citizen myself, right? Trying to navigate this one. You know this, right? Like I've talked to you about this, how difficult it is for an undocumented citizen to like get a bank account and then maybe start a business. All these things are barriers. Another reason to make them documented. so that they can access the resource they need. Well, there's no reason to put these endless barriers in front of them so that they can be protected. The person I was dealing with, right, is the person who really literally wanted to start a business and was being kept from starting a business by our immigration laws. What sense does that make, right? They were
Yeah,
trying
I
to
agree
be
with you on that.
productive. Yeah.
So,
So
and maybe we can build a bridge here. Let's
Okay.
say we did remove some of those barriers
Mhm.
to the point where it's like somebody coming in here isn't going to be faced with so many barriers when it comes to working or starting their own business or whatever. Then, like, that kind of removes their excuse if they're starting to steal now. Because now in my mind, it's like, well, if you're coming here to work and there's really not like the barriers that we're talking about here to prevent you from working, why are you stealing food instead of working for your food?
Fair.
Well, one other thing I wanted to say about, what makes it harder for undocumented immigrants to be undocumented is the fact that undocumented immigrants are at a much higher risk of getting screwed over by their employers and also getting becoming the victims of crimes like human trafficking and like forced labor. Like especially in these agricultural areas, we've got people getting paid way less than they should, and they really can't go to the police because of fear of deportation. So if these people had papers, then they would be able to call out this exploitation of their labor, and then they'd have more money to pay for food. Because I mean, if they're getting paid like $2 an hour in some cases, they're probably not going to have enough money to live and feed themselves and this and that and the other. Because obviously stuff here is more expensive than that.
I mean,
Thank you.
I'm in favor of abolishing the minimum wage, though. So I mean, that argument's not going to ring super hard with me.
Thank you, Aiko, my friend Aiko, who resubbed 35 months.
Right, but they can't.
Thanks for resubbing 35 months. He says, I know one rancher who lost land to eminent domain for the border wall. Why does Gibbs hate Texas ranchers? Yeah, Gibbs. Why do you hate Texas ranchers?
To respond to this as someone who's also lost land due to the border wall. You know what? Hey, sometimes sacrifices must be made for the greater good of Texas. And this is why I'm not a libertarian. Sometimes Texas comes first. And there's a reason why Prime advocated for Project Lone Star just a few minutes ago by advocating that we need barriers that funnel people to legal areas of immigration, because that's what Project Lone Star is aiming to do. But the evil, treasonous Biden-Harris administration came down and tore down barriers and allowed people to come in after Trump had put some of these up. So yeah, I thank Prime for agreeing with me on that. And I've also advocated we should lift a lot of these restrictions. I absolutely agree. I think that'd be better. But here's the kicker, is that if we do that and we put up the wall, we can stop a lot of the sex trafficking, because that's what's happening with a lot of the illegal immigration. But however, everybody's so afraid of security and deterrence that y'all, because it sounds nasty, dirty, that y'all are willing to suffer and allow more sex trafficking because y'all don't want security.
Oh.
That's the hard truth of it.
Can I respond to Lactoid earlier and what he was saying about, like, I understand that you're not big on the minimum wage, but I feel like that argument goes even if there was no minimum wage, because people who, fear deportation can't just as easily change jobs because they obviously can't work ones that aren't willing to, pay them under the table or this, that, and the other. They also can't, collectively bargain or, really talk against it at all because, like, obviously they could just call ICE on you. So having people have papers just allows them to, even in a system without a minimum wage, kind of, be able to do more there.
I also don't want to require employers to hire who they don't want to hire. The one point
If they were documented immigrant, then, there shouldn't be discrimination against documented immigrants hiring them.
In Lactoid's world, that's okay.
That's up for the employers, in my opinion. But the one thing I will say though that I think is fair, the one thing I will say that I think is fair is you could have a situation in which an illegal immigrant comes in the country and agrees to work for like $4 an hour or whatever, and then only gets paid $2 an hour, and they say, hey, you stiffed me, what the fuck? And the employer says, what are you going to do about it? You're going to go run to the cops? Go ahead. That's a problem. Sure. I don't know how often like an immigrant's going to get deported in that situation. Like I have had cases where arguably similar things have happened, and you're not even allowed to bring up the fact that this person's an illegal immigrant in the court proceedings. And if you do, the judge is going to go fucking ham on your ass. Like you cannot even bring that up, right? You can't use someone's legal status as a weapon to prevent them from bringing a case. But I agree with you that maybe some illegal immigrants don't know that, and maybe that they are under the impression that they can't bring these cases, even if they can.
that, and then also kind of the idea of like, if somebody makes too much noise or that they, might report something, that the employer or somebody else could just call ICE and just report them as being an illegal immigrant, like irregardless of like the court proceedings of that, just as a second thing, just contact immigration. So
Well, then the
obviously
employer will get in
people are
trouble.
fearing that.
The judge will get people. The judge finds out about that. The judge will get people in trouble.
Undocumented immigrants are always terrified of being called,
There's that too, yeah.
interactions
Called,
with the
that's
police.
what I mean.
Yeah, well, yeah, but interactions with police in general. Hold on, like
Right.
I didn't catch exactly what you said, so I want to make sure I have that clear. You're saying that within a court proceeding, criminal court proceeding, you can't
Civil.
bring up civil. So okay, so civil.
Yeah, in every civil case where so I have had multiple cases where an illegal immigrant has sued somebody for not paying them what they agreed to pay them,
Okay.
and you cannot bring up the fact that they are an illegal immigrant
Okay, well, that
whatsoever.
makes
You
sense,
can't you can't bring them up in any of the filings. You can't bring that up to the jury. That like they are an illegal immigrant, but they have like equal access to the court system as any U.S. citizen.
So that's a good thing, right?
In terms of if they agree to a certain wage and the employer stiffs them, I think the employer should have to pay. If they contracted that, the best option would be for the employer to be forced to pay that wage.
No,
yeah,
but
and
specifically-
they have access to and they be able to use the legal system to compel employers to do that without
Yeah.
fear of like being reprised upon. I agree with that.
Okay.
Right.
Alright.
Yeah, it's more of like a perceived fear too, because I mean, you even have times when illegal immigrants have witnessed crimes and not wanted to come forward about something like that. Where they're
That's
not
why
even,
sanctuary cities are
on
a good
anybody's
idea.
bad side.
That's why you
Where
get to
they're
have
doing like an
sanctuary cities.
objectively good thing.
Yeah.
It's still
Look, I'm not super hot. Like, if you have an illegal immigrant who's not like stealing shit or like committing crimes, other crimes other than illegally immigrating, whatever, not super hawkish on that. Whatever. My big thing is like, if it's like if someone's on probation and they commit a crime, we throw their ass, even if it's a small crime, like we throw them back in jail, right? Here we have somebody. It's like they just come in the country illegally, like just like they flagrantly flaunt our system, whatever. I really don't care all that much. But then they start to commit crimes. Like if we can get rid of them at that point, like why not? Like they're obviously not here to work. They're here doing bad shit, right? We don't want them to here doing bad shit.
This is
Yeah,
still under the
let's-
consideration that you'd understand that it's tough for them. So if you remove the barriers, then we'd agree with you. But considering that there are barriers, are you more understanding to the fact that like why these crimes are committing and why why it matters?
So it depends what you mean by understanding. Like I understand that people in financially rough situations may turn to crime, but whatever situation you're in, to me, that's never an excuse for crime. Like, for example, the vast majority of offenders against children, they themselves, like, I don't know the vast majority, but like a disproportionate amount of them had they themselves been abused as children as well. Like that could explain it, but that doesn't really justify it, right? It's never justified to steal from people, even if you happen to be poor.
Hold on. So hold
The
on.
difference
Let-
I'd
let
say
me-
there
let me-
is if you
Hold on. I
committed
want
a
to just
crime
talk.
against
I just want to touch on your probation thing. Because I think that's a really interesting thing you bring up, right? If a person's on probation, right, they've committed a crime, and you're on probation. If they commit a small crime, we send them back in, right? But like so many people who are on probation, they have less access to resources in general, right? Like you can't be in like federal like subsidized homes, right? If you are on probation, if you've committed some sort of felony, right?
Yeah.
You can't live in there. Well, see, that's a problem. Because that's like so many people are poor individuals, and that's where their support network is in those federally subsidized housing. And so, because they can't access a support network, they end up having to find other ways to support themselves. And what the thing that they know is crime, right? So, like, rather than try to lower the barriers for their success, those people on probation, we put barriers in their place, and then we are surprised when they recidivate, right? When they end up back in jail. So the same thing I would apply to undocumented immigrants, right? Rather than setting them up for failure by putting various barriers in their way, Let's make it as easy as possible for them to integrate into our society, to be productive members. And then after that, right, after we've lowered all those barriers, then I'm definitely more willing to talk about, right, dealing with the few who are antisocial or who refuse to integrate properly, and we can send their asses back. But first, let's lower those barriers.
Arguably, your argument works, I guess, or at least theoretically works with people on probation. Although I would argue that I have different ideas about how to address recidivism. We had multiple panels on that before. And also, I think that, lack of access to resources is part of the consequence, I think, of the bad decision that these people made, assuming, of course, that it's a crime that I think actually should be a crime. But that wouldn't exist for deportation. We wouldn't have to worry about them committing another crime in America if they're not in America anymore.
Except that they come back any which way, right? I mean, if they're a criminal,
well, then Gibbs would say, "Let's have a wall." Then they can't get back in.
Exactly. They're not going to get through it if we have the Great Wall of China.
Yeah, but like, rather than having to deal with all that,
or drone strikes.
And I would just put them in jail. We also don't have to worry about them if they're in jail for the crimes that they committed. So I would just like put them in jail. I have no problem doing that. Then they can't like work across the border because they're inside of and in a prison cell. So I'm fine with that too.
So
surrounded by walls.
But jails are expensive.
Surrounded by walls.
Jails.
All the walls.
A lot of
need.
walls.
Hold on.
Walls you need in the prison cell.
At least 3 walls per person.
But see, okay, but you don't like private jails, right? And like housing people is fucking expensive because we're giving these people 3 square meals a day. They got health insurance. Now we got hold on. And Kamala is trying to make transgender surgery for illegal aliens.
That's
true.
That's true.
But however, let's stop sending billions of dollars.
Why should I pay for that?
Sending billions of dollars to genocidal Israel. Then we can have plenty of money to support those criminals that were housed in jails.
Wait. So we can pay for the trans surgeries for inmates?
No,
absolutely not.
That's
a real thing. That is a real thing. It's not lying about that.
I disagree with that. I said before, I disagree with that.
Than another foreign country. Yes, I want the money here so the Americans can get their in-jail trans surgeries and get the respect that Americans deserve. I want American money spent in America.
True.
And American businesses run by Americans that employ Americans.
Yeah,
you guys have a source
doing the transgender surgery should be American.
Which one? The Kamala statement.
The transgender surgery.
Yeah, we do have sources. I have so many sources for this.
Because this was a claim made by Donald Trump.
This guy on
Twitter. Wait. It was made. I got to. No. It's got no. This does not have any. Like, these is not random mega accounts on Twitter. So Donald Trump said this during the debate, and people thought it was such a wacky idea that of course it's fake. But it's actually true. In 2019, Kamala, the last time she ran for a primary, in a response to the ACLU sends out like questionnaires on the policies of various candidates. Kamala Harris said, yes, she will pay for trans surgeries for illegally detained migrants. She's had multiple in-person interviews where she has repeated this claim.
Dog, that's like 2 people in America.
Allegedly, according to the newest
surgeries.
Where's your source for 2 people, Ollie? It could be 3. You don't know.
The statistics tell me it's like 0.0001% of just like the average person, much less.
There's a moral hazard.
In jail, or
Ollie, there's a moral hazard here. Here's the moral hazard, right? All the trans people of the world.
There was only
all the trans people of the world will realize this is my ticket to a free surgery. They illegally come to America, commit a crime, get the free surgery, and then get deported back to their own country.
And then they want to come here. They want to go to American jail so they can get their trans surgeries. Come out of a record.
Those who commit a minor crime, right? They're like throw a rock in a police car.
We should just build a mega mansion.
It's been court ordered to be able to get one now. A non-immigrant federal prisoner has now been court ordered to be forced to be able to receive one in prison. Yeah, this is crazy. Literal insanity.
In the back chat.
I posted him. I already posted him.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, they're in there.
I think it's just as insane, like, for example, like when Trump says he wants to deport 11 million people. Yeah, that's crazy to me. And that affects 11 million people, way more than this like hypothetical trans illegal immigrant in jail.
I think Vance is much more reasonable. He said we're going to start with the ones that are like committing crimes other than illegally immigrating. And that's about 1 million. We have about 1 million of them that have committed crimes that we have not yet deported, despite the fact that they're criminal aliens. Like they've actually committed crimes in addition to being illegal immigrants.
That's like what, like tens of millions or like a couple 100 million to deport all these people.
Just not like the criminal ones, but like
punishing criminals takes money.
That's at least 11 million, probably more. Like
it's
these
way
mass
more than 11
deportations.
million.
Well, the big problem with that is the implementation of this. That would be billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars, and probably result in at least one mass death event by accident. Because where are you going to send these people to? A lot of them, we don't know where to send them at. So what are we going to do? Got to detain them. And then when we're detaining so many people in these kind of like willy-nilly situations, and we don't know what to do with them, eventually it's going to be super expensive. People are going to be like getting diseases. People are going to be, you know, in inadequately sanitary conditions. I mean, we already saw with a lot of the detention centers on the border that there were humanitarian issues. I mean, that would just be worse with the number of people that would be added to that.
So if we did the like Prime's idea, where we got rid of lots of the barriers, made it like a lot more affordable to come into the country, still had like checks and, you know, maybe like probationary periods, maybe, or like a tally system or something. But at least made it easier for like good people, hardworking people to come into the country. And then we built a wall. Would everybody be okay with that?
So happy you asked that, because I have been asking that question since the first day I came on this panel.
But we got to do
more than
the
just
first.
that.
No, we got to do the wall first. You got to stop the flow.
No. Vice versa.
You wouldn't need the wall. You wouldn't need the wall.
Why would you even? Okay, but
well, the wall would be for criminals at that point.
But here's the issue, right? Because what you're going to get is a mass exodus event into the country. Right, and I've even offered this as a compromise. What if we even gave everybody a chance? Yeah, whatever. Out of these other countries, Exodus, they're leaving. Yeah, whatever.
Sure.
Maybe I didn't use the proper one. I've even offered this bridge before. I said, what if we just put an arbitrary date, and this was like January when I said this, and we could pick January of next year, or whatever. We can pick exact year from today, and say, hey, if you get here before this country, and you are before this time, and you get here, we'll give you amnesty. I said, let's give them amnesty, and let's just get as long as we get a background check, make sure you're not like a criminal, right? Let's give all the people that want to work amnesty. We'll give them all. We'll have a mass entrance. All right, cool. And then I want the most secure wall ever to be built in the history of mankind, and I want it like lethal force. And I want people to know, if you don't get here before this date, lethal force. If women, children, nobody cares. Let's build this wall, and then let's also expand entry. Let's make the everything easier. Let's do it. And so you get that year grace period you wanted, but no, nobody wanted to do that. Nobody wanted.
I just think the wall would be ugly, if I'm being honest. I mean, if you really want to build it, sure. And if you think it's that much of a
Dems are just using
sure.
This. They don't care about immigrants.
No, I'd agree. Listen, I'd agree. I just think at that point it would be pointless because, like, okay, so once again, if I think you allowed all the people to immigrate, I think they would be against the criminals too. So like, you wouldn't really have this big push. I think against people. I don't think you'd need the wall at that point. But if you want to build it, I mean, sure, it just makes Texas uglier. That's all I'm saying.
It would be less people coming over, so it'd be easier to.
They wouldn't have to come over illegally if we removed the barriers. Yeah, so like there's just the issue with the wall is that the amount of people that are coming in are in troves. Like, what's the percentage of the amount of people that are criminals, right? If you allow all the other people to come in, like, you wouldn't need a wall. You would just need border security.
Hold on, but I'm willing to compromise.
You absolutely would.
I'm willing to compromise for my beautiful friend Gibbs. Okay, right? If we can, on my side, right, get vastly expanded paths to documented citizenry, right, where it makes it very, I don't want to say easy, but like it's a solid path, a path that isn't like literally impossible in some cases.
Reasonable.
A reasonable path. That's the word I'm using. Thank you. Reasonable path to citizenship. And we lower all these barriers to that make it that difficult, right? If we do all that, then I guess I'm fine with a wall, right? Like we can put up a wall. Hey, we don't want people to do things illegally. Do it legally, right? And you can, but also you can still claim asylum, right? That would have to be part of the deal, because asylum, that's an international treaty type situation. You should be able to claim asylum at ports of entry. So as long as we can do all that stuff, right? Yeah, I guess we can have a solid wall. I'm not gonna shoot people dead. But, maybe we could capture them. I'm sure. But I'm not gonna shoot them dead. I'm gonna have to
Ones with
concede that.
nets, not
The
guns.
nets, right? Or the drone swarms that he wanted. That's an old school reference from Gibbs there.
Oh
But
Lord.
okay. With the time we have before we get into the next topic, though, I want to like circle back to Kamala, who is not in a good position. Well, Killer Kamala. Sorry, maybe some people might be offended by Kamala. Killer Kamala. She uh has squandered her lead. She was in a great position previously, not in that great position anymore. Races tighten up one way or the other as you get closer to the election day. So that's something to consider. But my understanding and what I've heard from different sources that just the way the electoral college works out, the disaster that is electoral college, that a Democrat basically needs to be winning 5% in the national polls to win the electoral college. And that's how that math works out, or that they need like a comfortable lead, because if they're even, then they're essentially losing. Um, and I guess I wanted to examine the reasons why. So we talked about immigration. That's where we got on that thing, right? I think one of the reasons, and this seemed to have been brushed aside previously. I'm not sure. I didn't quite hear it. Is I think certainly Kamala's allegiance to the genocidal Israel regime. Like people thought, I hoped. Let's say that that's. Let me rephrase that. I hoped when Kamala took the nomination that she would make a change. Now, I didn't think she was Kamala was going to be some sort of pro-Palestine like activist, right? Like she doesn't give a fuck about Palestine. I don't give a fuck about those people. I understand that, right? But I thought she would recognize how politically toxic it would be to continue on with Biden's policy, right, of unabashed support of an ethnic cleansing campaign. But she has proven me wrong time and time again. All right, I truly underestimated her stupidity. And so now we're in this situation where, like, there was news that was coming out that apparently Kamala is going to try to find areas of differences between her and Biden. She's been like tying herself. She married herself to Biden. Of course, she was the vice president. True,
Whoa.
right? But she has been tying herself, saying, "I will have policy continuity with this guy." Other than without saying, "Hey, of course, I have differences of opinion." Kamala had a chance at the View, right? On the View, she was given the opportunity to state like what decisions might she have had differently than President Biden. She couldn't think of anything. I can't think of any in any area, not a single area where I would have made a different decision than Biden. Biden, the extremely unpopular president, you couldn't think of that? You didn't have an answer for this? Or maybe that really is your answer? That there's nothing you would do differently than the Biden administration? What a stupid thing to say. How dumb are you, Kamala? Right? Again, she's, I thought she was a brilliant prosecutor before. Apparently not. But anyway, she's apparently looking for some sort of subtle differences there. But before she does, she's going to check in with the Biden administration, Joe Biden and Jill Biden, to make sure they're not offended before they give her the okay, so she can give a tiny bit of pushback in certain areas. I don't think it's going to be enough. With less than a month left on this campaign, right? People have been making this and this is the last thing I'll say, so everyone else can jump in. People have been saying, I think it was Hubert Humphrey, was a candidate who was like running against, it was the LBJ's vice president, I believe. But in any case, he didn't distance himself on the Vietnam War until like it was too late, right? I believe it's Hubert Humphrey I'm talking about. Hopefully I'm not getting that wrong. But he didn't distance himself from the Vietnam War until at the very end of the campaign. And he lost miserably. Like, I think Kamala Harris might find herself in that position. And I think it does matter what her position is here, because the most passionate individuals, who are usually the ones that the Democratic Party relies on, like the activists, who will knock on doors, right? Who spread the word of mouth, who through their enthusiasm gets other people. They bring in other people who are less likely voters. Those people aren't there. They're out on the streets protesting Killer Kamala, right? They're protesting Genocide Joe. But they're not there. They have no passion for this campaign. So I think it actually really does matter on this particular issue. But there might be other issues as well that people want to discuss.
And I would say that that's a reason why people who are the current vice president usually have a tough time getting elected in general, because they are in a difficult decision where they, especially with stuff that is issues of international, world stage type stuff, don't want to deviate too much from the current administration that they are currently a part of to be a candidate for the presidency. So there's not enough deviation that can happen there, which I feel like is just kind of an issue with people who are vice president who are running right after, right?
Anyone respond?
You know my thoughts on the Israel thing, but
I mean, well, so
no, not your thoughts on Israel. Your thoughts on why she's losing, right? Like it doesn't matter whether you support the genocidal regime in Israel or you don't. You might be able to recognize that this could be a drag within certain sections of the Democratic Party. It's kind of what I was going to talk about.
If you don't mind, because I actually find this really interesting that you're saying this, Brian. I know your stance, but I saw, was it today? And I hate to even do this, but I'm just going to say it because I follow all y'all, and I saw what Brianna Wu was saying, kind of the opposite of what you're saying, right? And I know that y'all
crazy ass Zionist Brianna Wu. I've dealt with her before, yeah.
Sure. I'm not lumping y'all in, but y'all are both
we are nothing
left of me, though. You're left of me.
Sure, fair enough.
Birds of a feather.
Yeah, they're clearly the same. No, I know y'all definitely have different opinions, but y'all are both I would feel like left speakers of some kind or liberal, but you know what I'm saying. Anyway, so when I'm looking at this, she was saying basically we need to. So her strategy is she thinks that the reason they're losing was basically that they're pandering too much to fringe ideas, and she listed the your stance as one of them, and you're saying that you think that the main Democratic Party should embrace more of these or embrace specific ones, and I just kind of find that interesting. Now I don't know which one's strategy is correct, but I do think that some of that could be hurting her chances because it is a mixed signal because you're getting these different factions, and that's always bad. I think when you have and I think at this stage Republicans are pretty much all on board with the Trump, which I think helps.
Well, hold on. But there's no mixed signal here, right? Like again, crazy Zionist ass Brianna Wu.
Sure.
I don't really think that we're bringing.
Well, she's a different faction. But let me.
Not.
I don't know, but.
Okay, all right. So let me leave crazy ass Brianna Wu aside, right? But there is no messaging here, right?
Well, the Clintons.
Every single no. I mean, again, Brianna Wu was wrong, right? Utterly wrong. Not a surprise. When has there ever been any mixed messaging from Kamala, right? And every time she's been asked about this, every time, you can find me a time, if I'm wrong about this, find me a time where she said differently. She's saying she will support Israel. Israel has the right to defend itself. She's been saying the exact same line as Biden, right? Oh, the Palestinians have a right to self-dignity or
they can't say Palestine, right? without mentioning Israel's right to defend itself.
Israel has the right to defend itself, and our support of Israel is unshakable, and no mention of ever slowing down arms sale. Like, if you can find me the point where she's go ahead.
One issue that I'm also having here, I mean, I feel like a lot of the no difference stuff is kind of a bit of a perception. Obviously, neither candidate is what we want as far as Israel-Palestine. I agree with you on that. I just feel like basically there's a reason why Netanyahu wants Trump back in office. There's a reason why a lot of Israelis, if they're polled, when they're polled, really want Trump back in office. But every other, general U.S. ally is on the other side of things.
I don't like how this gets a little bit overlooked because honestly, something I realized this week, the only thing politicians don't lie about is the fact that they love Israel. Israel and being Zionist is literally seems to be the unifying faction and the only thing that a politician tells the truth about. And it's like it's very weird. It's very weird that we get lied to as Americans about like what they're gonna do for us and so on and so forth. And yet, for every politician that's trying to become president, the one thing that we can guarantee is like factually true is that their support of Israel is like unwavered.
Right, because that can happen without Congress, but a lot of the other stuff that's lied about, aka stuff that's promised, that doesn't end up happening. Most of those things are, at the behest of Congress, which I mean, there's a lot going on there, a lot of, different processes, a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of
but the guaranteed thing that happens is support to a foreign country.
Right. That can happen within the executive branch without, the legislative branch having to, go through all the House of Congress and all that stuff.
I think they're also trying to make it like a message probably to like the world for whatever reason. I'm not saying like it's right or wrong, but they're like what I'm saying is like they're probably more willing to lie to American people, but like on the world stage, they want to have a certain like reputation, I guess. And also like what you just said, all American like politicians like support Israel, like all the presidents always have. Obama was very like strong about this, so like I feel like when you guys are making it like a one voter issue, it's like, are you never gonna vote ever again? Or
no, it's just
Obama
at this
was
point,
actually better on this specific issue. But sorry, you
no, it's not. Honestly, at this point, it just seems that like this is the only issue that no one seems to budge on. And like, yeah, I don't want to vote anymore. If like, honestly, we can't even have the real conversation of why this seems to be so important to American politicians, why this seems to be the only thing they're willing to unwaver on, to the point where they're like, they just, when they're walking out, they're hearing the Palestinian protesters, they're blocking their ears because they're annoyed. I mean, yeah, when it comes to something that you see is so important as, once again, you literally eliminated a country off of the face of the map. We watched it happen. It was removed off of Google Maps and Apple Maps within our time. So I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of like annoying when we keep saying one thing and no politician can mention Palestine. No politician can say Palestinians deserve the right to whatever without immediately within the same breath mentioning Israel, but they can talk about Israel without mentioning Palestine.
And to be clear, right? To be very clear, Ghosty, the Biden administration represents a clear and dramatic shift in American policy when dealing with Israel, right? Like, no one expected, even Blinken, the fucking Zionist that he is, he's our Secretary of State. He didn't expect that we would have this full-throated support of Israel, right? He assumed, right, and Lloyd Austin, our Secretary of Defense, seemed to have assumed, oh, this is going to be a short conflict. So there's going to be deaths back on either side of the Gaza and the Israel divide, right? That's going to happen. But this is going to be a short thing, right? Like we've gone through this cycle before, where there's an incident and then Israel does an extreme amount of violence back on the other side, right? But like, they get out of their system and we move on with our fucking lives. But Biden, with his completely unshakable support with Israel, this is dramatic. President Obama, put, not as strong as I would like, right, but put a lot of pushback on the continued expansion of settlements in the West Bank, right? He was very different from Joe Biden. Clinton, the other presidents, going back into the past, even Republicans, push
Trump
back
was
more.
Pretty crazy on Israel.
Push back more. Oh, Trump is different. Yeah, that's fair. But push back more on Israel than Biden. So you were asking, like, well, are you never going to vote for a Democrat again? Well, I won't vote for a Democrat who supports a genocide. Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. I will never do that. But the other ones weren't supporting a genocide. To be clear, this was not happening there. There were fights, there were skirmishes on their watch, but nothing on this scale happened. This is a dramatic shift.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I feel like Israel,
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I agree, it's bad. I just don't, if we talk about, even if they were the same, which they're not. If we're talking about the two candidates in this race, one is, clearly worse on Israel as far as, for the Palestinian people, and that is obviously Trump. So I just feel like even if they were the
Why is he
same,
worse?
I mean,
Yeah, why is he worse?
why is he worse?
Yeah.
Because he is basically like he is not going to put any restrictions. While
What restrictions
the
have
Neither
current
is
Biden put
administration
Kamala.
on?
has done
Yeah.
some restrictions.
Yeah, neither is
Yes.
Kamala.
What restrictions have
Yeah,
Biden?
they have absolutely done
What restrictions did Biden put on the Israelis?
conducting proportionality tests, or examining that as well.
Proportionality tests?
You don't like their ratio, but they are doing it. I don't like
there are
it
no
either, but
proportionality
there's a
tests.
difference.
Yeah,
And
but
if
that's
they- and
not
if they
doing
are-
anything.
Yeah, and even if they are doing a proportionality test, right? They're just dropping bombs on civilians, they've completely, almost
Agreed.
completely
They
destroyed.
I
they
just
started
don't
on
think
another.
it's
They went
worth-
on doing another country now. By the way, just like
Yeah,
Well,
so
I
we're
know
also
that.
we're
I'm not against
proportionality.
that
friends. Let's
either.
never forget them, right?
yeah.
And,
So you don't agree
they're
with
about
it.
to start
Wait.
a war in Iran, right?
You don't
At the
agree
start-
with it. So
Right.
like then so you don't agree with it. I don't
Yeah.
agree with a politician who supports
Yeah,
it.
Iran has oil.
I believe in I believe in voting with principle for these like presidents. I believe in character. I believe in voting like with my principles and my character, and like so yeah. Why would I go ahead and vote on when domestically? I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't really fucking matter to me who's president. It doesn't really matter. I go Democrat. Listen, I vote Democrat because I like social policies. I like democratic social policies. I'm a leftist that way. But quite frankly, I had Trump as president, and I've had Biden as president. I've had Obama, and I've had Bush. None of that shit fucking really matters. Your local government is the thing that actually matters. If we're gonna have a real conversation, vote local. No one fucking doesn't really
But
matter who
stuff
president is because it
obviously
changes every
different
4
when we're
years.
talking about somebody who's literally tried to overturn an election result before. Like, we're talking about something completely different. Somebody who said that they would suspend the Constitution. We can have this conversation. We talk about J6 all day and every day, but basically, like, I mean, I feel
no,
like
when
this
is
is
you
a
voting?
different situation.
So hold on.
TDS, that's what
but
it should
for
be.
Israel-
It's a security
Oh my
blanket
God.
for them.
But for Israel,
Yeah,
there
it's
has been.
little
Yeah,
binky. Let me
it's-
get your
because
binky.
I'd prefer
January
so
6th
we-
binky. Here you go.
Hold on. So to get back to this, for Israel, like I used to state this line too. Well, I guess Trump is slightly worse, but there's like all Trump is saying is that I'll put no brakes on Israel, and then all that Biden is saying, right? He'll say a different line. Was that my support of Israel is absolutely unshakable, and Israel on his watch has escalated the war into Lebanon. On his watch is escalating the war into Iran, right? We're just waiting for them to choose the military targets that they're going to be bombing in Iran, right? This is just like a thing that's going to happen. There's no pushback from the administration there. At the start of this, right?
I just don't think that it's
hold on.
Didn't
Hold on.
Iran
Hold
just
on.
bomb them?
At the
Trump
start,
winning.
after they
There's a
bombed
good
Iran.
question, Joseph.
After the
After
election,
they bomb, hold on a
different
second.
tune.
Let me be very clear
I
about
will-
this. After they bomb Iran, remember Hamas's political leader, right, who was in charge of the negotiations for peace, right, the peace deal, right.
Mhm.
The Hamas's political leader was in Tehran. They bombed Tehran. They bombed Tehran with him. They assassinated him in Tehran, right?
Doesn't
At the same
Iran like
time-
fund those groups though?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they absolutely do. They push. They
So
fund
does
Hezbollah,
Netanyahu though.
and they fund Hamas. Absolutely, they're a counterpower.
To be fair, that's
in
just base
the-
capitalism.
Absolutely,
sociological.
they
Yeah,
fund them.
listen, base
But hold
capitalism.
on,
They funded
like-
them. They let them
Hey,
in.
I-
Great pretense. It's a
So,
great
hold on,
pretense
let
for
me-
war.
I'll even build a bridge with you. We should sell weapons to both sides and let them wipe each other out and take their oil. That's all I'm
I love you,
saying.
Gibbs. I love you, Gibbs. But yeah, so
Saying, we
absolutely.
can make more money.
The in
I just
Israel,
think that
there's
this
little
is a
there's
conversation to
little
have in a
graphs
month.
showing how many bombs have been exchanged on both sides, at least for the Israel and Lebanon situation. And I can show you. I have articles that visually show you Israel bombing way more. It's lobbed way more bombs on the other side, and continuously they've been doing this, right?
Okay.
So but the point is, sorry,
And down
that's not
civilians.
the point that I want to focus in
Right.
on. The point, what was I going to say? Damn it. Oh yeah. There's literally no holds on Israel. If Israel wanted to nuke Tehran, like who would stop them?
I
Who
think
would stop
this
them?
is, I mean, for anybody who
Well, hopefully us, 'cause we
prefers
need
any
oil.
sort of left-wing policy, I just think that this is like an
No,
irresponsible
hold on, no.
time to go put
This is the thing
pressure on
I want to
Taiwan.
ask
We
you.
can have this conversation.
Katya, who would stop Israel if they decided they're just going to nuke Tehran?
I mean, I feel like the nuclear taboo would be different. I feel like that would be a situation in which generally I feel like we'd interfere with that, because once
Why?
you take that taboo away, then we've got a lot of other issues.
But why? Why would we?
Why? Because that would probably spread beyond the Middle East.
It would probably put us in a war.
Oh, progress the war that we've already started. Hold on.
Put the U.S. in a war. I'm saying it would probably.
We have U.S. troops have been sent to the Middle East. They've been sent to Israel. They weren't there, but there was small places previously. But now we've sent warships. We're sending additional troops. Now we're sending additional support for Israel in the form of a new missile defense system. We're sending troops there, right? If they get hit, during the exchange of munitions, we're already in the war, right? So that's the thing, right? So that'll happen. If the troops are there, then they can be targets. So there's that. But if and also we've stated that if others in the region, interfere with Israel, right, the U.S. will intercede. So the U.S. is ready and raring to go into the war. Biden keeps saying his support for Israel is unshakable. So that means also sending American boys and girls to go die in that war that Israel keeps escalating. It's unshakable. So I ask you again, if they decide to nuke Tehran, who would stop them?
Well, I think that would be a different situation than
It'd be us because they have oil.
Because here's the thing, obviously, because we're
that's what would happen.
We're talking about a taboo that
oil
has
fields aren't
been
in
broken
Tehran
since 1945.
So what?
The
Israel is breaking war crimes, is committing war crimes as we speak right now.
There have been many war crimes since World War II. And I feel like war crimes, while bad, obviously don't have this worldwide taboo that we've been trying to, keep a handle on for the past, however many. Like,
what are the consequences? What would the consequences be for Israel?
What are the consequences for the politicians that support it? What are the consequences for the politicians that support it?
Who cares about everyone? Israel doesn't give a fuck about everyone. So, Israel isn't putting.
No, I'm saying if they're using nuclear weapons and that escalates in that way.
So I'm asking you what the consequences for them. Why? What reason? What reason would they have to not do it? The world's going to be mad at them. The world's already mad at them. The rest of the world gives a fuck about this in a way that Americans don't. So what would be the reason why they wouldn't do it?
The discussion. I mean, I would say that they wouldn't do it because I think that they wouldn't want to risk losing support over that, which I think would happen with nuclear weapons.
They're already losing support.
They're already losing support with what they're doing on the ground, and they just started another country 2 weeks ago.
If they're already losing support, then
not American support. The only thing that really
support,
right? Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
And then we as Americans who don't want to support it are looking at our politicians and being like, "Hey, we're not going to vote for you if you support it." And you're looking at us and going, "Hey, that's not enough of a strong issue for us because Trump might win presidency, and that's supposed to be like the big
absolutely.
That's supposed to be the big boogeyman." When at this point, honestly, quite frankly, if the Republicans, if Trump is going to go ahead and try to make himself dictator. And the fucking Republicans want to do that, and no one wants to do anything that we want to say as Americans. No one's listening to us. Then fuck it, let them try to do the dictator thing. Oh fucking well, there's other countries to go to if that's what happens.
Now we want to all immigrate somewhere. Wow.
Trump.
Yeah. What if they have walls?
Trump.
If he lets you out, Charlie. If he lets you out.
At least the walls work though.
Trump has been given money by Miriam Adelson, a big Zionist supporter, right? She her husband was something. I forget his first name. The previous Adelson who died. Piece of shit. Looked like a fucking mummy by the end. But anyway, he was a big casino magnate. And his wife is both of them are either Jewish, but I'm not sure if they were actually grew up in Israel or anything. I don't know. But in any case, they're big Zionists. And Miriam Adelson specifically wants Trump to help annex, I believe, the Golan Heights and the West Bank, right?
He called it the Trump
just
Heights
allow for that to happen. But right now, Israel is invading the West Bank. Israel is has been murdering civilians at increased rate. I mean, we saw there was
I just don't understand.
Hold on.
That's
Hold on,
fine. I
one
just
second,
don't understand the utility of not
hold on,
voting.
one
I don't
second.
understand the utility.
The utility of what?
Not voting, because here's the thing: if you aren't voting, then your
Sorry,
opinions
hold on.
aren't
That's not what
taken
I'm
into
talking about
account
right now.
for
Sorry, I'm not.
electoral.
That's not what I'm talking
Okay, I'm
about
sorry.
right now.
They're saying
Yeah,
their
I
one
can
issue
answer- I can
voting,
answer
their
that.
one issue
No.
voting is different than yours, Katya. That's what it is. Like they care about this issue. You don't. You care about January 6th.
No, I care about
and
the
like
issue.
to them, this
I
is
just
more important to them.
think about utility here.
I'm not talking about that, right? Like, you don't want to one issue vote. That's up to you, right? Want to vote for a genocide? That's up to you. But what I'm talking about is this idea that one is worse than the other, right? The Israel's right now is pushing out people within the West Bank. Now the West Bank isn't militarized like Gaza is, right? It's been firmly under the control for decades. But right now, they're sending in raids.
She doesn't care. She doesn't care. She doesn't care.
They're clearing out towns. They're destroying infrastructure. They're literally unpaving the streets, destroying the water system, right? Making it unlivable for Palestinians because they're ethnically cleansing them at this moment, right? And that's happening under Biden, and Kamala said there's no change in policy, zero, right? So assuming she's not a liar, right? You can just say that she's not a liar, and maybe she's like secretly a Palestinian champion. Sure, maybe, sure. But if we just listen to her words, right? You're saying that one is better than the other. But if she's going to continue Biden's policy, which she keeps saying she will, right? Then why wouldn't she allow them to fully annex the West Bank? Why wouldn't she allow them to fully annex the Golan Heights?
Hold on. I really feel like you're, giving these things about like how, she says she wouldn't deviate from Biden policy. She said she wouldn't deviate from Biden policies. I feel like there's deviation there, and I feel like it would obviously be a bit more distinguished when we're literally not talking about somebody who's currently having to go along with the current administration by virtue of being part of the current administration, which is what I said earlier about Chip being hard for vice presidents.
So
we can go by Trump's record of being, in general, just absolutely unhinged when it comes to Israel.
So Kamala Harris, who's received an endless amount of money from Zionist supporters and from AIPAC, right? The one who's actually been getting that money because they've been funding her as well. None of that money means anything.
I feel like this is a problem because I feel like this means that nobody would be different than anybody on this issue, which if that's the case, then I mean, it's just an unchangeable
All past presidents have been different on this issue. All of them. Except for Trump.
Well, he's running, so...
No, hold on. That's not what I'm talking about, right? That I just wanted to get a simple answer on this. To dig on this question. You're saying that one is worse than the other. I'm saying, how?
I'm saying...
I want to add one thing. Trump is also he might not have done much on the Israel front on this side, but his foreign policy, a critical thing from the left has been that he wants to be an isolationist. So in theory, he would even want to withdraw aid from Israel because he wants more isolationism.
He's on the tit of AIPAC
I mean,
now.
maybe, but this could be the same thing that she's talking about.
He's on the
tit.
Hold on. I've seen too many videos of the dude kissing ass.
I just want to make the same argument she's making. Maybe he's just giving lip service, and he would actually do what he wanted to.
Katya, you asked the utility. You asked for the utility of not voting, right?
Right. Just because
so Biden. So the past two presidencies have been the highest turnouts in history, right? For Trump and then for Biden. These have been the highest turnouts in history. And then right now we're faced with one, we have a lot of anti-Trumpers, and two, we have a lot of people who are one issue voters. They don't want to vote for this Palestine thing. The utility in voting is one. Honestly, you have to convince me to that. I believe that a dictatorship is actually coming with Trump, and that Americans wouldn't just revolt against that, which is realistic. I don't believe a dictatorship is coming. One, and then two, the utility in not voting, is to display to the Democratic Party hey. This is an issue that we actually stand firm on. It may have cost you the election because if you want to look at the percentages, the votes will matter, and this cost you the election. So this election cycle, it sucks. You didn't listen to us. Next election cycle, you're forced to listen.
I just think that 4 more years of Trump, I mean, the damage to our basically trust in our institutions and the ability of our institutions to govern and the ability
We don't have
of-
trust in our institutions now.
What if the harsh reality here is that like America is that's just kind of like what our country is. Like we start a lot of wars. We do a lot of fucked up shit in a lot of places that we never even hear about. And that's just kind of like, and I'm not trying to like say it's a good thing.
Well,
but what
you're a
if that's,
Republican now.
Like we're like the arms dealer of
Yeah,
the world.
you're a
Yeah.
Republican. Welcome
How
to
How
the
is that
Red Pill.
Republican? I believe in
That's what I've been
democratic.
saying for years.
No, I believe in democratic like issues for.
We're just America first, Ghost.
I'm just saying it like literally
Exactly.
we have the highest like military spending.
If you're
We are the world's
America
arms
first-
dealers, and we do fucked up shit like everywhere.
If
So
you're-
we can try to fix this issue, you know,
If
maybe
you're
by
America first, you should be mad and disappointed that when we have emergencies in our country, like the floods and the hurricane that happened in Florida, that our citizens get fucking bupkis and get nothing from the government while we
Holy
send
shit.
mass
Excuse
amounts of
me?
while
Wait,
we send
what?
mass
Holy
amounts
shit,
of
these are
money
Republicans.
while we send mass
What?
amounts of money
That's
to
not-
foreign
Oh my
aid.
They're converting.
God,
They're
you are
converting.
so
Hold on,
countries
hold
for
on,
war.
hold on.
If you're
I don't want to
America
get distracted by
first,
that. I don't
Right
want to get
now.
distracted by that.
if you're America first,
Sorry,
That's what you
just
see
saying,
this
if you're
like
America
going.
first,
I don't
Holy
want to get distracted
Christ.
by that.
Repeating-
They're
FEMA
coming to
is-
Jesus.
FEMA,
Lord,
hold on.
Lord,
Hold
brothers.
on,
Wait,
hold on, hold on,
okay,
hold on,
Republicans
hold
are
on,
the war
hold on,
people.
hold on. FEMA is providing checks to civilians
Yeah.
who are
How much?
affected.
How much?
I'm here right now,
It starts
bro.
with a $750 assessment check, right?
For an
So that's what
immediate
so
food
that's your
assistance.
immediate needs, right? But then
Mhm.
after that, there's additional funding based on your needs, right? But the $750
I
check is for,
I
like,
oppose
food and,
FEMA.
emergency.
Just to be
Of course,
clear,
just
I
got
never
the
criticized.
voters.
I never
So
criticized
my
them for
neighborhood
FEMA.
I don't want to get
flooded.
distracted by that.
I know
because
exactly
They
what's
didn't do
going
shit,
on.
and they should have
that's
done
an
less.
easier discussion to have than this, which is
Well,
why
I'm
I want to
Democrat.
have this discussion, right? So Ghosty said, hey, the America does awful things, right? Agreed. I know. But that's how low my standard is for America. Yeah, America has done awful things in the past, right? And America, this is not the first genocide we funded in America. But it's the first genocide that we funded that I've been around for, that I've been a voter for. And so I won't be voting for genocide. That's like the minimum. And I feel like it's crazy. It's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me that I actually have to argue this in front of people. Before this moment, I would have never imagined this. I would have thought that we'd have basically agreement among the people. That if there's a genocide happening, if the U.S. is supporting a genocide, hey, things have gone off the rails and the normal rules don't quite apply here, right? But apparently that's not the case. Apparently, as long as your team blue, right, Biden's team blue, well then we'll support him no matter what he does. Literal genocide. Literal genocide.
They'll
Right,
argue
I
it's not
just
that
think
word.
people
It's not
should
that
argue
word
by lack
crime.
of
It's
funding.
No
not
matter
that.
what,
It's not
because he's
genocide
our guy.
crime.
Because he's
It's
our
not
guy.
genocide.
right?
It's
And
mass
if
murder.
you're
And
imagine if it was
Mexicans
Trump.
are getting up, by the way.
If
Holly,
it was
you're right.
Trump
We're not
at this
getting enough
point,
in America.
right? These same people, these exact same, every single fucking one of them, every fucking liberal right now would be saying how what a monster Trump is, right? He's beyond the pale. How could
Yeah, and
you
his supporters
put on
wouldn't
that
give a
policy?
fuck.
It's bullshit. No. Conservatives don't don't care one or the other. I
Exactly.
know. No, but
Yeah,
I'm
we want to
talking
sell
about
more.
they got
We want to
more
sell more
people.
weapons. We're at least
Well,
honest
if-
about it.
what I'm talking about are liberals. That's what I responded to. Liberals. The liberals right now who are cheerleading Joe Biden, who are saying, well, it doesn't matter. I guess we just have to vote. It is what it is, right? Those same people
think
would be
that's
talking about
fair.
how could you, conservatives, how could you lactoid, how could you
Yeah.
dibs, how could you possibly
Support
vote
this.
for this monster who's supporting this genocide? That's exactly what would be running nonstop. Kamala would be running if she was running against them. Kamala will be running those ads, right? He's supporting a genocide. And if you voted for me, I certainly wouldn't do that. All these liberals would be doing the exact same thing because Trump, he's such a monster. But we're better. But once the roles were reversed,
I
right?
honestly don't
These
think
liberals
that
were,
would
were
be
cool
the
with
case.
it. It's
but-
disgusting.
Nope,
Yeah,
I actually
Republicans
don't
are
think that would
principled.
be the case because a lot of people, I mean, foreign policy issues like that, I feel like wouldn't be the number one attacking point, even if he was president right now.
I didn't say.
Because
I didn't
feel
say
like
number
you
one.
would-
I didn't say anything like that.
I'm gonna-
I
I'm
said
gonna
there was
send
going to be
in
a
the
tactic.
chat.
I didn't say you don't have
It
to
is
That
an
hold
might,
that
attacking
be, that
point.
might be another thing on the long list of things, but I mean,
Okay, then you've conceded my point there. You've already conceded my point. then yes, they'd be
Right,
attacking
and
him over
I don't like
this.
it either. I don't like it either. I just don't think it's like to the point where it would, the utility would be like it would cross over to where, the negative utility of Trump getting in would be worth it for
Hold on.
what
I
gain
sent
do
I
from
sent
it.
two
The
ads.
thing-
I sent 2 ads that Republicans sent throughout one county in the state. I don't know how many states they've sent
Right.
them in, but
Yeah,
they're exhausting
they're doing
resources
that in
to
Michigan.
prove.
True.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're probably doing that in
So-
other states too, because I've seen it around here as well in
My
Massachusetts.
comment
So
was about liberal hypocrisy, not conservatives being moral. They're not. They don't care. They don't fucking care. But my point, my comment was about liberal hypocrisy. Trump
True,
is so
liberals shouldn't
bad.
carry-
Trump is so evil, right? When Trump does a thing, then how could he, right? Let's march. Let's wear pussy hats, all right? All these liberals, so they'll do that. But when it comes
a
to
domestic policy.
But when it comes to when a person on their team has done it, what can we say? I don't know who's to say who's right. I mean, it's a genocide. Oh no, it's not a genocide, because once we admit that it's genocide, then we realize that we're horrible people for supporting a candidate who supports genocide, right? So they generally don't admit that it's genocide to begin with, right? I've gone through the liberals' argument here. Anything to maintain
Cover up
their
what's happening.
self-image of themselves as good people. But for the liberals who for so many of those liberals in the exact same situation of Trump was doing it, it's just another reason why Trump is a monster, right? We're different. We're good guys. We're Democrats.
I mean, yeah, I think liberals are often a little bit too bleeding heart. I mean, you know what? It's electoral politics. One person wins or the other. They should stop giving a fuck, okay? You know what? If one side's not gonna give a fuck, nobody should give a fuck. Screw it.
All right, well, that's a dumb comment, but all right, we can move past it.
Well, I just want to point out, like there is. I just want to point out, like
that's
there.
not what I
Jill,
said. Is that you saying? Is that what I said? That's not. Is actually not what I said. I was talking about liberal hypocrisy.
just to be clear, Jill Stein has come out and said, if you think this is a genocide, she has right here pledged to stop genocide, abandon pro-genocide candidates, support anti-genocide candidates.
Third
Any
party.
second now.
I've-
Yeah.
And the anti-genocide Donald Trump, shouted her out. So
Well, no, Jill Stein is just like she's an option, I guess, if you think that it's a
If you're
genocide and you're against
retarded, yeah.
genocide.
That
Nah.
is like her main issue.
All right. So
yeah, throwing everybody else under the bus. True.
thanks so much.
But to answer your question, this is why your earlier prime. This is part of the. I do agree. I think that this issue, as well as a few other issues, like we were talking in the back chat and some other stuff, is why why Kamala's doing poorly. I also think she's done really bad in interviews. Like she's kind of flip flopped, and I don't mean like a full on flip
She's a
flop.
hard flip
Like,
flopper.
yeah, but like okay, sure.
She's just unlikable.
But like she said,
tries too
so
hard.
well, so she was her whole big thing was her ambiguity, right? Like we didn't know what she was. That was her whole thing. It was new from Biden, and then it was either the View or was it 60 Minutes? She like says, "Oh, I wouldn't change a thing."
That
right
was the
from
View, the View.
the View, and then the 60 Minutes interview was so bad they basically edited in new answers for her, and even those were pretty terrible. And like she's just bad at like interviews, and I think that's one of the reasons floundering too. Well, like I hate to say it, Trump is kind of cool.
Well, he's
I
bad
don't
at
know.
interviews too. It's just he's so stupid.
But he's
People find
good.
it funny, and he gets away with it. That's the only
Well, that's
thing.
the thing. That's
That's
what
also
Gibbs's
true.
point. He's the cool grandpa, which is like kind of just says whatever he wants, blah blah. It's like that's how it works out. And I know, yeah, you're disgusted because you're a Democrat and you don't want to vote for the other way, and then you're pro
I'm
Kamala.
disgusted
Now,
because I think Democrats should be doing that. I think Democrats should stop giving a fuck. So I mean,
stop giving a fuck
if
about what.
the standards are going to change, then might as well.
Look, they already stopped giving a fuck about the Palestinians as we just went through that whole discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
wait for the Democrats. Okay, since Kamala's inception, I've had a bad taste in my mouth. It was annoying. The whole riding with Biden thing was like great because people liked Biden, whatever it may be. That's why Corey, I was going to say.
Too old.
There's a difference between when Biden was silent and everyone came out and voted for him. It was against Trump. They were with Biden. But leading up to this election, all we were told was, "Hey, Biden's great. Biden's fine. Biden's going to do the election." That's all anyone was told. And then we just got a random switch, and then we just got given Kamala. And I'm not gonna lie, the woman's unlikable. She's just unlikable, right?
I mean, maybe
that's why I'm
She
saying
is. She is unlikable.
I don't see much support for her outside of anti-Trumpers who are supporting Democrat. but not because they're supporting her, but because they're anti-Trump. So I'm seeing more anti-Trumpers than I
Here's the
am
thing.
pro.
I feel like that's really, really difficult because like it really depends on kind of the circles that you are around and who you see.
I've traveled. I've been traveling between Michigan and Massachusetts. I've been traveling between Michigan and Massachusetts for the past 6 months. Michigan, and particularly in Dearborn, has been pro-Democrat forever. And the areas around, and now I'm in the Latino area here. So typically they were Democrat. But I don't see anyone wearing a Harris t-shirt. I don't see anyone wearing a Harris hat. But everywhere, you're seeing random MAGA hats. You're seeing random MAGA t-shirts. You're seeing more outward support.
I mean,
I think that's different.
Wait, no. These
MAGA's like a brand. MAGA's like a brand.
These are the same arguments from 2020. I'm not seeing Biden signs in the lawn. I'm not. No, there
were Biden signs in the lawn.
But this was absolutely a talking point in 2020. Of like, there's no Biden signs. There's no this is just a repeat. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that Harris is like super favorable and everybody likes her. But like, I mean, this is just a fundamental difference of like.
There is a different story.
Generally speaking,
the people picked Biden initially. No. There's a huge difference.
No.
We can
get into that. But generally speaking, there's an overarching. Conservatives or right-leaning people, they pretty much engage in idolatry. There's a reason why conservatives are more religious. There's a reason why they put God and country above everything else. Like they will idolize something, like they'll idolize Trump, and so yes, they'll go all out. Just in terms of they're going to buy his Bitcoin, they're going to buy his shoes. Like that's what they do. So yeah, it's not a surprise that people are buying.
Those shoes are pretty fly, though. I mean, come on,
like those shoes.
They're pretty fly.
Ones are good, actually. Yeah,
they're pretty fly. Yeah, I like them. The polling backs up Ali, by the way.
The MAGA hats are cool. They got all sorts of designs on them.
Right now,
one voice at a time. One voice at a time.
I want to back up Ollie on one thing, and then whoever's opposed to him can speak up. But just the shoes are awesome. But to Ollie has a point here. If there's the anecdotal experience of signs, which isn't worth very much, but there is the case that at this time, last election, Biden was polling ahead of Trump significantly by 8 points in all the swing states. Like he was crushing him, right? And he didn't win by all the polling that he had on top of Trump, by the way. When it came to he won, but like it was a lot closer than the polling would indicate because Trump historically overperformed.
I'm from the swing states. I like anecdotally means a lot to me because I saw what happened in 2020 and I'm seeing what's happening now. Anecdote means a lot. I'm sorry, and I'm like
it doesn't.
Why doesn't it?
I agree with Corey.
If you hang out with the demographics you hang out with isn't everybody in your area, right? Like I'm sure a lot of the people who you hang out with and you talk to tend to be probably, in your community, tend to be younger, tend to be this
Islamists, you're saying. You hang out with Islamists. Go ahead.
Oh,
Let them know. Let them know.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm 30. I'm 32.
I'm messing with you.
I'm not that young. I follow you follow
most of the people I see in real life are like 60 plus. So like, I mean, maybe I'm just a little bit, I guess,
Yeah, so don't throw your I'm just walking around the streets. I'm in popular cities.
I see something different because I'm in a different situation, which is why I don't think relying on personal anecdotes is really helpful. Because you might see something completely different than what I see if you hang out with or talk to or see a completely different demographic, right, than I do. So that's all I'm saying here.
I mean, let me ask this. Can I ask a question? Because I think this goes kind of to the anecdotal thing. Would y'all say that there's anything to the argument that I've seen this argument? The Kamala campaign seems very manufactured versus like the Trump campaign seems very organic, right? And I think so when you... Okay, we can argue about what hold on. Let me explain what I mean by that. So with Kamala, it seems like it's very like organized, prim and proper, like whatever. Like this is what you get is some kind of manufactured like idea that they put out.
She uses different
whatever. However, that we can debate whether or not that's strategy in a second. But here we come back to Trump. Trump is very off the cuff, not even his own aides know what he's going to say, whatever. Now he is good at branding, so he's organic, he's organized and like polished in that way, and he's got a good team around him for that kind of stuff. However, it's very much like a groundswell populist movement. The whole thing behind Trump is populism, and versus Kamala seems like the establishment
Well, she
And,
only
like,
had a couple
and I
of
think
weeks
that's the
to
part
get
of
this
it.
all together, so it kind of
Yeah,
had to
which
be
is
like
why
a
she's
bit
unlikable.
forced and
That's more
pushed.
to her. That's more to her unlikability. She had a couple of weeks because she got
She was
randomly
handed
thrown
this
into
it was
this.
handed
Even
it to
Biden was
her.
more manufactured than
Like-
Trump.
like, just-
in that regard. You
We're
think?
doing a vibes
No.
conversation.
Wait,
Yeah.
here,
Well, I mean, how
here's the
relevant
best
is the
vibe.
vibes
I got the best
Vibes
evidence for the
matter,
vibe
no?
check.
I guess
Vibes
that's
don't
my
matter?
Here's the best
I-
vibe. The last debate that happened throughout the entire debate. You can go right now to Trump's Truth Social account on his Twitter. He wasn't saying, like, he was silent the whole debate, and then afterwards, in all caps, like, that's how he types. I won, blah blah blah. Right? He's the one doing all of it. Right? Kamala Harris's Twitter, like, very consistently, like every 15 minutes throughout the debate, there was like a PR styled like Trump says this, but this is wrong, or Kamala's going to support
Fact-checking,
you,
yeah,
etc.
or whatever.
Y'all are in the dark for that.
Or the alleged fact checking or whatever. But, like, again, like, her aides are controlling her social media, and then you got Trump on there sitting on the toilet, right, just sending out like sometimes pretty unhinged shit. But that's what people like to see, because, again,
Yeah, that's what
because
stupid
his
people
whole
do.
his
Wait,
whole
his side
no,
does
his
wanna
whole
see
thing his
that.
whole thing
Yeah, I know,
is
that's the problem with
genuineness,
his
right?
side, 'cause we're
they
talking about an administrator here. We're talking about the leader of administrative state here, of the executive branch. We're not
They
talking
wanna
about
see
the
him.
guy that
Trump is a
owns
golden
the
toilet.
libs.
not,
Okay,
not the
that's
machine.
the
They
lawyers.
don't want to see the
Good
Democrat
ass
machine. They don't want to see the
Good for them. Good
RNC
for
machine
them.
Well,
typing
the
and
reason
putting out
I brought that
responses.
up-
They
They
wanna
want to
see
see
this.
Trump putting out messages, and that's what he does. That's what he gives
Well,
the
the
people.
reason I
This is
brought
a
that
dumb
up is
argument.
because I think
Unlike-
organic movements are going to be more likely to win.
Yeah.
this shit.
Unlike, by the way, unlike with Hillary Clinton, and unlike with Kamala Harris, the entire RNC was positioned against Trump, and he managed through sheer popularity to defeat the
Now?
RNC elites. Hold on, yes,
No,
I think he's more
even
popular
now.
after
2016.
Smoking.
in 2016,
Yeah.
and even right now, like, the RNC elites, they were backing Nikki Haley. They didn't like Trump. The elites don't generally like Trump all that much, like in the RNC at least, right? They're not a big fan, and especially in 2016, they weren't a big fan. But through
2016, I
sheer
agree.
through
Sure, then I
sheer
agree.
popularity, he was able to take control. What happened in 2016? The DNC rigged it in favor of Hillary Clinton, right? We have Donna Brazile. We have the superdelegate system in my state. And then we also have, in 2024 now, we have Kamala Harris just not even elected, appointed, ascended this position of candidacy
Dead, bro. We can
over
talk
the
about
person
this
who
again,
won
again,
the
again, again.
primary.
We could talk about this again and again. Okay,
It goes to her
Biden
unlikability.
says,
She
"I'm
wasn't
not
even
running."
selected.
What are you supposed to do? Like, Biden says, "I'm not running."
Pick a likable candidate, I guess, then, or do a
wait,
snap
you-
primary.
wait,
Katya,
We
Katya,
know Biden was
Katya,
forced out,
wait,
though.
They
Katya,
should have picked
Katya,
Tulsi
Katya,
Gabbard. She's great.
As a Democrat,
man.
why
Tulsi.
are you just willing to overlook
She's
just
a baddie too.
anything? Because, like, as a Democrat, I'm sorry, that is something that should have pissed you off. That is something that should have irritated you. That
No, because I'm looking
throughout the election
logistically. What are
cycle,
you supposed to do?
Because Trump's
so
bad,
so
Ollie.
if we break down to logistically, you just let them get away with anything they want. Anyone can do anything you want. You're just going to give them your vote anyways.
Sometimes
and they're
things
never
are
going to fix
possible, and
anything.
sometimes they're impossible. Like,
Wait,
when it
so-
comes to if Joe Biden drops out, what are you going to do? Force him to run? What then? Start a new primary from day one? Literally,
They pressured him to drop out. Nancy Pelosi and Obama met with him to pressure him to drop out. He didn't just drop out out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that
DNC
isn't our fault.
got him out.
Polling
Wait,
numbers
wait,
were
wait,
in
wait,
the
wait,
toilet
wait.
Before then, you might as well conceded that.
Why are we
day.
forced? Why are
I
we
think they should have.
forced
I mean,
as
I
the
think it's the
citizens?
country.
Why are we forced as a citizen of a country to concede when we were lied to throughout the entire election cycle?
About
We
what?
should have been told that Biden was
His
gonna
competency
continue running.
since the her report.
Why is it that we
Thank you,
should be
Jesus.
okay and accept that we were lied
Because
to?
political
I love
parties
it.
want to win elections. That's it. Like that's
So
what it's for.
I love it.
I'm
I love
sorry.
it.
So then,
Converting.
why are you
Hallelujah.
wait? So then why are you voting Democrat if you think anyone just wants to win a cycle? It doesn't matter what they do, and they're not going to
No,
do
it
what
doesn't
they're not
matter
going
what they
to
do.
they're
It
not going to
matters
do what you want.
ideologically. What
Wait.
policies do they support? What legislation is
They
put
support
through?
genocide.
What Supreme Court picks we have? Literally, these are the things that matter. I mean, like these little things like this. I don't like as
And
far
why
as
do
like
you
like
trust
the
the
how you
character?
were
Why do you
put
trust the
into
character of the
election and this
party?
and that.
Why
I
do you
don't
trust the
even-
character of the party to do that and uphold the values that you see fit if they can't
Because
even
they literally
if they
do.
can't
There's
if they
shit that's
can't even
passed. I can point to shit that's passed right now. Stuff
We
that
are
happened
voting
under
for
Biden.
the
I can
things that
point
are
to
passed.
literal like bills and shit.
Who
What?
would have you rather picked other than Kamala?
Who would I
Uh,
rather pick? I
the
mean, at
hobo
that
off
short
the street.
notice. That's hard.
I would have
No,
had.
like,
I would have.
say
I would
we
have
had
had
a
the choice,
primary.
Ghosty. I wish I would have had a choice to pick someone.
If
I
we had a primary,
understand.
I kind of liked Gavin Newsom at the time. I mean, but
Oh,
obviously,
the boop rap. There we go. That's much better. Then we could have a
I don't think you would like
shit
any
on it.
Democrat gibbs. I don't think you would like any
So,
Democrat
what I-
gibbs.
Well,
The
yeah, but I
Republicans
would've liked
on this
most of them.
panel are the
All
only
right,
people
let's go down the
laughing.
list.
Democrats.
Wait, let's
This
go
is
let's go down the
what-
This
list.
is the same. Wait. This is the
This
same
was-
problem I have with Lactoid. When Lactoid's telling me that he's voting for Trump, and that it's a character or principled vote, and I'm like, no, the fuck, it's not, because you don't like the guy. You don't actually support him. You're just picking the one side. It's the same thing here. You
That's
don't
how
actually
electoral
support
politics
Kamala.
work.
You don't
That's what
really
elections
care.
are.
You're just
All these people
That's
kind of
what an
suck.
election is.
Like,
we
I don't
could have
know.
had.
You gotta pick the one
we
you
could
best
have done.
have.
Maybe
we-
I've just
okay,
like
because
accepted
you
it.
let
That's
them
the
suck,
list
because
we
everyone's so
could have.
apathetic.
Those
Wait,
are-
that's why
done-
elections suck, because
Hold on,
everyone's so
what
apathetic to
we-
voting
hold
for
on.
people with
Republicans are
character.
pragmatists.
Hold on.
You
What
gotta
we
do what's
could have
best for us.
done, and the thing that I supported
That's
at the
principled.
time, right? Typically, I like with Lactoid said a lot of interesting
Sorry, you
things.
caught a stray,
I don't
Lactoid.
support everything that Lactoid had said previously, right? Let's be clear. But the
and
thing that I
keep you
supported
straight
at the time, right? And Lactoid was here. He was there, like Gibbs around Corey, right? That like I supported a contested convention. Right, I had talked about a contested convention where, hey, we send, we say
The
that
delegates.
we open up the delegates and they can vote for whoever, right? We get our best politicians. They make their case in front of the convention and they fight it out over days, and then we have a winner and we get behind that winner.
I'm not
That would've
saying
been
I
one
would have
thing that would've been
necessarily been against that. I just
just don't care if
think
it
it's
doesn't
that big of
happen.
a deal for
It's
this
just
situation
annoying.
this close to an
Okay,
election.
I'm not
yeah,
gonna lie.
this is fine.
I'm getting sick. I'm really getting sick of
Well, I was just
Americans
talking to
being
Ghosty.
so
Ghosty asked, like, who would
apathetic.
pick. I was like, we could just
Like
have done that,
apathetic
so.
and pathetic when it comes to these things, that we're just like so okay with anything happening because, oh my god, look at how close we are. That's why when you ask like what's the utility of not voting, fuck you. This is me proving that you don't get my vote. Hopefully the numbers show up that you
Somebody's
don't
gonna
deserve, that you,
win.
because of, I don't care who wins, but the point is
Okay,
you have to earn people's votes.
You have to earn
You don't
people's
just
votes.
get a vote. You have to
Mhm.
earn people's votes.
Who
We have to
own
hold presidents. We have to hold
coalitions
politicians,
over
whether it be
policy.
local or federal. Like we have to hold these people accountable. And if we never do, if we're just apathetic to fucking anything, then we're just gonna be as pathetic as we've been for the past 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like this is how it's
Like-
been for the last like 100 years. Like, I mean,
It
it's
hasn't been.
So we should keep letting it happen.
Yeah,
So we should
or
keep
no,
doing
nothing,
that.
I guess.
we need to work on obviously like stuff like like implementing more ranked choice voting and like getting rid of first past.
But we're
the
never
post
gonna do that
situations.
if we keep being apathetic to what's happening every year, every cycle, every
No,
No
election.
matter what
these are
they
things
do.
that usually happen at state elections, and these are things you can campaign for during elections. You vote for who's the best choice at the general election, and then you work towards the things that'll make stuff better while you're doing that.
Katja,
More than one thing at a
Katja,
time. It's ridiculous.
let's pretend, and we're pretending right now. We are pretending that our friend Gibbs, the thing that he put in our group DM about one of the candidates, one of the VP candidates being a diddler, right?
Oh yeah,
Was a true thing. Let's pretend that's a true thing, right? Now let's also pretend that Kamala was in on it. All right. Let's just pretend. We're pretending. Okay. All right. So we found out that Kamala diddled children. Would you vote for her?
And somebody's gonna win the election.
Wow, so yeah, they can literally fucking do anything. They can literally do fucking anything.
I mean, Trump's literally
Fuck
the
out of
pedophile,
here.
and
That's
people don't
fuck
give
out
a
of here. You're not a
shit.
Democrat. The sheep thing is
Even
true at that
pedophiles will
point.
vote for it.
Yeah,
It
no,
doesn't
at that
matter.
point, that's a no.
Ghosty, bring
But-
the burn pits. That's
The
where.
burn pits
Yes.
Ghosty says no.
Absolutely. And then
But-
I think vote and then impeach the next fucking day, okay? Like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right. Like this is the problem with vote blue no matter who. They
The
could have
problem
put you
is
in
I
that
feel like
position.
a lot of these people, like honestly, why is it that there's so many of these people that are elites that are like in politics
Right,
that
that's
run
a
our
big
country and stuff
problem.
that do this shit? Why are there so many of them?
Yeah, that's a question conservatives been asking for as long as I've been alive.
You
So
wouldn't ask
come
her
on,
out
come
the
on,
vote
join us.
for
Conservatives
You ever heard of Alex Jones?
You
He talks
guys
about
are
that shit
crazy.
daily.
You guys are not innocent of this either. No.
Black Twitter, are we within
no.
bounds?
Hold on,
As
hold
I
on. Alex
said,
Jones has been
In
saying
terms of
down with the
what?
system. So I'm just saying.
I don't know. I'm not part of this. I
Correct
don't-
more and more. Yeah.
At
You know,
least you know what? At least it's a hypothetical prime. You know.
I will.
Yeah, I'm
crazy
just.
shit
I don't know.
happens,
That
At least
was.
that's a hypothetical.
The only thing I'm going to say, because I'm not going to take a position on the Tim Walz allegations until we have more evidence.
touchdown, Timmy.
But oh god. But I do think
won't
let's
deny that Gibbs is funny, but you know,
if it's true, if it does turn out to be true, I will think it's kind of hilarious how for how many months now, like the running gag that Democrats have been pushing is like, JD Vance is the creepy cousin that you don't
Couch
invite.
fucker.
Little
And
suspicious.
he's the couch fucker. He's the bad one, and then Tim Walz is
A
the
dolphin
wholesome uncle, right? Oh, the wholesome uncle. Okay, all right.
well, if
No.
it turns out not to be true, then y'all credibility is even further down the toilet. than
I'm
ours.
not taking a position.
Hold on.
I'm not taking a position. I don't know.
Listen,
If
here's
it's
anything to
the
win.
thing. The thing is, all
That's what
the
you just
all
said.
the problem with politics really is at this point right now is all the bullshit that Republicans say about Democrats is true, but then all the bullshit that Democrats say about Republicans is true. And so, like, once again, the question is, if we just are apathetic to everything, why would these people change anything? And then where's your principle at, and where is your character at? Like,
Well, that's
is it
actually
just like,
that's the
oh
argument
no,
for
Republicans
Trump, though.
might win? That's not enough.
There's-
But
Yeah,
Ollie,
there's two
that's
sides
been
of
the argument
things. Why
for
should
Trump.
we be the cucks?
No, but hold on, Ollie.
You are the
that's-
cuck.
But Ollie, you
No.
haven't touched on something.
You're
right
letting
there.
everything happen to you. You're letting everything happen to you, and then you're standing on the sidelines, being like, "Oh well, I mean, I guess."
No, but
Yeah,
Ollie,
I guess
Ollie,
I'll
the way I
accept what's
see it is
happening.
You're either letting your side. They're not going to jump out the way for nothing ever, motherfucking a million years. The
So
right.
why vote for them? Why support them?
but
Why support who? What the
Why
right
support
wing?
anyone who isn't going to do anything for you?
Sorry, I think that especially if we're talking about the legacy under the Biden administration, that administration has done things for people that I approve of. So I mean, if it's a continuation of that,
Like
for
what?
the most part, like what? Like the infrastructure bills, like we're talking about, things
there's
happened
11
as far as the Inflation
Tesla
Reduction
generators.
Act. Not anything I fucking saw, because guess what? Ron DeSantis said no federal funding, so we blame him for that. But
Sorry, we have to. We're gonna move on to our next topic. We got. You want to say something?
I love it. No, let's just shit on the DNC all night long. I love this.
I
Let's
would
keep
love
going.
to do that.
Honestly, I'm
Hey,
good with
they
continuing
fuck,
this
man.
conversation.
This
and
is what
saving
they
this
want.
topic.
No, I think that
I'm
this is
over it.
interesting.
And
Though,
this is
Ollie,
what they'll get. As long as they support genocide,
No.
they'll get exactly this.
But
Yeah, what up,
y'all
Gibbsy?
really touched on something, though. Y'all really been touched on something, right? So, like, the whole thing, the reason why Trump is popular amongst at least a lot of the righties and a lot of centrists as a populist is because he is anti-establishment. And I know we make fun of Alex Jones, right? But here's what's the thing Alex Jones has been talking about for decades is the uniparty. He thinks there's too many people on both sides that are the same.
Yeah.
And a lot of Americans feel they're tired of the establishment. Trump is an outsider, right? And he did shake up the Republican kind of thing, like party. Now, whether y'all think that's good or bad is a whole different debate.
I don't know for the
He
right
definitely-
reasons, though.
Yeah, well, sure. That's debatable, right? Now, he has shaken up the Republican Party. Neocons have lost power. The religious right has lost some power. And in other ways, they've gained. But it's kind of like, it's not the same leadership at the top. You think it's the same leadership, Prime?
Well,
Any
first of all,
Israeli
it
cuck
is
is the
it's
same
a different
leadership.
leadership.
It's absolutely
I'm gonna
mostly
just
the
say,
same.
by the
Israeli
way,
leadership.
It's absolutely mostly the same leadership. With
Israeli
Congress,
leadership.
At least
within,
one side honest about that.
USI.
It
USI.
absolutely is the most. To think that the evangelicals have lost power. The evangelicals literally just did. It was called the Million Woman March. In DC. This was happened over the weekend, where a million of women, right, Christian women, came praying that Donald Trump gets in because so that he can defeat Satan. I'm not making this up. Like they were
Shit,
saying,
and I missed it.
exactly.
you missed
and
it.
Yeah.
I know.
This is like a
We're
good
gonna play
place.
some
I'm
Bible
gonna
rules.
watch
People
it.
are
But
like
anyway,
that.
million
because
women
of-
lining
but-
up to
but
be your
hold on.
wife,
But
likely.
even wives
The
then.
Christian right absolutely supports Donald Trump 100%. Let's not pretend that they don't, right? They
Yeah.
say that he's God's
Well, they
instrument.
picked one.
He said
They
he's
picked
God's
one.
instrument, and that
Well,
he works through imperfect people, right? We know the
That's true.
insanity that's
He's
on
God's
the
candidate.
inconsistency.
I mean,
living
sounds
in
good to
care,
me.
right? So there's nothing wrong. So on that note, it's the same. And then you said the neocons. I'll sort of give you that one. I'll give you that one to a certain extent. But beyond that, there's the that
Tea
Trump
Party?
is the concern. Fuck, I forgot. I had another point on this. Shit, I lost it. But yeah. It's like the MAGA movement is just another version of the Tea Party, right? Which is like
No, the Tea Party never had this much control or power. So.
I didn't say that they did. I'm saying that it evolved into MAGA, right? There was a movement that started before, and that turned into this. So like, it's not like these MAGA individuals, this desire.
But it's anti-establishment, is what I'm saying.
It's like these I hear these anti-establishment.
How does he show that he is
Republicans? Like just showed up out of nowhere. They were there previously, and they had been supporting the Tea Party, and then Trump showed up, and he became the spark for the movement, right? And so now they call themselves MAGA, but it's those are the exact same people. So when you're telling me there's some vast difference, I'm saying I'm not sure that there is. I'm saying this seems like the Republican Party previously, but the neocons, I'll give you that one. The neocons, I think they have lost power.
Well, this is one thing that I'm gonna raise that I just thought about from that previous conversation. Why is it that on the right, these like kind of more, fringe factions, like we're talking, how the MAGA movement used to be, the Tea Party, blah blah blah, they work within the electoral system, but like pretty much every fringe or like, non like central establishment on the left type situation, elections happen and they're all nowhere to be found. Like maybe that should be changed. I mean, if we want to actually change anything, like that's a big
some
problem.
Support for us, and we'll come vote for you. But if you don't support the fringe, why would we vote for you?
Did the neocons like support so much? Just these Tea Party candidates. You're not even.
But neocons do support Tea Party candidates.
We're not even running.
Wait, hold on. Like, okay, as a neocon, and I made the Alex Jones joke about the Uniparty. Yeah, sure. The Uniparty is like, I would argue that like, okay, we brought Brianna Wu up earlier, right? She's a neoliberal, right? And like, on some aspects, neocons and neoliberals overlap on like specifically foreign policy, right? So in some regards, Alex Jones is correct. Neocons were a part of like a uniparty, right? In some regards, you could argue like Bill Clinton has like favorabilities towards neocon policy in some regards, right? Like you see some of this, like whatever. Sure, but my point is, we did lose power. However, we still support Tea Party candidates, or we support MAGA candidates, because the alternative is literal socialist hellscapes. I mean, like, that's pretty bad for me, in my opinion. So, like, I mean, that's why we vote for Trump.
What, the right works within the electoral system better, and they also don't form so many factions like this. This is an overall issue that I find distasteful, but I think that we should deal with that in a month. I think we should wait until after November 5th. And then
that's convenient, isn't it?
The thing with the left is
so convenient.
I like strategizing.
The problem with the left is you have a bunch of people who, like, honestly, we have a bunch of impoverished groups or oppressed groups or whatever it may be, and everyone wants to vote, and it's become an oppression Olympics within the thing, to where honestly we have so many fringes that no one feels like they're heard. And everyone feels like they're left out because you can't please everybody. And on the right, it kind of seems like they're all in line with the same idea.
And they're more likely to have coalitions. I mean, that's a big thing in the left, where if you're like have these minute differences, it's like a no dice situation. But I'm not talking about like me and you or anything like that. I'm talking about like way more minute than that. Like, people who are just, oh, well, this person's not gonna, oh, well, this person's not willing to form this. Oh, well, this, this one thing. It's like, I'm not even talking about like stuff that's like, obviously stuff like Israel-Palestine is a bigger deal than that, but I'm talking small things that people have major divisive issues about within the overall group.
It's because we look to our politicians as essentially parental figures for the country, and we're like, hey, are you going to help me? And if they don't help you, if you don't feel like they're listening to you or that you're being heard, then they haven't earned your vote. So that's like
that's
people are less likely to work together.
Part of the problem, but like there's a bigger
ending
issue
the system
here
is something that is
with Democrats, right? Like look at Republicans, right? We had two examples here with their lily pale skin, right? It's a small party, right? That is for one type of individual. And
they're all one religion. They share like
Gibbs is a Mexican.
I am Mexican.
Yeah, a light-skinned Mexican.
A white skin,
Oh.
light
You heard me.
skinned.
You heard me. A white passing
Colorism.
Mexican.
Light-
And what a surprise!
Colorism.
A white
This
passing
is-
Mexican has decided
this-
I'll be
this
a
is
Republican.
terrible.
Who could have seen that coming? Oh, like that never happens. Any
and,
which way.
and Gibbs, we had a trial, just FYI.
Yeah,
And,
well,
and what was the outcome of that trial?
I don't accept the ruling of that. It was rigged.
Yeah.
It was lawfare actually against me. That's what it was, lawfare.
The
He's
Twitch
got
lawfare.
his what Gibbs got his white privilege, and he's like, okay, well then I'll support the Republican Party, right? There's no reason not to at that point.
Hold on, there's a reason why other Hispanics are transferring in droves. to the
Swedish
Republicans.
Canadians here get their white privilege. They're like, I'll support the Republican Party. So the Republican Party is for a certain type of person, white people. And then the Democratic Party is like. It's actual big tent, right? It's actually
that
has
is something
a
that
vast
they do
coalition
have as
that it's trying to manage. So to address you, Katya, right? You're talking about these like minor differences that cause big divisions there. Yeah, it's really difficult keeping that sort of coalition together. People of vast ethnic differences, of vast religious differences, of vast sociological standing. People like literally all of them in every specific area, anything that's especially not represented by the Republican Party, which is most things, because the Republican Party represents very little, right? All those other things, those miscellaneous things, end up in the Democratic Party, and actually, like creating a powerful coalition there is extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. So I mean, I think that's the answer to your question, the salient one.
I also feel like a lot of, like people are, because people who are on the left tend to trend younger as well. Like there's less of there's more like of a disaffectiveness with the electoral process in general and stuff like that. I mean, that's just kind of how it is. So obviously a bit less likely to work within, that system, and kind of a lot of people bank on stuff making dramatic changes with like nothing in the interim, which kind of, it's what ticks me off, because it's like, well, we can want and hope and work towards something happening in the future, but if that's not right now, then that's not right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like it is or right now or it's not. Like
I guess I would mostly agree with you, right? And actually, I'm curious as to lactoids and Gibbs's. I'll actually opinion about this on the RNC side later on. But I could agree with you to a certain extent, but then there's points where the Democratic Party actively stymies those big leaps, right? There's points in time, and most times in the American political system, it's impossible to change much of anything. It's impossible to make any significant progress
without using extra legal or really questionable means.
Yeah,
which
exactly.
Is
Right?
edging
Like,
towards, which I really don't like.
Our political system is quite rigid and resistant to change in either direction.
Which is probably good because people are super fickle.
But there are these moments, these crises moments, where big change can happen, right? In either direction. One of those moments was in 2009, I guess, when Barack Obama was first elected into office. He had a massive coalition behind him. He had both houses of Congress for a little bit. And a filibuster-proof both houses of Congress for a little bit. And he had a mandate to change healthcare. He was fine talking about Medicare for all sounds like a good thing, or maybe single payer, right? He wasn't saying Medicare for all, but single payer it sounds like a good thing. But the moment he did get in office, well, he had Rahm Emanuel, a healthcare lobbyist, Rahm Emanuel, as his fucking chief of state, right? Chief of staff, excuse me, chief of staff. And he headed him up with the task of doing a healthcare reform. And Rahm Emanuel, along with his allies in the Democratic Party, did everything they could to sabotage this. So all of a sudden, Barack Obama didn't know what single payer was, and he said, "Well, single payer, we'll make that our starting position, right? And then we'll compromise from there." Meaning you weren't actually in favor of single payer, and you were willing to listen to use Republicans to do anything you could to move away from that. This is, of course, after Barack Obama himself took a lot of money from the healthcare industry. So the
I
point is
think
that, like, so
yeah.
so last thing I'll say, and then I'd love to hear what you have to say, is that, like, people will say, well, we should be happy for this incremental change in that moment. But that what we had there was literally sabotage. That moment for a big change, we had that time right then and there. It was sabotaged by the Democratic Party. So yeah, that I'm going to criticize.
Right, that frustrates me too. I agree. I think there are definitely times where, they could, not play it so safe or whatever, especially with corporate interests, that I'm really frustrated about. I'm not saying as well, like, we should be happy with, like, incremental change. I think that we should, like, understand where we're at and what is currently possible and what we have to work towards to make it possible if we want to, work within the current situation, which right now, I mean, if the system's going to dramatically change at the moment, it's going to dramatically change in a way that I know y'all two will not like. So, I mean, we got to work within what's likely and what's possible. And unfortunately, people are kind of a swimming mass, and, you've got to kind of them over, because this is a democracy. And if we want to keep it where people have some sort of say in the government, like, we kind of have to not be happy about it all the time, not be like cheering, but understand and work within that at the moment, at least. That's the way I see it.
Lactoid and Gibbs, and anyone else who wants to jump in. I'm actually curious about this one, the RNC side, right? Or the conservative side, however you want to put yourself. But when you have a chance. So, are you guys more for incremental reform to get whatever you want, right? Whether that be immigration reform or tax reform or whatever, right? Are you disappointed when are you? Does it bother you when people within your coalition ask for big changes, for big leaps here, or okay, yeah? What are your thoughts?
No, well, I wouldn't. It doesn't bother me when people ask for big changes. And look, I kind of where I'm at with this is, I'm obviously willing to work within the system to an extent, right? In terms of participating in electoral politics. That's we've had this discussion before, but I guess there is maybe like a limit to that, right? Like there is a point where let's imagine a comparable system. Like let's say in 2016, the RNC like rigged the whole system in favor, let's say like Trump and Rand Paul or Ron Paul. Let's say Ron Paul was running and Ron Paul was pretty tied with Donald Trump, right? And I'm like, oh shit, easy, right? I'm voting for Ron Paul. And then like Ron Paul like had the the debate rigged against him. There was like a superdelegate system in the RNC, which by the way, the RNC doesn't have a superdelegate system, unlike the DNC, because the RNC as a party is more democratic than the DNC is. But let's assume that they did have like a superdelegate system, and those superdelegates just went ahead and voted for Donald Trump, despite the fact that like let's say Ron Paul was supposed to be winning those areas. That would piss me off. That would piss me off a fuck ton. And it'd be very difficult for me to forgive the RNC if like a situation like that arose. But that's really not what happened. Like what happened was, at least with Trump, is almost the exact opposite, right? The RNC they're limited in how much they can rig things against Donald Trump just because of the way the RNC is structured. But they were trying to like hey, you vote for we want Jeb Bush or
I mean, Jeb.
That's Jeb, like he's the guy, right? He like I was just looking at some like in the beginning, he was polling the highest. Like he was the one that the RNC was like he's going to be we got to get another Bush, and then Donald Trump's polling under 1%, and then he gets in the debate stage and just starts riffing, and boom, like he just captures the Republican population and wins, and then you kind of have a similar thing with Nikki Haley. Trump just wins, right? He just not even close. So. Like if the tables were such a way where like it was obvious to me that the RNC was rigging the election against the candidate I wanted, the primary system against the candidate I wanted, and they were successfully continuing to do so, I wouldn't blame somebody for being like, fuck the RNC. Like I'm sick of this, right? I I can't keep voting for this. I also would understand somebody saying, look, I hate the RNC, but I don't want the Democrat to win. So I'm just gonna have to hold my nose and vote. I understand that perspective too. I can empathize with both perspectives a lot. But yeah.
It's not like I love that, but I just think that after this election, if people I would totally support people trying to make changes in the DNC. I think there should be changes made in the DNC. You know what I mean? I don't it's not like I'm jumping for joy or anything. You kind of see where I'm coming from, where I'm like, okay, this is right where I'm standing right now. This is what's possible. And then this is what's possible in the further future. We're talking right now versus in a year versus in 2 years. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying, but I guess to the other side's credit here, how I understand their argument, which I think is also kind of a strong argument, which is it seems like this is the constant message, which is let's just get through this election, then we'll fix it. It's almost like if you've ever dealt with somebody who's addicted to drugs, right? Just one more high, and then I'll never get high again.
That's the thing. Things do change, and then things do get fixed, just not on a speed that is fast enough that people would like. But things do change.
Yeah, it's if ever. That's kind of what you're telling. Yeah, if ever.
Sorry, has there been this or a push about changing how the DNC operates or whatever, and until this very second? Has this been a long-term thing that hasn't happened in the past, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, this was during the Bernie election. Right? This happened, and then previously Obama was the one who started this process, actually, because he was fighting the superdelegates when they were trying to rig it the first time for Hillary in her favor. This has been an ongoing thing in the DNC.
Right. I feel like people have just kind of they do get complacent with shit like that. Within the party thing, people do get complacent, and I'm not a fan of that. I think that people don't do enough work when it's between elections because they're just not thinking about it. And then when it is an election,
I agree
then
with you
all
there.
of a sudden they're like, oh my God.
I 100% agree with you there, right? There's not enough
organization. So then nothing's going to change if no one cares outside of the election.
Outside of that's a people problem.
But Katya's right on this point. I think she's dead on this point. Because for instance, the mother of all electoral problems, the Electoral College in of itself, right? Every 4 years, people are going to complain, especially Democrats complain about how this is a crazy system. And why do we still, they remember all over again, why do we still have this system? And then they're biting their fingernails as the votes are coming in. And we're seeing how it's bullshit that these states have outsized power, and that not everyone's vote counts the same, right? If they're not in a battleground state, so they bite their nails, right? They're wondering how can we be in the system, and then the results come in, right? And if the Democrat wins, then they're done with this issue.
They're
if
fine.
the Republican wins, then they're like, how could this be, right? And then they'll write their articles about the Electoral College and how the Republican lost the popular vote, and then that'll be it. Right? And then afterwards, instead of doing the hard work of actually changing this, right? Dealing with the Electoral Interstate Compact, right? Because there's actually some legislation to actually deal with this problem. Rather than actually supporting any of that, they all go back home, right? So yes, I see this multiple times on the Democratic Party and other parts, right? Other parts of the electorate, where you're right. There's a problem with the mechanics of our
Monday morning quarterback,
right? And then they forget. As soon as the election is done, they completely forget. Monday quarterback would imply that they that the day after they care, but the day after they forget about it.
They're the Friday morning
the Friday morning
and
quarterback.
Then after that, bye.
Then they forgot.
Well, Gibbsy, people would come to your side. I've told you this already so many times. All right, and I'm just gonna speak for the Arabs and the Muslims here. Right. They would have already been conservative had you guys not been so all the phobias. You guys just have them: the homophobia, the Islamophobia, the racism. You guys harbor too much of that to gain any new people. I'm telling you, Arabs and Muslims want to be conservative.
Haven't you tried racism? It's a lot of fun. Come on,
yeah,
give it a shot.
Not when it's against your people.
See, you
can join us so we can be racist against some other people.
Yeah,
okay.
See, hold on. This is actually. I would just go.
Michigan.
Racist is such a dirty word. tribalism is better. I'm just saying, like, that's better. But anyway,
or
like,
nativism, yeah.
yeah, well,
Oh,
I'm
no,
not
I-
that
I-
one.
I-
brother, they hate the tribe
That's
that
a
you
bad
actually
branding.
come from.
No, I want to say this though. I also think that, like, as far as when y'all mentioned change, right? As an RNC voter, right? When I look at it, the change that's being proposed by one side is drastically worse to me. And I don't want that change, like, at any cost, right? And then so even if the Republicans are incrementally changing, going that way, or they're like, let's say slow change or like reversals in the areas I care about, like, those are good for me. Now, as far as what you're saying, you want this big change. I think you might be more far left on some issues than the average voter, and I think that that's why there's a lot of, like, maybe a kind of big thing. And like, there's people that have one issue votes, right? That aren't what the mainstream Dem party wants, but they're important votes. Like, and I think that's why you're seeing this, like, slow conversion. As for like what Ali said there at the end, I mean, you can sell Republicans on that. Racism in the Republican Party is really just Democratic lies and propaganda you've been getting fed.
okay.
A lot of it's
We love
propaganda.
him. We love
I mean,
him.
like,
Y'all
you know
like
what?
the work. Hey,
No,
come
no, no,
on.
no, no. Let me ask you this:
Business
like,
owners run
when in
communities.
your real life,
I
when in
want
your
to save
actual
your
life,
tax dollars.
when has a
I know.
Trump supporter actually been racist against you?
Oh
Me?
yeah, true. When
Yeah,
have they been
you.
racist against Gibbs?
Like has any no against Ali? Like, Ali, have you ever
Oh,
like been
I thought
walking
you meant
aside and then like a Trump supporter walks up and
No,
just starts like yelling
you want
slurs
so
at you?
so here I can anecdotally I will
Go
give
ahead,
you
yeah.
this. So Michigan, I'm from Dearborn, Detroit. That's going to be Democrat, major city. So I go up north Michigan, Alden, Michigan, right? Population of like, I think like maybe 7,000. Who fucking knows? So I go to I go with my friend's family. They own a lot of land out there. It's a white family, right? We go to the market. Now in the market area, okay, I'm the darkest and the only person with a beard like this, okay?
You're the darkest one there.
As I'm waiting in line, the grocery store lady, hi, how are you doing? Having conversation with the people, blah blah blah, gets to me. Hi, how you doing? Just looks down.
It's because you're wearing a hoodie. Like, if you showed up with plaid,
it was the
and like
summer.
blue jeans
It was the
with like
summer.
a
It was the summer. I was wearing I was wearing a white tee and shorts, baby. White tee and shorts.
White tee. You can't do that in a white tee. You got to show up in a plaid like shirt with like a big like jeans.
You didn't just
with
white
a big
brother. They were wearing jeans and white tees in the store.
And a Trump hat.
Town.
Whoa, and a Trump hat. They all would have like been. They would have been praising you.
Like the Trump hat covers the fact you're a minority. Oh,
they would have. No. It's about what you were wearing, not about what you look like. That's what.
Brother. White tees are acceptable.
No, white tees are like that is urban. It's not. It's not country.
Urban.
No, what he's saying is real.
If you're in the country,
what do you mean?
You gotta wear plaid, okay? Come on.
No, you don't. Plaid's hot as fuck.
Listen,
I'm saying
in Michigan. No, come on.
Listen.
I don't know. Maybe there's heat.
You're in Texas. You don't understand what the weather's like up here.
No one's gonna come up to me and be racist, okay? But it just so happens to be that your PR is just absolutely atrocious. You go on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, whatever it may be. You guys kind of just
that's the PR. It's because that's the
propaganda from the DNC.
No, that's from your people.
The algorithm is showing you
it's not.
The algorithm is showing you what you're.
Unironically, I just have to wait. I have to say this.
Islam being a threat to the West is a very right.
No, that's a George Bush neocon thing. No, it's the George Bush neocon thing. Hear me out. I mean this sincerely. Like, the Republicans, for I think the PR reason that you're referring to, propagated by the left wing, but they are desperate, okay, for like to look tolerant and to welcome minorities. I assure you, they are not. And women. We have JD Vance on fucking stage talking about like how much he loves women and how he needs to listen to them more and
about how his wife has
but it's lip service. But everyone sees that it's lip service. Like, it's not.
She's doing her job. Look at her. And what'd you say, Corey?
It's all lip service. It's not actually convincing women. Just as I could say on the left, they're not convincing men either.
Oh, wait, no. The women is so minority. Like, the vast majority of Black people vote Democrat. They probably will continue to do so. Now, the lead the Democrats have is slowly being eaten away. Hispanics is super close. And I don't know what the rate is among Muslims, but I know that basically among minorities, it is very close. and then black people are still majority Democrat, but it is being taken away.
I'll make a
Women,
guarantee.
We need more
women,
immigrants for
women-
what
women-
y'all
women is
said.
actually pretty split too,
where you
because
have
the majority of married women vote Republican.
where
the-
you
the
have
The
demographic
majority
of
of white
Well-
women vote Republican.
the majority of all married women vote Republican. The
Well-
type of women that vote Democrat,
Be
like so,
white women.
I
Democrats.
guarantee you.
Let's think. Democrats have a 3-to-1 edge on single childless women. They dominate the Democratic
Most
Party.
married women are white
Married women.
So it's
married.
it's a white women thing. It's a white women thing. Most
Well,
married women are
also-
white women. Most women in this country are white
Also,
women.
people who
I
are
wanna make a
educated
guarantee.
tend to
The
be
They get married. I don't know.
I'll make a
married
guarantee
at
right
higher
now.
rates.
No,
If
hold on.
a demographic votes Republican and causes the swing, if they shift, it's the Muslims, the Hispanics,
Look,
whatever. If
education
they
is
also,
the
if they
biggest
come in
difference.
and swing the Donald Trump win, I
Mhm.
guarantee the Republican Party suddenly
Well,
is going to be
turn
like,
on
hey,
y'all
I don't know
what can
about
we
that.
do for you?
I don't know about that.
It's not
But-
suddenly.
Yeah,
It's happening
maybe-
right now.
It's called good business.
I want to.
Maybe Gibbs will invite you over for a
I'll
beer at his
go
ranch
to-
or whatever, but
Yeah,
most of
come
the
on
other
down.
Republicans,
Come on
goodbye.
down.
Well,
I'll go to Ali in a second.
will. You
hold
come
on.
drink with me anytime.
But like at this point, it is important, right? Because I hear what our friend Lactwood is trying to say, right? But like how we interpret this data matters. No, it's white women. White women will vote for Republicans, right? By and large. Now we have fine examples of white women who break that pattern. Thank you. We thank Ghosty. We thank Katja for their sacrifice there. But it's a white woman thing. White women by and large will vote for Republicans. And they'll say, because how the news will interpret this is that like they'll say that in an election, women broke for Democrats, right? Like Democrats captured the women vote. No, what actually happened is that Democrats drummed up enough support among minority women, particularly black women, who are the most solid supporters of the Democrats, right? And that's will put them over the edge. But white women will continue to just
Well, wait. Why is it the case that we have 2 white women here and they're not voting for Trump? Explain that.
Why is there a snowball, right? And people told me that global warming's a thing. I don't know, right? Like,
Look,
but just to be clear, because that matters, because it shows how race interacts with our politics, and I don't want to ignore that. True, yes, there's a married women break there, right? But most of those married women are white women. So
just to be clear here, like black women make up like what 6-7% of the American population.
they make
Probably
way-
probably smaller percentage of the electorate. Like when I'm saying that Democrats are like 72 or 73% of single unmarried women are voting Democrat, a massive chunk of that are not black women, right? Like this is, and because that makes up that one of the reasons why more women vote for Democrats, despite the fact that more married women vote Republican. Like there needs to be a big enough electorate there to push the number over so that most women vote Democrat, and a big chunk of that is single, unmarried, childless, like white women and Hispanic women.
But what I'm
I
saying
don't think
is that
the childless thing that's the divide they like to focus on. But a big thing here, we're talking about education and we're talking about wealth accumulation. Those are kind of like the bigger divides than like the white.
They're not bigger.
Women,
They're a divide, but they're
this,
not
that,
bigger.
and the other.
It's
They're
primarily
divided and they're
gender.
more all-encompassing, like this divide. Not we're doing quarters. You know what I'm saying?
So,
white women, black men.
One second. Hold on. No. You're saying single women that they change, that they become more conservative, right? Because those are white women marrying white men, and they become more conservative. Black women don't do this, right? Black women aren't becoming more conservative in that same way. Women of other minority groups, as far as I know, but I don't quote them on that part. Like, don't go through the exact same process. They don't shift to Republican in the same way. That's my understanding, at least for black women. So I'm saying the racial divide here is a thing that matters. The racial divide is different. Of course, black women would all of a sudden be voting for Republicans when they're married. It's fucking crazy for them, right? But white women don't have those same pressures.
I hold on. I don't think that's what's going on here. That could be what's going on, but
What about getting married?
I don't think
makes
what's
you,
happening.
stupid?
I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think it's that people get married and all of a sudden they become conservative. I think it's the type of woman that's going to get married is more likely going to be conservative. Well, no. Also,
That's a little bit. That's a little bit.
I'm gonna be
white
straightforward
women
here.
have
There's
white women who get married.
There's
to do
more
this.
corollaries than just that, right? So people who
Like
are more
education.
mentally stable are both more likely to be Republicans and more likely to get married. Like mental illness, for
Right.
example, instability, stuff like that. That's a major factor here. Age is also another factor. Like there's things that go into this that can explain the gap. It could be that once you get married, you tend to conservatize. That could be the case, but I think it's probably that mixed with the fact that the type of person who's more conservative is also more likely to get married, just as a personality trait.
So it's the age old trope when if you're in your 20s and you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, you're heartless, and if you're in your 30s, you're smart, whatever the fuck it is. I think what's actually happening is, I think what's actually happening is with the minorities that you're seeing with like a lot of the Hispanics and like Muslims seem to like kind of be a little bit 50-50 on whether or not they want to vote for Trump or Kamala. It's kind of split. And then also to married people, I think it's because there's this idea that if you Muslims and a lot of the Hispanics that are voting for Trump are probably business owners, and then two, when you get married, right, like finances and things become way more important, especially if you're having kids. I think a lot of people are under the idea that like under a Republican government, married people and business owners get treated better. Right, there are bigger tax breaks. There's more encouragement for people to get married. There's whatever it may be, and so I think the incentives change because
also religion.
simply, well, I mean, kind of religion, right? Like I don't know.
Religious people are more likely to get married, and especially get married at younger ages and stay single for less of their life. Religious people are, and they obviously do tend to be more conservative. So that's another one in addition to the business owner stuff or whatever.
Well, I'm saying for the mind, but I'm saying for the reason why a lot like these specific minority groups, these two minority groups seem to be because it would probably be more financial than it would be religious reasons. And then for a lot of married people, I do think it becomes a fiscal or like a financial thing. So like it's we like I feel like we get promised, because I heard this a lot during the initial Trump the 2016, that like a lot of Asian business owners in Michigan were like kind of secretly like, we're gonna vote Trump. And it's like, well, why? Then they would tell you, well, like my mom owns a nail salon, and like so Trump's just better for business, and so obviously we're just voting for the business sake. The social policies probably aren't going to change that much, yada yada yada. So I think a lot of people end up just voting with their dollar, and they believe that under a Republican government that their business is going to be taken care of. They're going to have more tax incentives if you like. There's more encouragement to get married, so on and so forth. Which is probably why Kamala has the big push right now for like housing, right? She's like, hey, we're gonna get you guys houses, because that would honestly be a fucking and that would be a huge win if Republicans went for that, but they don't like giving money out.
So like our friend Lightwood, he just gave us this data from I don't know where, but I'm sure it's a reliable source.
It's Pew Research.
Pew Research, fair enough. Thank you so much. He gave us a Pew Research poll talking about the partisanship of men and women, right? A breakdown of them, whether you're Democrat or Republican. But like these things are this poll bothers me. It fucking bothers me for the obvious reason that like they don't take race into account, right? Let's not like this is only useful if you're let's say a conservative who underestimates the impact of race on our politics, right? That's just the only type of people that this thing would be useful for, because like like women of these different backgrounds have entirely different relation to politics, in relation to the parties, and so it matters vastly. Like white women don't have that pressure of having I don't know, I want to say this properly, because not that the Republican Party doesn't victimize white women, it absolutely does, and they shouldn't be voting for them in the first place, right? It's just that the Republican Party isn't inherently against women in the same way it's inherently against black people. So we don't have that pressure to not vote for them in the same way. There's cultural pressures to vote for them. There are societal pressures to vote for Republicans that simply don't exist for black women. So like if you don't break this down by that, what you'll see is that like the numbers will get skewed because there's more white women than any other type of women in this country.
Look, I'm not going to tell a woman what to do. I'm not going to tell her how to vote, unlike you, but sure.
What? Okay. All right, thank you for that.
He said shouldn't.
Women shouldn't do this. Sure. What else? Like they shouldn't go work. They shouldn't. What Prime? Tell me all the things that you think women shouldn't do. Go ahead.
They should make me a sandwich, is what I would
Oh
also
my!
say.
See,
Yeah,
I
they should
knew
make me a
it. I
sandwich.
knew it.
At the end of the day,
Hey,
yeah,
what's
exactly right.
what's that new thing going around where it's like if it's called if women are supposed to be in the kitchen, why is it called cooking and not cook queen? I'm just saying, you not seen that?
I have not seen that.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Wow,
Oh my god.
it's
Not
a good
one
one.
of the cool
Listen,
kids.
sometimes the lowbrow humor is good. You just gotta
Yeah,
like.
it
not
killed
too
Gibbs.
much.
That's just
Killed.
like
I thought it was fucking hilarious.
Neanderthal
You're
brow
high.
humor. Oh my god.
Listen, does everything have to be highbrow all the time? Like, sometimes I think the
You're
biggest
so
problem with America.
unsophisticated, Gibbs.
I'm just saying, sometimes I think the biggest problem with America today is people can't laugh. Like, you got everything so serious all the time. Like, we all so wound up. We got to be all complicated.
True.
Sometimes the stupid things are funny. I have a fart joke. Hey, it's okay. Like,
Okay.
I agree.
I think
I agree
we
with
should
that.
like racist
Little
jokes are pretty
SpongeBob.
good too, but now we can't say them because of TOS.
Well, here we go.
No,
So,
no, I don't know.
going back to
There's a lot of stuff.
Well, I want to let some other people into the topic. I'm gonna go to Ghosty and then our friend Corey. Right, sitting pretty there, watching the Americans, and our Canadian spy, go back at it, between each other. So I want their opinions. So, I'm going to ask our friend Ghosty about her opinions on incrementalism versus like more revolutionary change. And also Corey, like how do you feel about that within the Canadian context? So Ghosty first.
Can you like clarify a little more what you mean?
Sure. Our friend Katja was talking much earlier. Was talking about how it's problematic when people who are looking for bigger changes, like maybe like refuse to vote.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Okay. So I do think like revolutions probably make a bigger impact. It's just like a stronger stance. It's more. It's just like
shit's gotta
straightforward.
be like people are gonna have to be like starving for Americans to get off their ass and like actually do anything that might put their safety at risk. So that's all I'm saying.
True. But I think in general, like that would be a better way to force change than incrementally, because like it seems like we might take one step forward and then like more two back, or people just forget and they stop caring. So like if you really want to like pressure politicians, like you're going to need a lot of people to be very loud and make it a big deal and hold people accountable. My only thing is I'd also agree with like Katya at the same point. Like I don't know if right this second is the point to do it. Like I feel like it might just be too late in this particular election. So like it's just like I don't know.
Yeah,
Am I
and
contradicting myself?
So then
the
when
problem
would
is,
you?
as I said earlier, that people forget until it's too late. So that's a problem that I think that we should, work on, like trying to like stoke more political involvement and more like civic engagement, which isn't an instantaneous thing. But if people are caring a bit earlier, then more can get done instead of this like, Friday morning quarterback situation that we forget on Sunday.
I think like us as Americans, like Democrat and Republican, need to work together on some kind of revolution to change how our government is run, or how the primaries work, or just like how all these systems are functioning, because clearly nobody's happy with it. So I think maybe the problem is the like division. And I think we actually like agree on a lot more things. Like it doesn't seem like it. We're always here on Mondays like arguing, right? But sometimes we do make bridges, and I think when it comes down to it, like we actually do agree on a lot of like broader issues. But the parties kind of like divide us, maybe. I don't know.
I mean,
I just don't know how to start. Like, I just don't know how to do it. Like,
it's hard when like some people at this point like are practically living in other sets. Like everybody has a different set of facts. Like there's like a bunch of motherfuckers, especially now, but just in general, who straight up believe in like non-reality, like shit that's not even happening, to the point where it's like, okay, we need to bridge a gap, but it's hard to bridge a gap when we can't even agree on what is occurring. Obviously, because we look at data, we like us here, we care about politics. We're the like minority who does this. We're obviously way more likely to be able to find the facts. But to people, when we've got a bunch of people who just echo chamber, epistemic bubble,
Yeah,
epistemic
but
bubble,
it's not echo
really
chambers.
freaking hard.
But it's not echo chambers. Here's the thing, right? Like Ollie kind of brought this up earlier, and I brought it up. He hit the nail on the head. He said one party has been kind of open about what they want. The other party has sat there and lied to us for like however long about Biden's mental competency, and it was just a blatant lie. The whole time that got us in this situation with Kamala, and we can go over there, and then we can see the economy. Then we look at the economy, and I'm going to speak for me now.
Yeah, the economy's doing
it's
better,
terrible. It's fucking shambles. I went to
Wait,
Target. It is.
To give him credit, we're talking about facts. We're talking about facts, right? We're talking we're going to roll with facts. Like, why is it the case that the Democrats in Congress attacked Robert Hur when he presented the Hur report? Why did they relentlessly attack him when he was right the whole time? And you can watch the congressional hearings.
Why?
They were baseless attacks. They were saying, you were appointed by a Republican, blah blah blah. Like, this is ridiculous, blah blah blah. Nothing on the actual substance of the report, which turned out to be completely correct because Robert Hur is a man of integrity, and when you read the report, it's very well written, and he outlines a lot of issues with Biden's cognition that they said was a complete lie. It's a lie. It's bullshit. That Republicans are just lying to you. And then the debate happened. How many other things do you think Republicans are lying about that they're actually not?
Yeah, I
guess
think that's what people are waking up to.
I just think that people are making mountain out of molehill with the specific, like the Biden.
We call that copium.
Thing.
They pulled him from the candidacy.
I don't personally care is copium, bro.
I guess what I'm hearing is like.
Wait, let's hear from Ghosty. Let her respond.
I guess. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's not like that important, but I feel like I guess what I hear is like a lot of complaints, which are like mostly all valid, but like not many solutions from people.
Yeah. It's
so we're all
because we can't get to a solution because we're too busy defending our complaint, right? So like I'm saying, like when I brought this up, Katya's response is kind of like, well, I mean, so we're kind of in this position. It's like, wait, so are you just like completely invalidating the complaint by saying like I don't have a solution? We can't even get to the point where we agree on the complaint before we can talk about a solution.
I can agree on the complaint. I feel like it's got to be like as I've said, the world we're living in today versus the world we want to live in tomorrow, right? Like we could do both at the same time, but
not really, because if the world that you're living in today you're kind of exemplifying that you have no standard, right? There's no reason for the world of tomorrow for them.
This election, because
yes, I know, but this election. Yeah. Wait, I know, but this election is where the problem happened, right? In this election is where you were lied to. In this election is where you feel where like you've the vote. So
I can do this election.
I know there's nothing you can. I know. Wait, I know there's nothing. I know there's nothing you can do in this election. So therefore, your principles go out the window, and the vote goes to whatever goes. Since that's going to happen, the people aren't going to enact change within her presidency. No one's going to enact change because you are already apathetic and gave the vote. And then in the next election cycle,
your vote doesn't do as much as working within like the general system. I mean, if you don't,
people don't work within the general system. People vote for the president, and then they go home, and then they jack off for 4 years, and then nothing happens.
That's why I think the main problem is actually education. I think we need more education about the political system from like younger ages, and like starting to understand local elections and how from building from the bottom to the top. And none of us, like most people, the most like general American population like doesn't care about this stuff or doesn't even understand it. So like, but I think they don't want people to understand it, right? Because that gives them more power.
Does care about. I agree. About the economy. Wait, general population cares about the fact that when they go to the gas station, the little bags of chips are now $1. So when we hear that the economy is great, the general Americans care about the fact that the average rent in a regular hometown is like $1,500 for a 1-bedroom apartment. And if you go to the shitty parts of town, it's $900 to $1,100 for a shitty studio. That's what the general American cared about. And all I'm saying, I'm doing fine. I'm doing okay. But in a world where, yes, where we get told like, oh, democratic policy is going to be this, it's going to be that, it's going to be this, and they don't uphold any of the real shit outside of the social things that honestly don't require anything. They just pass a law for gay marriage. That's like, what I'm saying is it doesn't require any like money. It doesn't require them doing anything other than signing a piece of paper. We get our social policies, but we get none of the other shit that's promised to us from the party. People can't afford their rent. The roads are shit. They can't afford food.
Okay.
These are actual problems that we've been dealing with. On top of that, we had the 4 years.
And Republicans have solutions.
We had the 4 years of Biden. And
right, and a lot
entering
happened.
What happened?
Yeah, for historically
where's
divided
my
Congress,
benefit?
he's gotten past more bipartisan shit than like pretty much most recent people combined. Like literally the bipartisan efforts that have gone on during his presidency. A lot of this stuff is long term. A lot of this stuff, specifically like the infrastructure bill, it's allocating money that we're gonna do this. We're continuing to do this shit. Like plans are in motion, but like you pass that for example, pass the infrastructure bill. It's not like there's gonna be like the people on the ground working the next day, shit happening immediately, because obviously
what about the next year?
Some of these bills,
or the next
literally
5
some of these bills
years?
stuff starts in like 2028 or whatever the fuck. It like the dates that they're like, you know, allocated.
A lot of this
for
is like
haven't
state
happened
issues
yet.
too. A lot of this is like state
that
problems,
too.
right? Like
we're about to be unburdened by what has been this coming election. The rules of Biden will be will be washed away like when the water flowed through Isengard. But I want to point out something that I thought was really interesting that I agree with. Right, Gosi, you said the problem is education, and we need to perhaps like listen to educated people when it comes to learn more from educated people. Well, my understanding is, so I have a doctorate, and I think Gibbs is a double doctorate. So I think we are the two most educated people on
By
this
far.
panel by far. So I think that we are uniquely
GLP-1 agonists.
And so we are. Well, hold on. When it comes to
My God,
when it comes to our fields, right? We are by far the top. Yeah, we are the top in our fields when it comes to providing education. And so I agree. I think people need to listen to us more. And so because of that, when you go to vote this November,
of a twist of what I was saying, but
no, it's an explanation because I'm explaining it.
It's because of that doctorate.
It's because of that doctorate. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
But for the layman,
it might not make sense to the layman, but just hear me out. So.
Sure, I'll listen to your advice on like, you know, like legal stuff and like getting into law school and stuff like
legally,
that.
you should not vote for Kamala Harris.
Bye-bye.
So,
oh yeah, true.
You said you shouldn't tell what women to do. Now you are telling them what you do.
No, I said legally, like you, the general you. I'm not talking to women specifically.
Yeah, general you. Okay.
That's okay.
I would never tell
women. Are women not part of the general population?
Let's hear from
no, women are better than the general population. You guys are
true, base.
Let's hear from Corey, and then we'll go to our finale.
Yeah, when the incrementalism versus, I guess, revolutionary. I guess sort of like I'm sympathetic to both, and I think it depends on like, at least in my opinion, like where you are, probably like socioeconomically. Of like, I can understand Lactoid's position. Like he can deal with incrementalism because like he's not, as far as I know, he's not
lawyer, very rich. Yeah.
He's not homeless, right? And he's got a motorcycle, right? As opposed to someone who is homeless, it's like, yeah, okay, sure. If they have an few extra dollars, it's like that really doesn't serve anything.
They don't. But the homeless people don't vote. You think homeless people vote in any?
I'm being hyperbolic and using the most extreme example. Hopefully, you can imagine a step above a homeless person, where it's like, let's say someone living paycheck to paycheck, and like, yeah, if it's a few extra dollars on the paycheck, like that doesn't really affect that much their quality of life. And so I can understand why they would push for something more revolutionary or dramatic, as opposed to someone who's wealthy or like, yeah, isn't living paycheck to paycheck. It's like, yeah, some incremental change I can deal with. Like, I don't know where the true answer lies. I sort of view it somewhat like climate change, I guess, in terms of there's a tipping point of like, for some issues, like you cannot afford to ignore. And like, I think climate change is a good example of that. Of like, if we don't prioritize like long-term thinking, there's like no turning back. Now, what that actual like issue is and where we are with that example, I don't actually know. But I think Trump is a sign of something. Okay, whether it's an actual whether it actually requires something revolutionary, I don't actually know for sure. But I view Trump differently.
So
I wanted to let you finish, but I just want when you said paycheck to paycheck, just to be clear, I hate this phrase in particular because I think it was like what 20 or 30% of people who make more than $200,000 a year live paycheck to paycheck, right? Like the problem
but
with
they're
paycheck
living
to
to their
paycheck spending.
means.
the example that I'm trying to invoke,
I know, but I think it sort of unintentionally made an example that I'm trying to invoke, which is the financially irresponsible, right? The people who make money but they blow it regardless and they live paycheck to paycheck. Yes, the financially irresponsible probably going to vote more Democrat than Republican. Yeah.
Okay, so
Well,
go
I mean,
list
no,
person example.
This
All
person
those
doesn't.
compensator trucks are pretty expensive.
Lactoid doesn't
They can
understand
afford 'em.
how expensive hookers and coke can
Just-
be, right?
That is the number one expense of Democrats, I've heard. Yeah.
I'll,
What?
Like,
F150?
well, I'm respond to Lactoid real quick, and then so I got Lactoid. You were kind of nodding your head when I was like, oh, people can't afford their rent, blah blah blah. So like at $15 minimum wage, I just want you to know, like a 40-hour work week is them making like $527 a week. Like, no one. I don't know how much you can live off that with the rent prices and the food prices being what they are. So all this
They get a
economy
roommate.
talk. Yeah, you get a roommate. Yeah,
Get a
I
roommate.
understand. I get what you're
Well,
saying.
I agree. Inflation's out of control. Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's vote for
so,
the same party that
so-
caused it.
The shit. The issue. I was gonna try to like run Gibbs and Lactoid through the same test like we were running Katya about like why like the principled vote, like why you shouldn't vote. The issue is like I can look at Gibbs who hates tax money going and being like, hey, like isn't us giving billions of dollars of our tax money to Israel a year like enough for you to not want to vote for someone? But he's gonna be like, well, yeah, I get the border that I want with Trump, so I'll deal with the other shit that I have to deal with anyways. And then same to Lactoid. Now I don't know specifically why. I think Lactoid just is Republican and wants the Republicans to win. And but I don't know specifically why you're voting for Trump. But I feel like you get some type of benefit from it. The Democrat, as a Democrat, I have like my one topic that I'm really like pressed about. But then like I don't really get anything if I vote for Kamala. These guys feel like the Trump party feels, or the Republican Party feels like they're getting what they want, their one thing, as long it's like it doesn't matter to them the negative, the tax money or whatever it may be. It doesn't matter because they're getting their one thing that they care about. I don't feel like I'm getting any of the one things like that I care about, and so it's like it's tough.
Just to explain,
I
like,
think I
so
am. I mean, maybe we just live in different worlds. I don't know.
I voted Libertarian the past 2 elections, right? So, like, I don't know what makes the Republican. I mean, if you want to call me Republican, I really don't care. If you call me Libertarian,
Socialist.
The titles don't socialist really. I mean, Scott calls me something like whatever the titles are. I don't particularly care. I'm not a big fan of gatekeeping. I think all that stuff is a little bit larpy to really care about what titles people associate with you, as long as they're not misrepresenting your beliefs, right? I think it's a good question, right, Ali? And again, I think we've had this discussion a couple of times where it's like I understand because as somebody who has voted third party the last 2 times, I understand the sort of like principled position of like, look, I'm not going to compromise on this stuff. But I think that there's also this other position that we've also talked about, which is, sometimes compromise might be the principle for some people, right? And that side's sort of been in consideration for me lately.
But at the end of the day, you're still getting what you want if Republican, like you're getting.
I'm getting a lot of stuff
closer.
I don't. No. It's more like it's like the shinier of 2 turds is the idea. Like I'm getting a whole bunch of like I think Kamala is dangerous. I think the whole court packing shit's dangerous. I think that the precedent she said of being appointed is dangerous. I think that her VP statements on hate speech is dangerous. I think there's a whole bunch of stuff that like is dangerous about her from a civics perspective. I think that her economic policies, the speech she's proposed, are dangerous, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
right?
you have enough negatives on her side.
Enough negatives, right? That outweighs. Now, I've said that before. I'm not hawkish in immigration, which is something that Trump is very big on. So, I mean, that's something that I'm it's not a big source of agreement. But
I'm just saying it's harder to tackle that vote because there's a reason you're getting you're at least willing to admit that you're getting less negative on one end for you than it's just a weight of negatives.
Well,
let's go to
touch
Gibbs.
Yeah, to touch on that, so like I echo a lot of what Lactoid said there. There's issues I care about quite a bit that Trump, is gonna, remedy almost in day one, or he says he will. Versus I know the Dems on all these issues are like things I don't want, like there's unequivocally, right? So when I look at this though, the thing that I really want people to understand is that Republicans, and this is kind of why Republicans are willing to vote for Trump, is that Republicans are willing to make a deal. We will compromise on stuff. Like it's like, hey, okay, I don't really like Trump. But if I have to choose between Kamala, I'm going to do this, right? And Trump is willing to make deals with factions within the Republican Party to get their one issue done. And so you talked about like Israel, right? Like, okay, like I said, as like an added capitalist, I can easily see a way to economically benefit me to come to some kind of agreement where you're
Sell
happy,
weapons
or
to
at least
them.
less happy.
Maybe
Sell weapons.
something,
Hey,
not
you know
give
what?
them money.
Maybe we move them away from Iran. Like, I mean, and I say this jokingly.
Kamala's going to do that anyway, though, too. Gibbs,
Oh, but hold
We're
on, yeah,
just
sure.
giving them.
At least I'm saying we'll do it, right? Like with Ghosty here, she was saying this earlier, talking about us being the arms dealers. You know what? Hey, at least I'm willing to say, we might do that. We might not, but I'm like willing to consider things, and like we're willing to make deals and stuff. Like we even talked about, I'm a Republican, right? I'm pretty big on the border wall. I want that, but like I'm willing to compromise on the timing. Even if we can agree, you're going to give me something real secure, and I'll give you whatever you want on the I'll give you pretty much anything you want on the immigration status. You want the barriers moved? Yeah, let's get a lot of them. But at least know who's coming, and let's get a wall. We'll make deals. And we're open about that, but I think the Dems have been like held hostage by factions that won't make deals. It's either we're gonna burn it all to the ground, or you're coming with us. Like that I think is appealing to a lot of people.
No. Because I'm one of those people. Because
sure,
I'm not going to
that's fair. I'm not.
Absolutely not. Yeah. No, but
right.
I don't think you're trying to insult me or anything.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying that's why there's factionalism.
I know. But like my pushback here is to say that like that happens on the Republican side too. That there are individuals who like have their single issues that without them they're not going to vote. I mean, I think that the vote
not
for
to
Trump,
same extent though is what I'm saying.
Right?
It's like I think it's much smaller like portions on the. I'm not saying there's not people on the Republican side that are like that, right? But like I think that it's like much smaller. And I think they're willing to like. It's like okay, yeah, that might be a big one, but I'm still getting like 5 of my like secondary ones, right? And so like it balances out. Like I mean, at least with the Republicans, I versus with the left, it seems like there's many more people that have a single issue, and y'all like kind of. It's harder for y'all to work together. It seems like in some regards. I don't know. That's just my outsider's take. I don't really like to
Well, the issues usually involve like some type of like oppression, so it's all really hard to just be like wavering on like, hey, we want our rights.
Yeah, if you're Lebanese and the Democratic Party is assisting in the bombing of your people, then it's going to be a problem.
You're kind of like,
truth be told, I mean, just like obviously beyond like with what Lactoid has said about like how he's scared about like stuff like the court packing or like that one statement or about the hate speech or whatever. I mean, like that's how I feel about like the precedent set with the trying to overturn the election that was not in a private party, that was actually like the general election that culminated in a riot that Trump was totally fine with happening, and then continued to try to figure out schemes to try to get back into power that are extra legal. That's scary to me, as well as a lot of the stuff people he hangs around with, people he supports in like state and local government, as well as JD Vance say about women's roles in society, as well as just kind of rights for women. And I mean, you know what, I think a lot of that's scary, as well as for LGBT people, and that's what I'm like not fixing to compromise on. When I like literally, if it was, you could talk to me if there was some insane.
But we do compromise on that. Like we do states' rights. Like if you can have California, the rest of the nation, like each other state, can decide their own future.
No,
and y'all are going. And y'all are going. No, we want to have California everywhere.
Wait. There is a massive compromise when we're talking about the LGBTQ thing. I mean, keep in mind, in 2008, Obama was running. He said he doesn't believe in marriage between like gay marriage. Marriage is between a man and a woman, right? And now here we are.
And he changed after he was elected.
Yeah, well, hold on. He changed like decent amount of time after his. Decent amount of time after he was elected. Just before the next election. So we're talking about like what 2011 Like we're talking, and then it's like
No,
you know,
it was-
and
it was
now
actually 2012. Yeah.
Okay, 2012. So we went from 2012, like finally the Dems come around to gay marriage, and now Kamala's talking about free trans surgeries for detained illegal inmates.
Yeah,
Like
if you
we
did-
have, like the fucking the range of motion on the compromise here has swung entirely to the opposite side. Donald Trump is not even against gay marriage. In fact, Donald Trump like personally went in and
he hangs
rewrote.
out with people who are. He appoints Supreme Court justices who are like. It's not just about.
But yeah,
who
but
he
this is
is,
what we're saying. We're giving
it's
you the
about who he
state to have
appoints,
it.
who
Why,
he
like,
hangs
why do you have to
around.
be? But this is what we're compromising on. We've got to say, hey, that's fine. You want to do that? Here's the areas you can do that. Here are our areas. Like, why can't people have like your states'
Okay,
rights?
then we should just
Pretty
be,
sure
we
pretty
should
sure gay
be
marriage is
50
codified.
separate
Yeah, like I don't and, like.
countries.
Not only that, we're talking about like
It's
code. I just come on.
ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. It's like you want California everywhere, and you won't be
No, I
happy
don't
unless it's
actually,
like
because
everything.
here's the thing. If you're talking about shit like abortion, then that should be like, what does it have to do with you unless you're like the father or something, bro? Like, if it's happening in a different state
I mean,
or
you think
like,
abortion
What
is an
about the
issue that I'm
border?
voting on?
You're not near
Wow,
the
boy.
border.
Yeah,
Like,
you don't care about the border, like yeah. So that's
oh,
what I'm
the
saying.
border.
Like
Wait,
you
wait,
sit there
wait,
and care about
wait,
abortion
wait, wait.
when you
Did
don't
I
give a
not
shit about
agree
like shit
with you
happening over
about
here.
some of your? No. I don't care about the border. Oh my god. Like, where did you pull that one out of?
I mean, you haven't seemed very sympathetic to most of the border problems we've been having. Like anytime I brought up something, you're like, oh well,
Sympathetic
local
to the
news.
border problems.
Like y'all, like,
Okay, I just looked into this, right? So in 2022, like a bipartisan bill codified like the right to gay marriage, and
Right,
Trump
exactly.
went
That was
into the bipartisan, and Trump again went into
Biden,
the Republican
yeah.
platform and rewrote it to be in favor of gay marriage. We. To be fair, like the LGBTQ issues, because that was one of the things we
Right.
listed as
There's
like
more
not
than just
compromising
gay
on.
marriage. There's more than just gay marriage.
Well, like what? Like what?
Like we're talking about a lot of these people, I mean, that Trump hangs around with are not big fans of, like having anti-discrimination laws for gay and trans people, and not having
he's
stuff
but
like
always been pro LGBTQ though.
Neil
Like, he has a long
Gorsuch,
history.
Neil Gorsuch, a Trump appointee, is the author behind the
Right.
Bostock decision, which is
Yeah,
like
that's
the
fine. I don't
Supreme
have
Court
a- okay,
decision
okay.
that made it illegal to discriminate against trans people in employment. Right? That
That's
was Neil
great,
Gorsuch.
and I thought that was a good decision of Neil Gorsuch's. Is he the only person
I didn't,
who's
but still,
around
Trump
that
appointee,
has
right?
any sort of opinion? Right? Did I
Sure,
say every person?
Oh, okay. So wait, the argument here is that well, okay, maybe if the standard is well,
It's only the people she doesn't like. Yeah, like
Yeah,
it's
you gotta give them.
You are
I'm
gonna
talking
find some
about an
people around
aggregate.
him.
yeah. You're not
I'm talking
willing to
about an
compromise.
aggregate, okay?
This
If
is
I'm
literally
talking
holding
about,
hostage. This is what I'm talking about.
sorry, what?
You're literally
I'm
holding
talking
everybody
about the
hostage because you won't
aggregate
compromise
here.
on anything.
Nope, I absolutely will. I'll compromise on stuff that actually affects other people.
Well, to be
Beyond
fair,
your-
I don't think it affects everybody.
all of politics affects other people. We're having
No.
arguments over this stuff because it
I
I mean,
affects
the word
Of course it
politics
does.
means Polish.
Wait,
you
you're
know,
a
like,
fucking
it's because of
libertarian. What are you
Polish.
fucking talking about?
Well, hold on. I know this more than anybody as libertarian. That
opinion is
voting and politics
invalid.
stuff is voting is inherently an aggressive act. You are deciding
Your
for
opinion
other
means
people what you're
nothing.
doing. The government, every law of the government affects other people. Like all policy is like implemented to affect other
But
people. That's
there
the whole
are
point.
things
That
that
was
are,
just
like more
nothing.
along
That
the
was
lines
word
of-
salad.
Shut the fuck up.
I think the problem is that like politics
I'm
are
sorry, I'm,
so
like, reading two
tiring.
different things right now.
We get to the point where it's like, oh, I can't wait until election season is over, right?
Yeah, me
and then
too.
it's
I'm
over,
fucking-
and
There are
people
seasons?
fucking
Yeah, we have
like
we call it
Just to be
seasons.
clear, I told Ali to shut the fuck up, not you, Katia. Just to be clear, okay? Because he was memeing on me. I just want to make that clear.
Oh wait, yeah, that was a me.
Yeah, you were memeing on me. I just want to make that clear. I wasn't.
Sorry. And
I
then
said
you
his
talked
opinion's
over another
invalid.
woman. Okay, Ghosty, please go ahead.
But yeah, like politics are just so tiring for people, and they get so to the point where it's like, oh, I can't wait till election season is over, and then we like put it out of our minds, or at least like most people do, and then we don't focus on these issues again until election season comes up, and then it's the same like rushed like action of trying to fix shit within like a couple months instead of like trying to deal with it all the time. But people don't want to deal with it all the time because politics are so stressful.
When do you vote on things?
I
all
think
the
about it
time?
every
So
time I
I
pay
want to be
a tax.
educated. I want to be
Yeah, we
educated
have
on this.
sales
So
tax
like
every day.
in like for like us who want to vote on issues all the time. How do you vote on issues all the time when the president's elected?
Well, how do you do that?
Yeah.
What or do you mean like locally and state elections?
How am I involved? No, like the big decisions that get made. How am I
Oh,
How am I?
yeah, how do we get
one second,
involved?
second,
I
second.
don't know.
Just before you do,
You vote
we
for them
we
during
got
the
a super
election.
chat. It was
Let me calculate.
Brutal.
Jesus.
no, but
He lost
I
it.
was.
Go ahead, Prime. It's best not even to say how long ago it was.
Yeah,
Just go ahead.
just read the chat. Who cares?
Sean, thank you for your $10 of Canadian fun bucks. The super chat is super chat for a super guy. Oh, thank you for that. That's really kind of you. Sean,
So-
thank you for continuously giving me super chats. Despite Corey like waging war against the super chats and won't let me read them. He like threatens me. He's like, if you read them, like this gonna be.
You should see the DMs that I send him.
So a lot of the times, like as someone who votes rarely, you go to the election post and there's a bunch of propositions you're voting on and a bunch of things you're voting on. Outside of that, when do you go vote for these things? Like you guys keep saying, like let's get through the election cycle and then within the presidency, let's work on things. Where do I go work on things?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what can we do? I guess, like, really.
Well, Katya was like you were big like pro on like get him the election, then work on within the presidency. How do I work on like the policies within the presidency?
By working in like more in your
By
local
not voting
areas,
for the
you know?
politician who doesn't support the policies I want,
Nope, by
because you have
getting
to earn the
involved
vote. That's the
locally.
only way you can do that, because I can't enact. I
That's-
can't. How do I
Right,
change
but there needs to
policy
be evidence that actually makes people change their minds.
if they lose elections? It's probably
they
a
lose
big thing. It's probably a big thing to make them change their mind if they lost the election that they were working so hard
Right,
for
but
and
that's
cost
like
them a lot
a
of money.
big gamble because if then
But
they
now-
win the election
okay,
without you, you're
But
done.
you were talking about solutions earlier. Now I'm asking you for solutions because you told me, well, let's vote. And right now, it doesn't matter about the problems that we have, and we need to think about solutions. Fine, I vote. What are the solutions I have?
Well, for which solutions are we talking about afterwards?
My voice on Israel Palestine. I want my voice heard. We want our voices heard. We vote for Kamala. She wins. How is our voice heard?
Well, basically, that's going to be a lot more advocating, a lot more trying.
They were
to
plugging
find...
their ears when we were advocating at the DNC. How is my voice heard if I vote for her?
I mean, it's hard because of all the financial stuff.
I know. Give me a solution, though. How is my voice heard if I vote for her and they were plugging their ears at the DNC? Give me the solution.
Honestly, like I don't
You're-
have one
it
for that
isn't.
issue because of this issue hasn't
Cool,
been
any
moved
other
in
issue.
50 years. Where am I?
Any
I'm
any
talking
other
more
issue,
about
the issues
other
that you care
issues.
about. Give me an
Has
issue
no.
that you care about. That if you vote for and it's not her. Like, give me an issue.
So an issue that I have an issue with, or specifically, is stuff like how elections are run, first past the post, this, that, and the other. And these are issues that a lot of people don't even
So we
care
vote for
about.
Kamala after her being
Right, and then
anointed. How do
after
we fix
that,
the
you-
issue that it doesn't happen again?
Right. So you need to figure out how to keep advocacy for that stuff up, and then work in your local area to elect local politicians who will, and state, representatives who will bring that up as an issue. Because I mean, you can either get there through legislation or through constitutional amendment, one of which requires obviously state governments, and then the other which requires, national governments to be behind this. And basically, I mean, that would be like stuff like the Electoral College or first past the post, trying to get rid of that either in your state or in general. It would take a lot of coalition building between like, different sectors of people who are dissatisfied both in the right and the left.
So it's just not going to
Probably
happen.
Working with third parties.
What if?
Excuse me.
So it's just not going to happen.
So nothing's ever going to happen ever.
No, that's
Like-
why people.
No, hold
are,
on.
No. That's why people are taking a stance and hoping.
But that doesn't
if
do
it-
anything really
Well, hold on,
either.
it's
No,
not
no,
true.
no. Wait.
Imagine
There's a
politicians
hope.
give you their constituents
There's a
what they
hope
want, which
that
is what
the person
I'm giving you Trump
realizes
wins.
there's a
Imagine,
hope.
crazy how great that would be, right?
What do you think?
Sorry,
The never,
what?
what do you think?
Did
the
you
never
get it
Trumpers,
when he was first?
What do you think the
I
never
don't think
Trumpers are
it's-
doing? The never
did. I
Trumpers
did get
are
what I
withholding their vote. The never Trumpers are withholding their vote in hopes that the numbers show enough that Trump feels either Trump loses or that he recognizes that he lost all the votes and he didn't earn the votes he needed to earn. Same thing because in terms of an election, when we have a cycle, this is a competition. At the end of the day, they are competing to
Rather
win.
have her, but people on the left who are
Okay.
not withholding their vote don't say that they would rather have Trump.
So I know what?
There's a difference here.
What happened?
The Never Trumpers say that they would rather she win
No,
But
they're
the
not saying
people
that
with-
they'd rather she win. They're saying they do
yes,
not want
they're
Trump to win.
voting for her. Yes.
No. They're saying they do not want Trump to win. They're not saying they want Kamala to
The
win.
ones
There's a
who are
difference
voting
in
for
that
her are.
opinion. No, they're not saying that they want Kamala to win. They are just against Trump. There's a difference.
They're voting for her, but they don't want her to win. Can we explain this to me? 'Cause
Oh,
why-
No, I get what
my
he's
God,
saying. I
Are
get what
you
he's saying.
serious?
You're
This is
negative
very simple.
voting.
Listen to the
Yeah.
word I'm saying. They're not voting for her because they want Kamala to be the
They
president of the
don't want
United
Trump
States.
to win. Somebody's
Yes, that's
going
the
to win.
only reason they're voting for Kamala, not because they're
Hold on,
pro
but
Kamala,
you
but because they're
understand?
anti-Trump.
Let's let Ghost to give it a shot. But yeah,
Oh, okay. Well, this might be kind of stupid, but what if, like, this might be kind of unrealistic, but I guess, like, what we need is a way to hold presidents accountable after they're elected, though. So, like, what if there was a way to vote presidents out somehow?
Impeachment?
Like,
no, a
Yeah,
recall.
It's just so hard. It's crazy.
No,
No, I
You know
know.
who votes for impeachment? Your state politicians, which is what I'm saying. Work within local and state.
No.
districts.
She's asking for something more direct, right? Like they have
Yeah.
that in
It's hard.
Canadian land. They have that
No-
in the UK,
No
right?
confidence. Yeah.
Yeah, you can recall your politicians.
Right.
Like a vote of like no confidence. Yeah. They do that, and something I appreciate about UK politics is that they'll do that at a drop of the hat. They have no problem throwing out their leaders, holding them accountable while they're in office in a way that actually works. And the impeachment process, like it's broken. Can we understand that? That's completely broken.
That's ridiculous.
If
Yeah.
your side, if the president's party is in power of the legislature, they're not going to throw him out. So that's not a viable way of doing this.
yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Because I feel like voting is the only way we can hold presidents accountable, but it's hard to do because it's either.
It's not hard to do. Don't vote. They don't. They're not. They feel like they don't win, and then they deserve to not win.
But what about the people who do?
win.
What about the people who do win? How do you hold them accountable for not
Yeah,
doing
never,
things?
Yeah.
you're never gonna reach Trump, bro.
Ghosty it has a.
You don't vote for them
point,
next
right?
time.
Like
you
I
reach
voted-
If
Trump.
there's a next
I voted for
time.
Joe Biden.
Wait.
Right. But like I was unaware that he was a genocidal maniac. Turns out he's a genocidal maniac. But
Wait.
I can't do anything about that at this moment, right?
Look-
Other my
Look what
only plan
happened-
before was just not to vote for him. But yeah, that's
Look
not
what
the
happened
same.
when Trump lost. When Trump lost, you guys have all made it a huge point that he went on a tirade, he went on a this, he went on a that. That's because he lost and he felt like he deserved the win. And he thought he earned the votes, but he didn't get the votes. And he lost and he went on a tantrum. So clearly not winning, clearly not getting the votes, you may not see it on the person's face. But if you were running for president and you lost that's gonna hit you, and you're gonna have to go home and be a little introspective and think about what the fuck happened with all the money behind you, with all the support behind you, with all the
Unless
PR.
you're-
What happened?
unless
It's
you're
you.
Trump, then it's just a rigged election.
Well,
That's another
No,
problem.
no.
Well, I
It's
mean,
like-
that's why they're
Well,
voting
what-
for him. You understand, because he's resilient. Listen, I don't want to support the guy, but they see him as resilient. The guy lost, fought against the loss, kept
But you don't
fighting.
think he
He's
would
old.
reward the group that voted for him?
He keeps
Ollie?
winning. He keeps winning the votes. He keeps winning the votes. He keeps getting the fucking candidacy. The guy got shot and dodged it. They love the guy. You got to understand, there
There's
isn't
no
the
luck
same
involved.
love
He
and
jumped
affinity.
out of the way.
I mean, it doesn't
He
matter.
did get hit by the bullet. So
This
I
is
mean,
just
that's,
TDS. But like, hey,
Yeah,
but
but,
Ollie,
like,
let me
they-
ask you a
they-
question.
He's
they
Ollie.
saying that he didn't jump out the way, bro.
Ollie, can I
You're
ask you?
smoking
Let me,
crack.
Ollie, can I ask you a
It was
question?
me when the Matrix.
Do you think that like so we agree Trump's got like it's kind of like business acumen is what he sold us a lot. Trump like if a group like just give me a hypothetical here, like say the Muslims, let's say the Muslims decided they were going to vote for Trump.
A hypothetical
Like,
group like the
a
Muslims.
hypothetical.
Yeah.
let's just
Yeah.
say, yeah.
Let's
Let's
just
just say.
Hypothetical Muslim.
Specifically in Michigan.
But-
Let's just say.
Specifically in Michigan, y'all decided to vote and somehow swung the state, and he wins. Do you think Trump, who is pretty mindful of his base, if you remember the whole DACA situation, they revolted against him, he turned.
Yeah.
Do you think Trump, who seems like he sits to his base, would reward said group and bring him into the fold if they were to change an election for him? Because that's the logic
Unfortunately-
you should be using, I think.
Unfortunately, this is once again I don't understand the Republican. I guess I understand it. the parties are owned at this point by fucking whoever's funding, which would be AIPAC. They're owned, and unfortunately, like, nah, I don't think Trump's really gonna back off on the whole. Like if tomorrow Trump said, hey, you know what, maybe Israel's gone too far, we should look into that. The Palestine people are voting for Trump tomorrow if he says one statement. And
he's already isolationist. He wants to decrease funding for all these countries.
But we've seen him say, I support you guys to the fullest. I mean, his daughter now is Jewish. His grandkids are Jewish. They love Israel. It's a whole thing. Like
his son-in-law helped put us in this exact situation. With the Abraham Accords.
He's going to the shrines. He's wearing the hat. He's praying. As a Christian, I don't understand why you would vote for him.
But Admiral Gibbs, I think if it wasn't for if we were talking about something that wasn't Israel Palestine, I think you actually might be a bit more correct here, because I believe it came out and it's coming out in that book War, right? That new book by was it Woodward, right? That Trump. During like emergencies in the past, right? Like national emergencies, natural disasters in the past, Trump has not wanted to send aid to those areas. Like Trump has like his aides, like the White House aides have been trying to get him to send aids to areas that are Democratic. Or states that are Democratic, and he's like, he doesn't want to do it, right? And then they got to explain to him, well, there are some, even in Democratic states, there are places there that vote Republican that you got votes from, right? And he's like, oh, okay. The thing that he's accusing Joe Biden of doing now is the thing that he was actually doing previously. So like, if indeed that the Muslims, the hypothetical Muslims, right, not the real ones, the hypothetical ones, voted for Trump, then maybe they would get some goodies. But not in this case, because
Democratic
AIPAC,
area. Then
hold on.
And Miriam,
Trump has said Trump has said that he would consider ruling out foreign aid to Israel.
Sorry, he would rule out.
Oh, when did he say that?
When did he say that?
The article in the
that
group chat.
ain't happening.
The article's from the Onion. Is the article from the Onion?
I don't know. It's called the Middle East Eye.
Well,
I'm just saying. I found that pretty quick.
Aid to Israel to halt war on Gaza. Oh, he said he doesn't rule out. Okay, not that he would do it. He doesn't. It
doesn't rule out. That means he would consider it, Prime.
Yeah, he's trying to pander. He's trying to pander.
Well, hold on. That's what you wanted. You said he would.
I've used their articles before. I'm not saying it's like a bad thing. I just I'd take a look at this. I haven't heard.
Yeah, but then he said he's the best candidate for Israel like fucking 2 minutes earlier. Okay.
Yeah,
I sent a picture and a video.
So this was in April. Former U.S. president did not rule out withdrawal of military from Israel, ongoing war in Gaza.
His answer did not address the question, but
he sharply criticized Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, so did Biden. Like, that doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he did not.
Seems like a concession.
Would you consider withholding aid? His answer did not address the question, but included criticism of the Israeli soldiers had condemned the war. So he doesn't. So he just didn't say. He's like, they asked him the question.
Rule it out. He's not ruling it out.
The president said, I think that Israel has done one thing very badly, public relations. I don't think that the Israel Defense Forces or any other group should be sending out pictures every night of building falling down and being bombed with possibly people in those buildings every single night. Which is
so Trump is just saying they need better PR. They
should hide it better. They shouldn't be
rule out conditioning aid, to which he said, oh no, he said no. Okay, he directly said no. Excuse me. He directly said no, he wouldn't rule it out. Okay.
Yeah, it seems like a concession.
Would he do it?
I don't know, but he wouldn't rule it out. I mean, here's the thing. Trump is a maverick.
Right. If the Muslims in Michigan vote for him, I think he might.
Yeah, I think exactly. I'm just saying.
If AIPAC doesn't give millions of dollars, then I think he might.
Why don't you hey, hold on. Y'all are mad because the Dems don't follow through. Why don't you just try it and then see? You know, you've been trying to see with the Dems for a while, and it's not been working for you. Why don't you try and see You're already not happy. Just
If it
Why don't you?
Romney,
Why don't
you'd
you?
have a better
try it?
argument, but
Why don't
not
you
Trump.
try
tried
it?
to see it.
Nah.
I know what I'm going to get under Trump. It's better than what I'm getting under Kamala. I
Yeah,
tried
if
to
you
see.
like
I tried to see.
democracy,
I lived it the last 4 years of Biden.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
So
Y'all can have a taste of the good life.
Thank you for that.
You know what?
All right,
Yeah, I would love to know what it's like to, not have two brain cells to
we
politically rub together.
we have run out of overtime or overtime. So we'll end things here. This was a lot of fun. To the audience, thanks for being here. Consider supporting the channel. I didn't do a like an ad read here. But consider helping out the channel if you have a what do they call Amazon gaming sub Twitch Prime sub. Oh my god, blanking here. Twitch Prime
It's in your
sub.
name.
Consider using that here on this channel. Consider supporting us. You get ad-free viewing. And you get emotes, and you'll be keeping us around for another day. Super chats are appreciated. And read whenever Corey gives me the okay.
Which is never.
Which is never. Just never. So how about the channel? Consider supporting us so that we can keep doing this. I do need your help to make that happen. Thank you for the few people who did resub, and we thank our resubbers as well. Thank you for people who are resubbing to the community. All right, we're gonna give an outro to all these wonderful people. Thank you, Lactoid, for coming through. This was really enjoyable, friend.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I want to end actually just by asking a question that I've asked several people. I don't know if I've asked it here before. If I did, you can stop me. But I've asked this to several people, and I haven't really gotten a good answer. And I want people who are more ethnically
Inclined.
educated to answer this as opposed to myself, because maybe I'm missing something. So Kamala Harris is black, right? We all that's the position we're all taking.
We do,
Mixture,
not the Republican Party, but we
Okay.
do.
And Kamala Harris is Indian as well, because she ran as like Indian, right? So in
That's how
the past,
biracial
right?
works, yeah.
Right, so like fully Indian and fully black, right?
Half of each.
No,
But fully in the sense that like
Oh.
she can run as an Indian and she can run as a black woman, and like both are accurate, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it okay? Isn't it true then that we've had a unbroken string of white presidents because Obama is white?
Yes, indeed. He can use his white side. No, absolutely, he can do that. He can use his white side.
Okay,
100%.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
But then we've also had a black president.
We've also had a black president, but we've had an unbroken string of white presidents in this country.
Yeah. If only white people felt that way. If only that's how it worked. We'd have a lot more color in the White House. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're half white, so they're
Lactoid
good.
gives Obama the white pass, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I give him, yeah.
Thanks for that.
I just wanted to ask, right?
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
And Obama say the C word though on Twitch.
I wonder. I think he can say it, right? Because can Kamala say like slurs against Indians? I'm pretty sure she could.
Let's all try a slur against the group, right? And see what happens. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thanks for coming through. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, as always, this is fun, and I'm always grateful to be here. And the question was, well, I guess I'm also 100% white and 100% Chinese. So if or when I run for Prime Minister of Canada, I don't know if there's ever been an Asian. I don't think there has been actually. But regardless,
you're French too.
I'm not accepted in that community. I'll bite that bullet. No, I'm fully Anglophone. French, Canadian, actual Quebecois hate me, probably. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. Ghosty, Ali, Katya, Gibbs, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. Hey, does being hated by Quebecers, do you think that would like give you a boost in the Toronto region? Right? Like everywhere else?
Almost certainly. It would kill me in Quebec, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That negative partisanship can be very powerful.
I've been to Quebec. He's like not joking about that shit. That shit is
No.
crazy.
Our
yeah.
language politics. We have the language police here. I'm dead serious. We spend millions of dollars on the language police. Like we have the police go in and inspect like the menu. The English writing is bigger than the French writing. You are fined for that.
This is Lactoid's dream state. I mean, like a big government like that regulating the
Oh my
thoughts.
God.
You will love it.
And it took like decades for Taco Bell to come here because Taco Bell didn't want to translate Taco Bell into French, and they were forced. As
Wait,
in,
so is it
as in
McDonald's over there?
KFC here is not KFC. It's PFK, Poulet Frit Kentucky.
The poutine's good though. That's a plus.
What's Taco Bell in French?
I think they got like some sort of reception. I don't know if it's actually called like cloche de taco, which would be like the French version. But yeah, like I'm dead serious. I cannot emphasize enough.
Literal language.
just gonna go to
police, right?
Crest de
Everything
Forto
that Lacto
for-
has ever dreamed of. Having a literal language police. Come into Lacto's
hate
place
that
of
so much.
business and to regulate
Regulate the language of my fucking menu.
Literally
Jesus
your
Christ.
P's and Q's, Lactoid. Look at it.
They're
It's
minding
not
all
in
of them.
order.
And we complain, and here's the thing, right? Like, seriously. So shit like this happens, and then in the UK, I don't know if you saw, there was like a mentally challenged 18-year-old girl who was arrested because she posted Snoop Dogg lyrics that contained the N-word. Because her friend died in a car wreck, and like, you know how kids will sometimes like, you know, post their like in remembrance like song lyrics. Well, she posted some Snoop Dogg lyrics, and she got arrested because she used the N-word. She was like had to go through litigation, and the prosecutor kept on her the whole time. Eventually, the court ruled that it wasn't offensive enough, and then so she shouldn't be put on house arrest. Shit like this happens, and then in Canada with the menu regulating. I mean, countries?
This is Quebec.
Quebec, sure, but in Canada, it's still within Canada, the borders of Canada.
Unfortunately,
is the West really better than North Korea at this point? Like, at what point? But like, is it though? But like,
I mean,
like,
kind of a
at
joke.
what point do we say, you know what? Maybe they are third world hellholes that are like in the same regard as like Kazakhstan and North Korea and shit, like where it's like they're
depends on
actively.
what happens. If you're
But
talking
Lactoid-
house arrest,
Maybe
versus,
Russia
like,
was
years
right.
in a
I don't
work
know.
camp, I'm
But
sure
But
it's
can you,
different.
Lactoid, can you get a Kinder Surprise in the United States? I wanna
You
see
can
that.
fair, good point.
And you get
Fuck.
one in North Korea?
I don't think you can get much in North Korea.
they have
Point
like
proven.
forced labor death camps in North Korea.
Can I do the next outro? Because my headphones died and I can barely hear you through my computer speakers.
Okay. Well, Katja, I want to say thank you for being here. We are happy that you're safe. Since you know you're in the storm's path. So we're happy that you.
And for
you know,
both
came through okay.
hurricanes, actually.
Yeah. So
I'm honestly just so freaking exhausted because literally it took me so many days to prepare and, you know, get everything off the floor because I thought my house was going to flood. And thankfully it didn't. But then we had to put everything back. And oh my gosh, just like a lot of walking through.
You cut off a little bit at the end, but we heard what you said. I did want to say, Katja, though, I'm really grateful for you. You are like fantastic. You're a fantastic guest. You're so
Thank you.
opinionated, right? And you put up a good fight. No matter what side of it you may be on, that's exactly what we're looking for here. So like you're a fantastic addition. We've missed having you, and like as soon as you come back, you make your presence known. So honestly, thank you, Katja, for being here.
I really appreciate that. I like to make my opinion known. I like being in like a situation where we can have like banter and we could talk about these issues and we can all make our opinions known. I mean, that's the fun of debating and all that.
Absolutely.
So y'all are all great. I'm glad to be back. You know, it sucks I had to cancel different things so many times because of these storms, but
Yeah,
I'm
no
back.
worries. Thank
Hopefully
you.
there's not going to be another one.
As long as you're safe, that's number one. So we're happy to have you here. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs, our beautiful friend. I'm not sure if I thank you already, but Admiral Gibbs. Well, I should thank you twice, Admiral Gibbs. For all the things you do. You brighten up my day, friend. Thanks for being here.
Oh yeah, I love coming. It's one of my favorite days of the week for sure. I also want to talk about the language police because what a wonderful tie-in. And one thing I like to do more than talk about how wrong and dishonest the Dems are is talk about how great Texas is. And guess what? Do you know what other country had a language police? Mexico. Santa Anna wanted to institute Spanish only in Texas, and that was another cause of the Texas Revolution. And guess what? Texas said no, we're gonna keep our own culture. So yeah, I'm adamantly against this 1984
What was the other
hellscape
cause for
thing.
the revolution?
Well, they were trying to guns. It was guns.
Or and there's another one. There's another reason in there.
100% guns. It was guns. And
what about
if
the
you're arguing
slavery?
about hold on, if you're arguing about slavery, well, that's really interesting that you bring that up. See, slavery was not very conducive in Texas, and there's a reason why Texas had the least number of slaves of any state in the House. South, one, because we have ranches, right? And I don't know if you know this, but if you put a slave on a horse, what's going to happen? I'm sorry. Your argument holds no water. It's like, it sounds dumb, but
That's
it's
the
true.
best line. You win for tonight, my friend.
I mean, well, thank you. I'm glad I won something. I don't know if that's a good thing to win, but hey. But yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. If you hate what I have to say or love it, I don't know. 5 minutes, Admiral Gibbs.
Gibbs is the fucking greatest. This is why I like people who, like, yell at me about Gibbs. Gibbs is the fucking greatest. He's the best. That's a really good line. Holy shit! I wonder if we'll find a way to work that into something. That's really good.
Good luck. You can have it.
All right, Ali. I'm sorry putting the pressure on you after that standout performance. Gibbs should always outro last because he does things like that. Let's go to our friend Ali. Thank you for coming, Ali. You were also super opinionated, super into it. Like I love to see it like that. I say it to you all the time, but it's really great when you are on that level. So I appreciate you, friend.
Thank you. I love being here, guys. It's always a pleasure arguing with you. Just like, listen, I don't care what you're voting. I don't care if you're not voting. But if you are voting, I do think you should tweet your politician, email them, whatever the fuck it is. Stop giving so much money to this goddamn country. Use the money for American shit. If you're worried about your tax money,
So true.
at least have the tax money be used domestically and not funding, the murder of children and destruction of buildings just so another country can gain more land. I'm just saying, fuck Israel. Have a good night.
Absolutely, fuck Israel. But let's go to our friend Ghosty. Now, Ghosty was late to getting the panel. She had DM'd me earlier. Said that it's because her jeweler was not on time. Right? She has a South African jeweler wanted for smuggling in several countries, who was there to deliver her conflict diamonds. And she was joking in her DMs about how funny it is when her blood diamonds actually come delivered covered in blood. But she said, no worries. She'll be sure to wipe it all off before she puts into one of her grand necklaces as she goes to one of her galas. So, Ghosty, thank you for making it here. I know, people don't understand how tough it is to be a rich person with very little morals. Ghosty, I appreciate you still making the time to come on to this community.
Yeah, no, sorry for being late. I do love being here. And I feel like I was a little more quieter tonight. I just wanted to listen to everybody's arguments about, like, especially like immigration and just like all of it. I don't know. It's just more in a listening mode because you guys had pretty good ideas about that. But yeah, politics are just
even Gibbs and his drones and those good ideas.
Well, some of the ideas. Okay. Let's not go too far. But no, yeah, I'm Ghosty. It's spelled with a 6. I'm on YouTube. I do weekly live streams and stuff. So thank you for having me, and it was a pleasure being here with you all.
Thank you, friend. We're always happy to have you. All right. So we'll leave it there. We will send you guys out to. I'm gonna send you guys out to. You would think that in all this time for these long ass outros, like I would have like figured out a place I was gonna send you, but I haven't. I see a cute girl, and that'll be good enough for me. So I'm gonna send you.
Oh, say hi to Lactoid.
Uh,
Of course.
I don't know who this person is. But we're all gonna find out. Is it Atovia? A relaxing ASMR chill stream. But be kind to her. I'll send you out there, and we're just patiently